Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 301, Preemptive Strike. While Berengar's armies were marching towards the Swiss and Italian borders that Austria shared with the two realms, his navy was on a more important mission, one that Berengar had learned from the Imperial Japanese Navy in his previous life. In Berengar's previous life, Pearl Harbor was a term that every American citizen knew by the time they were out of elementary school. It was a degree of defeat and humiliation that the United States had never suffered before on its home front. As such, Berengar fully intended to learn from the preemptive strike the Japanese had taken against their rivals and utilize the same tactics to eradicate the fleets of his enemies. The young Austrian king, who had yet to be coronated, fully intended to take advantage of the time it took for the Holy Roman Emperor to receive his declaration of independence by striking at the heart of their naval support. With this in mind, Berengar had tasked his admiral to immediately sail the fleet to the Italian coast, where Berengar intended to attack the Venetian and Genoan fleets while they were docked in the harbor. Admiral Emmerich was at the helm of the SMS Berengar, the first in the class of the 75 fifth-rate frigates constructed over the last year. By now, the Grand Austrian Navy had a total of 40,000 men among its ranks. Among these men, 33,750 were on board the ships as sailors, officers, or marines. The armada of 75 frigates had a total of 3,324-pound cannons capable of launching explosive shells. The sheer degree of firepower that these ships possessed was unfathomable for this day and age. As such, Admiral Emmerich had split the fleet into two groups. The main fleet would comprise 38 frigates that would sail to the coast of Venice. The other group would consist of 37 vessels that would sail around the Italian peninsula and strike at Genoa's harbors. After nearly 14 hours of sailing at a speed of 13 knots, the main fleet had arrived at the Venetian coastline in the dead of night. Under cover of darkness, the Austrian fleet had snuck its way into the Venetian harbor without incident. At the moment, Emmerich was standing upon the helm of his ship, giving out a brief overview of the operation details to his officers. Every officer within the fleet was already aware of the attack plan, and as such, this was just a quick summary while the enlisted men got to work making preparations. We will set anchor here, 2,000 yards away from the coastline. Now that we are within range of the enemy's harbors, we will load our cannons and fire upon them, devastating the ships within the city. After annihilating both civilian and military vessels, we will turn our shells onto the harbor itself, destroying Venice's ability to receive and deploy ships. After we have destroyed the harbor, our guns will target the shipyards, making Venice utterly incapable of producing new vessels for the war effort. When the arsenal is in ruins, we will turn our cannons onto the castle itself, wiping out the command structure of the city. Any remaining shells will be fired into the industrial district of Venice. I want the Venetians to remember the price of conspiring against Austria. Let this forever be known as the day Austria struck first. With that said, the officers responded in the affirmative after they had received their orders. Aye, Admiral. After this, they quickly set about their tasks and began to load the 836 cannons facing the city of Venice. After all of the cannons were loaded among the 38 vessels, Emmerich grinned wickedly as he gave the order by shouting to the crew members of his ship, "Fire!" With those words, the cannons on the ship's side pointing towards the harbor immediately erupted as the explosive shells were sent from thousands of yards away onto the ports where most of the Venetian naval vessels were currently docked. The moment the SMS Berengar began to fire its cannons, the 37 other ships nearby unloaded their barrage onto the same target. Because the Venetians' vessels were treated with tar on their planks and ropes to preserve the materials, they were highly susceptible to fire. As such, when the explosive shells impacted the hundreds of ships docked in the harbor, the fires rapidly spread from the affected vessels to every ship in the port. Civilian and military vessels alike were lit ablaze, and those unfortunate enough to be on those vessels were either engulfed in the explosive blast or were burnt alive by the rapidly spreading flames. However, the bombardment did not stop with a single barrage as the cannons were rapidly reloaded and fired a second barrage onto the harbor. Not only did Emmerich plan to eradicate every single vessel docked at Venice, but he also planned outright to devastate the very foundations of the port itself. Thus the city bells began to ring as another barrage of cannon fire drowned out its tone with their thunderous echoes. It was as if hell itself had reared its ugly head upon the Venetians as the residents of the city of Venice gazed in horror at their mighty harbor, and the arsenal used to construct their fleet became engulfed fiery explosions. Because the Swiss agent who was sent to deliver the message to the Holy Roman Emperor was not granted a horse and had to travel on foot to the capital of the empire, Berenger had struck first and eradicated the majority of the Venetian navy. However, that was not the greatest insult to the Venetians, the fact that Berengar's naval forces had continued their bombardment onto the port, the shipyards, and the factories. The seafaring city was in an absolute state of humiliation, the like they had never suffered. Despite this, Emmerich commanded the sailors to load the cannons and fire their barrages onto the city. While doing so, the admiral laughed like a maniac as he roared along with the thunderous echoes that resounded from the hundreds of guns. "Henceforth, this shall be my anthem." Despite his bold words, they went completely unnoticed by his crew as they were completely drowned out by the sound of the guns firing onto the city. While Emmerich was immersed in the sight of the attack, the Venetian citizens who had survived the onslaught scrambled to put out the flames that had spread across their city. Despite their best efforts, the flames continued to spread, consuming life and property in the process. The sheer level of destruction that Emmerich had unleashed upon the city of Venice and its population was enough to be tried as a war criminal in Berengar's previous life. Despite this, Berenger would not punish the man. In fact, he might even give the man a commendation for his actions here on this night. It was only after half of the city was a smoldering ruin did the fleet finally run out of shells, and as such, they reeled in their anchors and set sail into the rising dawn back to the coast of Austria. Within a single night, Berengar's most significant rival on the Mediterranean had been brought to ruin. A year's worth of progress in building the largest armada in the world was blasted to the depths of the Adriatic Sea overnight. It would take decades for the Venetians to recover from this humiliation, and they would never forget what the Austrians had done this day. Though not all of the Venetian Navy's ships were present during the attack, the overwhelming majority of them were, thus significantly leveling the playing field in the number of vessels Austria would have to fight at sea. Though Venice was not the only target of the Austrian Navy, after all, Genoa would soon suffer a similar fate. With hundreds of ships at the Holy Roman Emperor's command destroyed in a matter of days, the empire would quickly find its most significant advantage against Austria snuffed out of existence before the war had even officially begun. As such, the first battle of the war for Austrian independence was a rousing success. By the time Emperor Balsamo Corsini heard of this news, he would be severely weakened in his ability to wage war against the Kingdom of Austria. Chapter 302, Daily Life in Austria. As the war for Austrian independence began and the soldiers marched to war, the overwhelming majority of Austrians were relatively unfazed by the conflict at their borders. They were confident enough in their new king and his armies to defend their lands. After all, he had driven Bavaria's previous incursion from Austria's borders so rapidly. Now Berengar's army was more significant than ever, and the last few years of peace saw a massive military buildup in internal fortifications and garrisons. Despite Austria's neighbors being at war, it had never made its way into the citizens' daily lives, at least not since Berenger rose to power. As such, in the district of Kufstein, one man, in particular, was enjoying his daily life. The farming innovations that he had helped Berenger implement early on had paid off in the long run. His farm was now fully mechanized by Berengar's machinery, and it was among the first to do so. As such, he and his large family could operate thousands of acres of farmland by themselves. Gunther had used the wealth he gained from Berengar's innovations to purchase more and more farmland, to the point where he was not only growing agricultural products but also a large amount of hemp. Hemp had become an essential resource in Berengar's newly established Kingdom of Austria. It was a versatile material that could be used in many aspects of daily life, including building resources and paper. Due to environmental concerns over implementing the Industrial Revolution several centuries earlier than in his previous life, Berenger had begun to slowly implement sustainable materials such as hemp concrete, hemp paper, hemp clothing, and many other innovative uses for the fibrous material. As far as hempwood goes, Berenger would have to wait until he had access to soybeans, as the material used an eco-friendly soy-based adhesive to glue the plant fibers together in the form of hardwood. Otherwise, he would have already begun experimenting with the wood alternative in the form of sailing vessels. Due to the demand for the fibrous material, Gunther had become quite wealthy, and he was currently within the city of Kufstein's new expanded industrial district negotiating with a representative of Berengar's government for the right to lease a plot of land in Kufstein owned by Berenger for the purpose of opening a hemp-based paper factory. With the king away at war, the task fell to a knight's son known as Ingbert, who Berenger had previously used to establish a case against Lambert after the boy had attempted to assassinate Berenger on multiple occasions. Since the Kitzbühel border war, Ingbert has taken a step back from military affairs and focused on financial matters regarding Berengar's government. After being captured by the Baron of Kitzbühel and fearing for his life, the cowardly knight's son decided to return to civil affairs. Though his talent as an engineer was garbage, his knowledge of financial affairs proved to be the proper place for him in life, and as such, Berenger tasked him with leasing portions of his land to would-be business owners. At the moment, Ingbert and Gunther were meeting at the plot of land that Gunther wished to lease from Berenger. The two men were gazing around the large tract of land that was sufficient to fit a 5,000-square-foot warehouse. After inspecting the plot for some time, Gunther smiled and nodded at Ingbert, who observed his actions. As he did so, he boldly declared his intent. "I will take it. How much is the rent?" Ingbert calculated the value based on the square feet of the property and then smiled before revealing 5 fingers. When he did so, Gunther was surprised at first and had to confirm his thoughts. 5 thalers? Ingbert began to laugh. He continued doing so for several minutes before shaking his head and responding with a stoic expression. 5 guldens. Gunther gasped as he heard this news. 5 guldens was no small sum for monthly rent, but when he thought about the prime real estate and the fact that it was one of the few plots left in Kufstein that could accommodate the factory that he desired to build, the farmer ultimately agreed to the price stated. Deal. With this, Gunther reached into a pouch he had brought with him and pulled out 5 golden coins, each one of them bearing the visage of Berenger on one side with his coat of arms on the other. With this transaction completed, Ingbert smiled before informing Gunther of the terms for his lease. Fees are due on the 1st of the month. Since you are leasing industrial territory, the factory has to fulfill environmental regulations during its construction process. A government advisor will be assigned to you at your expense to make sure everything is up to code. After everything checks out, you will be permitted to purchase the land at a discount after 5 years of successful development. Are these terms acceptable? Gunther was already aware of the terms for leasing the property from Berenger. As such, he nodded his head in approval. Afterward, Ingbert handed over a ledger before confirming the agreement. Sign here and you will be able to begin construction of your factory immediately. As such, Gunther read over the lease conditions thoroughly before he took a hold of the quill and ink provided to him and wrote down his signature. As an educated man in Kufstein and a member of the House of Representatives, he was more than capable of reading and writing. After he finished doing so, he handed the ledger back to Ingbert, who gave Gunther a small seal before explaining its function. This seal proves you are a factory owner here in the industrial district. Present this to the guards upon entry and they will give you priority for entering the area. Other than that, if you don't have any questions for me, our business here is concluded. I hope that you can achieve success with this lot. With that said, Ingbert walked off the lot, leaving Gunther alone to stare at the vacant property. He was well prepared for the cost it would take to build a solid factory here on this plot of land, knowing after he had done so that he would make an even greater fortune for his family. Though he may not be nobility, one day soon he might become wealthier than all of the snobbish noblemen who had looked down upon him his entire life, and he only had one man to thank for such an opportunity: King Berenger von Kufstein. Without the young monarch's political and economic reforms, a man born a lowly peasant like Gunther would be forced to work the fields his entire life. Never in his wildest dreams did he believe that such change would come to Kufstein within his lifetime, let alone the whole of Austria. Because of the heights he had risen to, he had grown quite popular among the common people of Kufstein. Thus he was chosen as a representative for the government due to this rising popularity. He hoped to work hard in the future as a politician, as a farmer, as a factory owner, and as a father for the benefit of all people within the city of Kufstein and Austria as a whole. As such, the journey of this once lowly peasant was far from over. How far he would climb into this brave new world that Berenger was forging, only time would tell. Chapter 303, Forward March. The light of dawn shone upon the southern border of Austria within the Alps of Tyrol in the Viscounty of Trent. Berenger stood upon a hill observing his army that was gathered below. A total of 50,000 men, armed in the unique quenched and hardened high-carbon blackened steel half-plate armor, stood in the valley overlooked by their king. Under the king's orders, the army had been split into 2 components: the Italian invasion force, which consisted of 50,000 men, while the Swiss invasion force consisted of 25,000 men. Berenger intended to use this war as an excuse to annex the Swiss Confederation. As such, he left the invasion of the Swiss Confederation to a competent general among his ranks. At the moment, Berenger wore his signature gilded 3/4 plate armor with a cavalier-style cloak made from Dalmatian fur draped across his left shoulder. The troops gathered below gazed upon his immaculate visage as he began to give his speech. Men of Austria. The Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire has engaged in attempted sabotage of our factories. In doing so, he has violated the rights bestowed upon us as vassals. Thus I, King Berenger, first of my name, have formally declared our independence from the Holy Roman Empire. Today you stand as the royal army of Austria as we march into the lands of the oppressor who has sought to hamper our progress towards the new dawn. I will not lie to you, the road will be bloody, but in the end, our people shall be free to pursue their destiny as a great power in Europe. God with us. The moment Berenger said his battle cry while saluting the 50,000 men standing below his plateau, all they began to chant the words in unison, echoing into the dawn while returning the salute to their king. God with us. God with us. God with us. Such was the sight on the Austro-Italian border as Berengar's men prepared for an invasion into their enemy's homeland. Afterward, Berenger gave the order to his troops. Forward march. It had been some time since Berengar's declaration of independence reached the emperor, and even longer since his preemptive strike on Venice and Genoa, as such war was inevitable. Berenger had mustered his forces at his enemy's border far quicker than the Italians could rally their own troops. Thus, the Austrians entered Italy without confrontation. As the soldiers began to march, Berenger mounted his trusty steed and soon found himself marching at the front of his army. The sight of 50,000 men entering northern Italy would be terrifying to anyone who witnessed such a thing. Such a massive army was rare in Europe during this time frame, especially considering how well equipped and trained the Royal Austrian army was. The Austrians marched for some time before they encountered any form of resistance. The first target of Berengar's campaign against the Holy Roman Empire would be the city of Verona. After all, it was the nearest major city to the Trent border. It took a few days for Berenger to reach the ancient town. However, when they did, they noticed that the walls were well manned. The local noblemen had been preparing for Berengar's arrival by fortifying the city and abandoning the towns and villages to Austrian cruelty, utterly unaware that Berenger did not need to ransack such locations. After all, his logistical network spread to every corner of Austria. When considering the small distance between Trent and Verona, Berenger left the villagers in between the two cities untouched by the savagery of war. When the Royal Austrian army arrived at the gates of Verona, they instantly began constructing a proper siege camp. With the introduction of Schmidt guns, Berenger chose to mount them on the trench lines that he established outside his base with the intent to effectively use the rapid-firing firearms, capable of utilizing canister shots to repel anyone suicidal enough to charge at his defenses. Aside from the Schmidt guns acting as defense of the encampment, 14 17 12-pounder cannons were also placed under the protection of the trench line while raised in an elevation necessary to fire over it. With this elevation, the cannons would still be able to efficiently target the city's walls. The beauty of the M1857 12-pounder Napoleon that Berenger had based his artillery off of was that it was versatile enough to act as both a field gun and a howitzer. It was more than capable enough to successfully fire arced shots at his enemy's defenses. However, Berenger did not immediately begin his bombardment. In fact, he wanted to wait until the next day to start his assault. After all, he had all the time in the world and would prefer that his soldiers received some proper rest before engaging in a siege. Instead, after the siege camp was effectively set up, Berenger began distributing rations, which as per usual was a wheat porridge-based dish. It was filled with beef, onions, and mushrooms. It was not much, but it was enough to feed the soldiers and was relatively easy to prepare. After eating alongside his soldiers, Berenger retired to his tent where he began to strip his armor before climbing into bed. As he did so, a particular memory flashed in his head. It was the moment he said goodbye to his two lovers and his children as well as his younger sister. Berenger was clad in his armor as he hugged his young son Hans. Though the boy was only 3 years old, he gazed at Berenger with an understanding expression. The only words the boy said to his father as he prepared to march to war were, "Be safe, father." As for Helga, she was still too young to speak and was in Lindy's arms, who once more had a worried expression on her face as Berenger kissed his infant daughter on her forehead. Linda spoke the words on her mind. "I will pray for you." For some reason, Berenger found this funny and chuckled lightly as he dragged the beautiful young woman into his arms. Linda was far from devout. However, if there was one time she prayed to the Lord God Almighty with any sense of sincerity, it was when her man went off to war. After he embraced his lover, he kissed her passionately before saying his departing words. "I love you." Linda responded in kind before letting go of Berengar's grasp. "I love you, too." With that said, Berenger turned to Henrietta where he patted her on the head. The girl instantly hugged him. Over the past few years, she had begun to grow into a beautiful young adolescent girl. Berenger would soon have to think about finding her a fiancé. However, such thoughts were interrupted as the girl began to cry into Berengar's steel-plated chest. "Be safe, dearest brother." In response to this, Berenger hugged his little sister before replying to her. "I promise I will return safe and sound." After a few moments, Berenger forced himself out of Henrietta's grasp as he walked over to Honoria and grasped a hold of her hand before walking out the door of the building. He said his goodbyes to her as they approached the river port of Kufstein. Honoria had a far more critical job while Berenger was at war, leading her crew of salty wenches as they raided the Italian shipping vessels. As such, Berenger kissed her goodbye at the entrance to her ship in front of all her crew members. Elfrun in particular looked away in disgust as she saw Honoria fall for such a playboy once more. After making out with the gorgeous young princess, Berenger said the exact words that he left Linda with. "I love you, Honoria." In return, Honoria put on a smug smile before responding to Berengar's words with a snarky remark. "I know." After saying that, Honoria hopped out of Berengar's arms and onto her sloop of war, where she immediately began to depart as the ship started to sail down the river and Berenger called out to her one last time. "Be careful." In response, Honoria smiled and blew a kiss to Berenger. It was only after the ship was out of sight that Berenger reunited with his army and departed for war. After reflecting upon the recent past, Berenger soon found himself asleep with a broad smile on his face. He would not awaken until the dawn of the next day, and when he did, it was to the sound of an artillery barrage going off. With such a thunderous noise acting as his alarm clock, Berenger knew that the siege of Verona had begun. Chapter 304, Gaining a Foothold in the Swiss Confederation. With the invasion of Italy underway, Berengar's efforts to conquer and annex the Swiss Confederation in his war for independence had also begun. Under the command of General Adelbrand von Salzburg, the Austrian armies had marched into the lands of their enemies with a total of 25,000 men. Adelbrand was promoted to the rank of general in the last few years of Austria's peacetime and military expansion. He had proven a competent commander during the defense of Salzburg from the Bavarian occupation of Austria. He also was loosely related to Berenger as the brother-in-law of Berengar's cousin Ava. After Berenger had liberated Austria from the Bavarians, the man immediately enlisted in the Austrian army during Berengar's brief regency over Austria. He had eventually gone through officer school and risen in the ranks quickly due to his natural talent as a military commander. This was his first major campaign as he marched the 25,000-man army into the Swiss Confederation with the intent of conquest. At the moment, the artillery was in the process of being set up as Adelbrand's soldiers loaded their weapons with quick-loading tubes. Upon their invasion, they swiftly met a force of Swiss soldiers within the mountainous terrain. However, as the Austrians were preparing for battle, Adelbrand was surprised to see a white flag being flown by a representative of the Swiss forces flying the banner of the local nobleman within the province of Che. Che had long since been a home of the German reformist movement. When they saw the Austrian banners flying with the invasion force, the Count of Che immediately began to negotiate his defection. If Berenger was fighting a war for independence against the Holy Roman Emperor, it was his duty as a devout reformist to aid that rebellion in any way he could. The Count of Che, who only recently gained his position from the Archbishop of Che, who had vacated after converting to the reformist religion, approached Adelbrand with his visor risen and a smile on his face. The man rode on horseback where he met Adelbrand in front of his army, utterly fearless of what the Austrians might do to him. The Count of Che quickly declared his intentions as he greeted the Austrian general. "I am Count Rainer von Che, ruler of this territory. As a devout reformist, I hereby surrender the county of Che to Austria in the name of God and King Berenger. You are free to use my county as a base of operations for your war effort." When Adelbrand heard this, he was instantly shocked. He was not a devout reformist, nor did he have any loyalty to the Catholic Church. He respected military might, which was why he followed Berenger so passionately. To see a count so willingly surrender in the name of religious similarities was astonishing. As such, it took General Adelbrand several moments to find the words to speak. Eventually, he smiled before reaching his hand out as a friendly gesture. "I, General Adelbrand von Salzburg, formally accept your surrender. If your army would disarm yourselves, it would be most appreciated." Quite honestly, Adelbrand found the whole scenario hard to believe, and as such, he refused to fall into any trap. To his surprise, Count Rainer rode back to his army and gave them the orders he had received from Adelbrand, where the entire army threw their arms away and stripped their armor. After doing so, they knelt before the Austrian overlords as a sign of their submission. The Austrian soldiers were just as shocked as Adelbrand as they witnessed such a sight. Either this was the most elaborate ruse they had ever seen, or these Swiss soldiers were seriously devout reformists. With these two options in mind, Adelbrand proceeded with caution as he addressed the disarmed Swiss soldiers. "I accept your surrender and henceforth announce the annexation of the county of Che into the Kingdom of Austria on behalf of His Majesty King Berenger von Kufstein. If you serve your new monarch honorably, I can assure you that the nobles among you may maintain your status within your new lives." As Wolfgang said this, the Swiss soldiers stood up in unison and saluted as they utilized the Austrian battle cry in response as an affirmation of their submission. "God with us." With that said, the Che soldiers led the Austrians towards their fortresses, where they immediately came under the occupation of the Royal Austrian Army. As the army settled in, Adelbrand gathered intelligence of the Swiss Confederation and its military capabilities from Count Rainer. "So tell me, what is the strength of the Swiss armies? How many men will we be facing? Where are they located? What tactics will they be utilizing?" With this said, Count Rainer led the Austrian general into the war room, where he immediately pointed out the positions on the map of the Swiss armies. "Aside from us in Che, the Swiss Confederation has roughly 25,000 men at their disposal. These are mostly men-at-arms and knights that are similarly equipped to the mercenaries that Berenger defeated during the brief rebellion those treacherous noblemen raised against him. Most of the armies are currently being gathered in Zurich. Up here, when they have rallied together, they will march on our position. My suggestion is to wait patiently and crush the main army in defense of Che. Then after they are utterly decimated, you will have free reign to conquer the small garrisons that litter the various major cities across the realm. Once those Swiss cities are defeated, the rest of the land will surrender with a simple show of force. What do you think?" Although Adelbrand thought the plan was a good idea, he could not fully trust the Count of Che and his men, who had fully surrendered. As such, he shook his head before coming up with a different attack plan. "You and your men will stay here and guard the border to Austria. I will lead my army to attack the enemy directly." Count Rainer could immediately tell that Adelbrand did not trust him, and he did not blame him. Surrendering to annexation without a fight was unheard of. However, he was a true believer in the reformist cause. Rainer believed that an independent homeland should be established for the movement, and as such, the man was more than happy to join his neighbors in Austria with who he shared a border as part of this envisioned reformist homeland. Thus he sighed heavily before agreeing to Adelbrand's plan. Trust could not be built overnight. All he could do was loyally abide by his commands and protect the Austrian border. With that said, the Austrian troops began to rest before they would depart the next day. Ever the cautious commander, Adelbrand left his troops on watch over the region and had given them specific instructions to be on the lookout for the Che soldiers' potential treachery. Despite expecting such a thing, it never manifested, and the Austrian soldiers were allowed a reprieve. With this, Austria had gained a foothold in the Swiss Confederation without firing a single shot. When the news finally spread to the Swiss Confederation about Sch's betrayal, it would be far too late as the Austrians would already be at their doorsteps. Chapter 305, A New Era of Naval Warfare. While Berenger was invading northern Italy and laying siege to Verona, Adelbrand was marching his soldiers towards Zurich, where the Swiss army gathered. As for Honoria, she had already set sail from Kufstein and entered the Mediterranean via the Black Sea. She and her crew of salty wenches were prepared for their first encounter of naval warfare. Their target? Any sailing vessels that were flying the banners of a Holy Roman Empire state. Coincidentally enough, the moment they sailed into the Aegean Sea, they saw a ship flying the flag of Venice. While most of the Venetian naval and merchant fleets were decimated within the preemptive strike Emmerich had engaged in, there were still vessels already at sea that were spared their destruction. This merchant caravel, which had recently departed from Constantinople, was one of those ships. The 18-pound-long guns featured on the sloop of war known as Honoria's Revenge were not equipped with explosive shells. The reason for this was simple: such weapons were far too effective on wooden ships and would sink any form of loot to the depths of the sea. As such, Honoria's cannons were supplied with 18-pound cannonballs and chain shots designed to take out the masts of any seafaring vessel and cripple their ability to sail, and this was precisely the munitions Honoria ordered her crew to load into the cannons. Load the chain shot and prepare to fire upon the target. When we get in range, I want as many of the sailors taken alive as possible. The sloop of war, traveling roughly twice the speed of the caravel, quickly closed the distance. Judging by the Austrian flag that was being flown on its back, the Venetian sailors knew that their luck had run out. With this in mind, the crew began to pray to God as they began to load their bows and crossbows. However, Honoria's vessel was far from the range of such primitive weapons, and she quickly pulled up to the caravel's port side, where she gave a command to her cannoneers. Open fire. With that said, the 10 cannons on the port side opened fire as the linked cannonballs twirled through the air, targeting the small caravel. Even though some of the chained shots missed their targets, more than enough had successfully hit the masts and, in doing so, crippled the vessel's sailing capability, leaving the Venetian caravel and its crew stranded in the water. Upon seeing this, Honoria's crewmates quickly began to load their 14-21 repeating rifled flintlocks as they aimed the weapons in the direction of the Venetian sailors. The moment the sloop approached the derelict caravel, the Venetians began to fire their bows and crossbows upon Honoria and her crew. Seeing the bolts and arrows fly in her direction, Honoria, who was currently equipped in a half-plate breastplate and with Heraclius perched on her shoulder, gave the command to her crew to engage the enemy. Open fire. With this command, the wenches aboard Honoria's ship aimed their rifles, cocked back the actions, and fired their first shots. There were roughly 25 Venetian sailors on board the caravel. On the other hand, Honoria had over double that amount, who unleashed their fury on the hostile Venetians. A volley of lead bullets flew into the Venetian sailors and penetrated their flesh, spilling blood across the ship and into the sea below. More than one of these men fell lifeless into the depths of the Aegean Sea as the projectiles ripped through their hearts and skulls. After the first volley had taken place, the Venetians immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. As such, the girls among Honoria's crew recocked their weapons before cautiously boarding the Venetian vessel. As they did so, they immediately bound the Venetian sailors. Their captain began to spew profanities at Honoria as she crossed over to the ship. "You fucking bitches. Do you have any idea who you were messing with? When the Doge finds out that you have attacked our ship, he will send the might of the Venetian navy after you. You will not be able to escape the wrath of Venice." The moment he said this, the women who now held these men captive began to laugh. They were already aware of the fate of the Venetian fleet before they even set sail. As for the Venetian captain, he had been at sea for too long. He was completely unaware of what had transpired. As such, he and his crew looked confused as they saw the women mocking them. Honoria backhanded the man fiercely before kneeling before him and explaining what the women found so funny. The Venetian navy is lying at the depths of the Adriatic Sea. The Royal Austrian Navy sunk it along with half of your precious city weeks ago. All that's left are a few stragglers, and before long, they too will be mopped up. As for you and all the other merchant ships like you are fair game. The moment she said this, the captain spat on her pretty face and responded with another insult. "You're a fucking lying cunt. There's no way the Grand Armada of Venice could be destroyed so easily." In response to this insult to her integrity, Honoria coldly pulled out her pistol, cocked back the hammer, and shot the captain in the head. Maybe it was because of Berengar's influence, but the young Byzantine princess did not hesitate in the slightest to murder this man who had done nothing more than insulting her. Heraclius stared at Honoria with a look that conveyed his thoughts, which could be surmised with the phrase, "Was that necessary?" Honoria ignored the eagle's glare. As she did so, she wiped the spit from her face with her glove and kicked the corpse of the Venetian captain into the sea. After this was done, another hostage could not prevent himself from cursing the young princess. "Fucking pirates!" When Honoria heard this, she gazed fiercely at the man, instantly shutting him up. As she did so, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a paper signed by the Berenger. She had a smug smile on her face as she educated the man about his ignorance. "Privateer, actually, this here is a letter of marque and reprisal from King Berenger von Kufstein of Austria, signifying that my crew and I can attack enemy shipping and naval vessels. In doing so, we are allowed to keep any loot we might come across. As for the rest of you, you are hostages. We will take you back to Trieste, where you will be ransomed off to whatever remains of your precious Venetian Republic." With that said, Anuria snapped at her compatriots as she bellowed her orders. Lock them up in the brig and transfer whatever treasure this vessel carries onto our own. We're going hunting. With this said, the privateers got to work. While all of this was going on, Elfrun had carried on a small crate filled with sticks of dynamite. As she placed it down on the deck, Anuria looked at her curiously before asking the question on her mind. Elfrun, what are you doing? To this, the young teenage girl smiled brightly before picking up one of the sticks of dynamite and holding a lighter that had been manufactured in Austria next to it. I'm going to blow this ship up. The cute and excited expression on the girl's face did not match the violent words she had uttered. As such, Anuria was quite taken aback at first. However, after a few moments, Anuria began to break out in laughter. This caused Elfrun to pout in response. After calming herself down, Anuria walked over and hugged Elfrun tightly before responding to her claim. Just make sure to do it after we have safely exited the vessel. Elfrun began to blush at the affectionate display. However, eventually, she embraced Anuria's gesture and closed her eyes while enjoying the moment. After a few seconds had passed, Anuria let go when she noticed Melissa had arrived. Melissa did not bother to question the scene in front of her and instead reported the crew's findings to Anuria. We hit the jackpot. Aside from some chests filled with hyperpyrons, we've got purple dye, loads of silk and cotton too. We also got some Indian spices and some rare animal skins. Evidently, they were on their way back from trading with Constantinople. When Anuria heard this, a pretty smile curved upon her luscious pink lips. She was delighted to know that their first take was so bountiful. As such, she asked the question on her mind. Is everything transferred over? In response to this, Melissa nodded silently. As such, Anuria commanded her crew. Everyone, please get back to the ship. We are departing. After everyone was safely aboard and the vessel had begun to leave, Anuria tapped Elfrun's shoulder and smiled as she nodded silently. This was the cue the girl needed to start the fireworks. With a cruel smile on the girl's cute face, the pyromaniac lit the stick of TNT in her hands before tossing it on board the freshly ransacked caravel. The explosive compound landed perfectly in the stack of dynamite, where the fuse slowly began to consume itself. After Anuria's revenge had made its way to a safe distance, the stick of TNT detonated, causing a chain reaction with the other explosives, effectively blowing the small caravel to smithereens. As the explosion blasted the caravel apart amid the Aegean Sea, the crew of pirates gazed upon their victory with awe. They could hardly believe what they had just done. This crew of wenches had ushered in a new era of naval warfare. There was only one person to thank for such a thing, and that was King Berenger von Kufstein of Austria. Without his support to Anuria, these young women would never be able to feel the rush of adrenaline they had felt this day, nor would they ever see such wealth in their hands. Chapter 306, Catfight 3. While Berenger was away at war, one man was in Kufstein working exceptionally hard to cover for the king's absence. This man was Chancellor Otto von Graz. After the debacle with Liutbert, Berenger had selected someone else to act as chancellor. However, this man had utterly failed to live up to the task. Thus, when Berenger promoted his uncle and soon-to-be father-in-law to Marquis, he also gave him the position of chancellor, which in Berengar's kingdom was equivalent to the vice president. Otto had been working at home in Graz during his tenure as chancellor until now. After all, there was not much work that needed to be done in such a position. Now that Berenger was off at war, it was the chancellor's job to rule in his stead. Thus Otto had traveled to Kufstein with Adela in tow and was currently living within a chateau built within the city. Every day Adela would visit the castle of Kufstein, where she would interact with her rival Linda. She also played with her dear friend and cousin Henrietta, who had just begun to enter into her teenage years. At the moment Adela was in a meeting with Linda, the two young women were having a serious discussion now that they were alone for the first time in a long time. Adela had a calm expression on her face as she began to chastise Linda for her behavior that resulted in another child before Adela herself could marry her fiancé. You couldn't help yourself, could you? You just had to convince Berenger into giving you another child so soon, even though you knew there were still some years before he and I got married. That's selfish of you, you know that, right? I still have months before I can marry my fiancé, and in the meantime he has given you his lover 2 children. Do you have any idea how envious that makes me? How long will this war last? What if he doesn't come home for a year or 2? If that is the case, then by the time I get married to him, your children will already be 5 and 3. How's that fair to me? In response to this line of questioning, Linda held her head high. She was exceptionally proud of her relationship with Berenger and felt no guilt for her actions. Seeing the smug grin on Lindy's exquisite face, Adela sighed in defeat before placing her forehead in the palm of her hand. She sounded exhausted as she admitted defeat. Whatever, that's in the past. What I need to worry about now is Anuria. Just how much have the two of them been sleeping together? Do I need to worry about another bastard child being born before my own? The term bastard greatly pained Linda. However, she kept it to herself. Instead, a wicked smile curved itself upon the angelic Bowtie's lips as she thought of the question Adela asked. As such, Linda decided to punish the little fiancé for her cruel remarks. This did not go unnoticed by the shrewd girl, who confused Lindy's smug expression as a sign that she knew something important. As such, a cold gaze spread across Adela's sapphire blue eyes as she glared at Linda with a stern expression. What are you telling me? Linda was aware of how many nights Berenger had spent with Anuria. Since his birthday nearly half a year ago, the man had been demanding that his two women share his bed with him at the same time. As such, there was not an intimate moment between Berenger and Anuria that the veteran spymaster was unaware of, at least in recent history. With this in mind, Linda decided to play with Berengar's fiancée, who she thought of as nothing more than a naive little girl. Seeing Adela's reaction to the debauchery that Berenger engaged in with his two lovers every night would at the very least be entertaining to the young woman. "I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. Berenger hasn't done anything that could get the girl pregnant." This answer confused Adela, as she was still young and innocent and was unaware that three people could share a bed or how one could have sex without the risk of pregnancy. All she knew about procreation was the small details her parents had informed her of, which was nothing more than basic biology. As such, the young fiancé asked the question on her mind in a fit of fury. "How could you possibly know that?" Upon hearing this, Linda simply smiled before approaching the girl and whispering in her ear the grotesque details about how she and Anuria would service Berenger every night. Before long, Adela's cute face was flushed red with embarrassment. No matter how much Linda said, she could not pull herself away out of curiosity. After Linda had spent a few minutes explaining her usual nightly play with her master, she broke away from the girl with a satisfied expression. The embarrassed and shocked appearance of Adela was too cute, and Linda intended to enjoy every second of it. It took Adela a few moments to find the words to rebuke Linda. At first, she stammered over herself before gradually forming the words to chastise the vixen in front of her. Why, you pervert. You're sick. There's no way Berenger would do such a thing. You have to be lying." However, Linda giggled in response to Adela's innocent reactions to her. This was the best form of revenge for what the little girl had said about her children earlier. As such, she responded to Adela in an amorous tone. "I am sure that after your wedding night, he will pressure you into joining the fun. I can't wait until I see the day, little sister." The moment Adela heard those words, she began to pout and reject Lindy's statement. There was no way she could ever conceive of the idea of sleeping with Berenger along with his two lovers. It was simply out of the question. "I will never do such a thing, even if Berenger asks it of me. That's just wrong for so many reasons. How can you possibly live so sinfully? Are you not afraid that God will punish you? To think you would drag Berenger down into such filth with you." This comment only made Linda laugh even more. This statement was just too funny to her. As such, she laughed so hard that she nearly collapsed. After over 30 seconds of laughing, the young woman finally began to calm down and wipe the tears from her eyes. Adela, of course, was furious at this response and had grit her teeth while curling her fists as she struggled to contain her inner wrath when she asked about Lindy's outrageous reaction. "What's so funny?" To this, Linda sighed before informing Adela of the reality. "It was not me who suggested such a thing, to begin with." Adela found this shocking. If it was not Linda, it could only be Anuria. However, Adela did not immediately pin the blame on the young princess. Instead, she asked the identity of the pervert who first thought up such wicked behavior. Then who was it? Linda struggled to contain her laughter as she anticipated Adela's expression when she heard this next piece of information. "Well, Berenger had joked around about the idea a few times to me, but it was ultimately Anuria who came up with the plan to give him such a birthday gift. I had my reservations at first, but it was quite an enjoyable experience. I am sure you will join us soon enough. After all, I can tell that you are curious no matter how much you protest." After saying that, Linda walked past Adela, tapping her on the shoulder before leaving the room in silence. In doing so, she left Adela alone with nothing but her imagination about such a situation where she, Linda, Anuria, and Berenger all embraced one another. The more Adela thought about it, the more her mind went numb until she finally shook herself out of her stupor. At that moment, the little fiancée made a solemn vow to herself as she cursed Linda beneath her breath. "I will never allow such a thing to happen, just you watch, bitch." After saying this, Adela too left the room. However, unlike Linda, who had left in style, Adela had gone out in a tantrum. She could not believe Berenger had fallen to such depravity. As such, she made it her mission to bring Berenger back into the light. Whether she would teach the man she loved the error of his ways or fall to the depravity she resented was yet to be seen. Chapter 307, Excessive Plunder. After having successfully raided the Venetian merchant vessel, Anuria and her crew had begun to set sail for Trieste. Austria did not have much coastline at the moment, and Trieste had formed the central trading hub. It was also the city with the largest harbor, as it held Austria's most significant shipyard. The haul that the crew of Anuria's Revenge had achieved was substantial. Not only did they manage to loot the wealth the merchants had gained from their recent trade with Byzantine merchants, but they also got a hold of the expensive items they were bringing back to Venice. On top of this, they got several prisoners to ransom back to Venice. If Venice refused to pay for their ransom, they would sell them to slavers within Constantinople for profit. Either way, there was money to be made with the captives. At the moment, Anuria was enjoying the beer Berenger had given to her. It was the standard drink prepared on board the vessel. In the middle of her captain's quarters, she was lying on her plushy feather mattress, which was covered with silk sheets. She immensely enjoyed the freedom of the seas, and she could not thank Berenger enough for fulfilling her dreams. The only thing she regretted was that her lover was off at war while she returned to his borders. If not for that, she might stop by Kufstein to engage in some fun with Berenger and Linda. However, Anuria's thoughts did not last long as she overheard a knock on her door. As such, she rose from her bed and walked over to the door. After opening it, she saw that Elfrun was standing at the entrance with an excited expression on her face. Before Anuria could inquire about it, Elfrun blurted out her news. "Captain, we have spotted a Genoan vessel. It appears to be a carrack. What are your orders?" Hearing that such a large merchant vessel was nearby brought a smile to Anuria's face as she immediately placed her beer upon her cupboard and grabbed a hold of her baldric, which contained her pistols and her sword. After slinging it over her shoulder, Anuria put on the cavalier hat Berenger had given her and smiled before giving her orders. "We're going to pillage it, of course." With this, Elfrun's excitement grew even further as she grabbed a hold of 2 grenades from her belt and rubbed them with anticipation. "I can't wait to use these bad boys." Seeing such a cute expression on the young adolescent girl's face as she talked about violence brought a smile to Anuria's own immaculate visage. As such, she grabbed a hold of the girl and stuffed her into her bosom before exclaiming, "Oh, my sweet little Elfrun, you are just too adorable." Elfrun did not deny the hug and nuzzled against Anuria's chest like a cute little kitten with a smile on her face. After a few moments, Anuria released the girl before dragging her up to the ship's deck as she began to shout her orders to her crew of salty wenches. "Prepare for battle. We are taking this carrack." With that said, the girls on board began to cheer as they loaded their weapons. Before long, the sloop of war that was Honorace's privateering vessel caught up with the Genoan carrack. With this in mind, Anuria immediately gave the order when they had successfully entered the firing range. "Fire at will." The moment Anuria gave this command, the 18-pound-long guns opened fire on the carrack with their solid shot. They did not intend to cripple or blow up the ship. A carrack was a mighty vessel capable of journeying from the Mediterranean to the Baltic, and as such, it was worth a fortune. If they could capture the vessel and repair it, they could sell it to the Byzantines or Granadans for a substantial sum. With this in mind, the cannons fired their solid cannonballs into the enemy vessel. Before the Genoans could even react, they found themselves being blasted apart. After the first volley of 10 cannonballs was propelled at the target, Anuria's crew rapidly began to reload the guns before once more firing the projectiles. With each cannonball, a bit more of the carrack was chipped away and the Genoan sailors were forced to bilge the rising water within their vessel. This was an issue Anuria's ship did not have due to the watertight seal created from the galvanized steel-plated hull. The carrack was nearly defenseless from the cannon fire forced upon it by Anuria's vessel. After all, it utterly lacked in offensive weapons aside from a few crossbows utilized by the sailors. The roughly 50 sailors aboard the Genoan vessel fired their crossbows at the enemy, but Anuria and her girls were well protected by the cover the ship's hull provided. As such, the women on board Anuria's Revenge fired their repeating flintlocks at the enemy sailors. The rate of fire, the effective range, and the damage these weapons were capable of was vastly superior to the crossbows used by the Genoan sailors. Before long, half of the Genoan sailors were dead and they had begun to raise the white flag. After this action was completed, they disarmed themselves and Anuria's crew lowered the planks, where they quickly boarded the vessel. After doing so, they began to restrain the surviving Genoan sailors. The crew of the carrack was surprised to see that the pirates who attacked them were all women. As such, the captain of the vessel began to bark at the lasses who had attacked his ship. "Which one of you bitches in charge?" The moment he said this, Anuria appeared before him with a cruel smirk on her face. She kicked the man in the gut in response to his statement before informing him of her status. "I am Captain Valeria Zanara, privateer licensed by the Kingdom of Austria to combat the enemies of His Majesty King Berenger. You will show me some respect." The man had just begun to recover from the violent reaction when he spat on the ground before further cursing the woman. "Fucking Austrians. They've now got women doing their dirty work. You fucking barbarians should learn your place." Anuria glared viciously at the captain of the Genoan vessel. These sailors had no respect for women or Berengar's people, and as such, they needed to be taught a lesson. Thus, a devilish idea formed in the princess' mind as she barked her orders. "Elfrun." With this, the little girl immediately jumped up from her spot and saluted Anuria. "Yes, Captain?" A wicked grin formed across Anuria's immaculate visage as she asked Elfrun the question on her mind. "Do you think you have a grenade that can fit in this man's mouth?" Elfrun went from shock to a state of excitement as she matched Anuria's malicious smile before fumbling in her pockets. As she did so, she found a small steel ball filled with explosive powder and a fuse. The moment she pulled out the small explosive device, the little girl leaped with joy as she walked over to the Genoan captain and forced the grenade in his mouth with the fuse sticking out. After doing so, she gazed at Anuria, who nodded at her in response. Upon seeing this, Elfrun lit the fuse with her lighter before backing off from the blast zone. The captain's eyes opened wide as he tried to scream for help, but it was no use. The grenade was lodged between his jaw and he could not quickly spit it out, nor could his cries for help reach the ears of his compatriots who were bound nearby. Witnessing such a horrific sight, the Genoan sailors began to scream for Anuria to stop. "Mercy! Show him mercy, please." Luckily, the fuse was a slow-lit match. Otherwise, the man's head would have exploded by now. As such, Anuria glanced over at Elfrun before asking the question on her mind. "What do you think? Should we show mercy?" With this, the little girl began to pout. She wanted to see the sight of the man's head explode, purely for scientific reasons, of course. However, after thinking about it, the girl thought it might be a bit too cruel and pulled the grenade out of the man's mouth before tossing it into the sea. After doing so, Elfrun realized that the man had quite literally pissed his pants in fear, and as such, the girl was disgusted before walking back to Anuria's side. It took the Genoan captain a few moments to come back to his senses before he gazed up at Anuria as if she were the devil. As he stared at the foreign beauty, a malicious smile spread across her visage before she leaned in and whispered to him. "Call me a bitch again, and I promise you the next time I will go through with it, do you understand?" The Genoan captain had shivers down his spine as he nodded silently towards the demonic woman in front of him. Afterward, Anuria called out to her crew. "You know the drill, put them in the brig and plunder the vessel, whatever we can't take leave on the ship, after all, we're sailing this baby to port." With that said, the girls quickly got to work, locking up the prisoners and distributing the goods. Before long, the two ships were sailed side by side by Anuria's crew on their journey to Trieste. The gains they made on this day were substantial. One thing was sure, Anuria and her crew would be eating well tonight. Chapter 308, The Holy Roman Empire Responds. Within the city of Florence, the doges of Venice and Genoa were kneeling before the Holy Roman Emperor. Emperor Balsamo Corsini was beyond livid after the preemptive strike Berengar had engaged in on his two most powerful vassals. The destruction of the majority of the Genoan and Venetian navies was a massive blow to imperial power, not just in the war against Austria but across the Mediterranean as a whole. Besides this, Berengar had openly licensed pirates, or privateers as he referred to them, to attack what little shipping remained of empire. With this in mind, the emperor had called his two subordinates to the current capital of the empire with the intent of seeing how this crisis they were suffering could be salvaged. The Venetian doge was the first to speak his mind. "3/4 of my navy was destroyed in the attack on my harbor, along with well over half of my merchant fleet. The attack has laid waste to the pier itself. As such, Venice can no longer accept trade by sea without a port. If that were not bad enough, our shipyards were annihilated and our factories have been reduced to rubble. Because of this, we cannot build new ships for God knows how long." The Venetian doge's face was flushed with anger and his fists were curled as he shouted these words at the emperor. The attack was swift and unexpected. Berengar had purposely sent the Swiss agent without a horse to deliver the news of Austria's independence to the emperor. With the time it took the man to reach Florence, Berengar had engaged in preemptive strikes on Venice and Genoa and amassed an army at the Italian borders. The aftermath of these attacks had severely reduced the empire's ability to fight on the seas. The Genoan doge was not in any better condition. Despite this, unlike his Venetian counterpart, he remained calm and collected as he informed the emperor of Genoa's losses. "We are in a similar situation. 80% of our armada now lies at the bottom of the Ligurian Sea, our harbor is non-existent, and our ability to manufacture new ships has been crippled. We don't even possess the ability to repair the ships that remain. I must say, Your Majesty, we are poorly equipped to face the Austrian navy at sea." The emperor frowned as he heard this and tapped his armrest repeatedly as the noise echoed in the otherwise silent throne room. He could not believe that such an attack had occurred. Not only that, but the Austrians were now laying siege to Verona as he spoke to his vassals. Eventually, the emperor collected his thoughts before asking the question on his mind. "How many ships do we still have?" The Genoan and Venetian doges looked at one another before the Genoan doge answered the emperor's question. "Less than 300, Your Majesty." The emperor sighed when he heard this. If this was the case, then the empire as a whole had between 300 and 400 ships left available for combat. The losses they had suffered in Berengar's sneak attacks were an unmitigated disaster. As such, the emperor asked the following question on his mind. "How many ships do the Austrians have at their disposal?" The Venetian doge was the one to speak as he gave a rough estimate of the Austrian naval power. "In their navy? About 75. However, there also appears to be a half-dozen of these so-called privateers attacking any imperial merchant vessel they can get their hands on. So it is closer to 80 in total. The problem is the Austrian ships are larger and carry far more cannons on board. We don't know the exact number, but they should have thousands of cannons on their 80 or so ships." The emperor gripped his armrest tightly when he heard this report. He gritted his teeth as he struggled to contain his inner fury. Eventually, he calmed himself down before inquiring about information on the firepower that their remaining fleet possessed. "And pray tell, how many cannons do we have on board our vessels?" The Venetian and Genoan doges looked at one another with fear in their eyes. The two men were terrified to answer the question. Ultimately, the Genoan doge mustered the courage to reveal the truth of the matter to the already agitated emperor. "Less than 1,500 in total. The Austrians may have fewer vessels than we do, but their firepower and speed are vastly superior to ours. To engage them in direct conflict is suicidal." This was not the news the emperor wanted to hear. However, it was real and he was forced to deal with it as such. The emperor sighed heavily as he placed his face in the palm of his hands while struggling to come up with a solution for the crisis they were facing. "What are the odds of us being able to attack their shipping? If we can return the favor and cripple their economy, then surely we might be able to turn the tides of war around?" In response to this question, the Venetian doge was far from calm on this matter as he immediately objected to the notion's feasibility. "Impossible. The Austrian merchant vessels travel at an incredible speed. They are capable of close to 3 times the speed of our ships. There is no feasible method that we can use to pursue them effectively." When Balsamo heard this, he began to grind his teeth in discontent. It appeared as if he were out of options at this point. However, he outright refused to abandon the naval aspect of warfare with the Austrians, and as such, he began to ask for suggestions from the two naval experts in the room. Tell me then, how do you suggest we most effectively utilize our remaining naval power? With this said, the Genoan Doge immediately presented what he believed to be the most efficient use of their ships. We should use our remaining naval vessels as escorts to our merchant ships. With such a large number of warships protecting our trading fleet, the Austrian pirates will have to think twice about attacking them. Having heard this, the Venetian Doge nodded as he voiced support for the proposed plan. If we cannot protect our merchants, then our economy will crumble and we will not be able to sustain the war effort against Austria. I support my Genoan counterpart's plan of action. It was quite possibly the first time these two men had agreed on anything, and as such, the emperor was quite surprised. Thus, he sighed heavily before making a decision. We will do as you suggest, then I would like to see how daring these privateers are when a naval escort protects our merchant fleet. After this was said, the two doges nodded their heads in firm resolve. They would immediately relay the orders to their remaining warships to protect merchant convoys at all costs. As such, the emperor dismissed his two vassals so they could make the appropriate preparations. As for the emperor, he sighed heavily as he thought about the numerous problems with the war for Austrian independence. While he was sulking in his thoughts, a general came into the fray and handed the emperor a report from the battlefield in the Swiss Confederation. The moment the emperor finished reading the report, he tore it apart in a fit of rage as he chastised his general heavily. The county of Chu has surrendered without a fight? What lunacy is this? The general bowed his head respectfully as he tried to appease the enraged emperor. Your Majesty, the county of Chu is a hotbed of reformist thought. It does not surprise me in the least that they would defect to Berengar's cause. If this is the case in Chu, it could prove to be a potential reality in other parts of the empire that have begun to embrace the German Reformation. The emperor struggled to maintain his dignity as he heard this observation and ultimately failed to do so as he lashed out as his general. These damned heretics. The fact that you refer to them as reformists shows where your loyalties truly lie. Get out of my sight before I have you executed. The general was shocked to see the emperor behave in such a manner. He was utterly unaware of the conversation that had just taken place and had no way of knowing that the poor news he brought to the emperor was just the icing on the cake. Despite his reservations over his mistreatment, he merely bowed respectfully in response to the emperor's request. With his departure, the general left behind the words, "As you command, your Majesty." In the end, the emperor was left alone, seething in his enraged state as his world began to collapse around him. The truth of the matter was, with half of the empire already embroiled in a state of conflict, the emperor was not ready to fight a war with Austria. The Italians had yet to muster their army in its entirety, and 50,000 Austrians were already laying siege to Verona. By the time the Italians could rally their forces to combat the threat, half of northern Italy was likely to be taken by the Royal Austrian Army. The emperor may be quick to anger, but he knew well enough that if he met the Austrians in the field, only death awaited him and his men. With this in mind, the emperor began to construct a plot to slow down the Austrian advance and buy him the time necessary to build an army large enough to counter the Austrian invasion of Italy. Chapter 309, For King and Fatherland. Berenger awoke to the thunderous echoes of cannon fire from among his encampment. The weapons went off the moment the sun rose in the sky above the city of Verona. In his army of 50,000 men, Berenger had 3 entire brigades dedicated to artillery that was a total of 12,000 men and 210 field guns. If one were to take his entire army into consideration, Berenger had a total of 5 artillery brigades, 2 of which were currently located in the Swiss Confederation along with Adelbrand and the rest of his forces. Out of 75,000 men, 20,000 of them were dedicated to artillery, with the remaining 55,000 being a mix of infantry and cavalry. That meant that Berenger had a total of 350 artillery pieces in his entire army, most of these being 14, 17, 12-pounds cannons. With these 210 cannons fielded in Berengar's current army, which had a rate of fire of 1 round per minute, he was capable of bombarding a region with 12,600 explosive shells in an hour. As such, the city walls of Verona fell before the population dwelling within had even consumed breakfast. As the northern wall crumbled to the ground from the hellish bombardment, Berenger stood among his forces, clad in his gilded black 3/4 plate armor. He held his burgonet under his arm as he addressed his soldiers gathered in the field. Men of Austria, we have many goals here in Italy, and that is not simply to force the emperor to recognize the independence of the fatherland. With this war, we have been granted an opportunity for the expansion of our people's wealth and prosperity. In this city and every city like it here in northern Italy lies a trove of wealth that few countries have ever amassed. There is gold, there is silver, and we will take it all. Now my rules of war still apply to each and every one of you. However, what I ask of you here today in Verona is to plunder every item of value from the city and bring it back to Austria. We will smelt the silver and gold into our currency and stimulate the growth of our economy, which has already begun to stagnate. Anyone who tries to stop you in your actions is to be considered an adversary and should be treated as such. God with us. The moment Berenger finished his passionate speech, the army of 50,000 soldiers gathered around him began chanting their war cry. God with us. God with us. God with us. After saying this, Berenger placed his burgonet on his head and unsheathed his sword before leading the charge into the rubble that once was the city's northern wall. As he charged into the fray, he noticed the few thousand defenders gathered among the rubble, preparing to lay down their lives in defense of the city and the people within it. As such, Berenger halted and allowed his soldiers to form ranks, where a battalion of grenadiers fired their shots into the crowd. The moment they did so, the lead projectiles found their way downrange and into the men who had gathered before them, piercing through their iron armor as if it were a knife passing through butter, and with it turning their armor into bloody sieves. For good measure, the grenadiers followed the volley by lobbing their grenades at the enemy. After 1,000 grenades, one of those were left standing were either blown apart along with their fallen comrades or rendered in a condition unfit for battle. In a matter of seconds, the only thing that stood in the Austrians' way was sorely defeated. In response to this, the battalion who had fired their shots reloaded their weapons as the other infantry battalions rushed into the fray. Berenger stood back among his grenadiers as he allowed them to reload their weapons in a matter of seconds with their quick-loading tubes. After doing so, they advanced over the piles of mutilated corpses and into the city of Verona, where the chaotic scene displayed itself. While Berenger's troops were disciplined thoroughly to the point where killing or raping civilians was strictly off-limits, they had been ordered to ransack the city, and as such, they behaved like a horde of barbarians, kicking down doors and tearing the houses apart looking for anything of value. Those few citizens who dared to resist found themselves gunned down or ran through with a bayonet. In this chaotic time, the denizens of Verona found themselves gazing in horror as their city was torn apart by a horde of Austrian soldiers. Berenger personally led his troops to the area he knew to be stashed with the most significant amount of wealth, and that was the city's cathedral. When he kicked down the door to the church, the priests and citizens who had taken refuge inside gazed upon the Austrians with horror as if they were the same barbarians who tore Rome apart centuries ago. The priest immediately approached Berenger and got in his path as he entered the building, holding a cross in his face and proclaiming the cathedral to be unassailable. "This is holy ground, you devils cannot be here, turn back or face the wrath of God." Upon this priest's neck was a golden crucifix worth a substantial sum, and as such Berenger gazed at the men with a wicked smile before grabbing a hold of him by the necklace. As he did so, he stared into the priest's eyes before mocking him. "Relax, I'm not here for your worthless lives, only the wealth you church hoards away." With this said, Berenger ripped the golden crucifix from the priest's neck before knocking him out with a solid punch. The steel gauntlet on Berengar's hand aided in the desired effect. As the priest tumbled to the ground, Berenger caught a hold of him to make sure he did not crack his skull on the wooden pews and gently laid him to the ground. As he did so, the crowd of civilians shrieked in horror. However, Berenger simply ignored them before commanding his grenadiers to strip the cathedral of its wealth. "Take everything of value and leave the people be unless they make an attempt on your life. Do no harm unto them." With this said, the Austrian soldiers began to tear down the crucifixes, stash away the chalices, and even tore down the golden statue of Christ himself before carrying it away. After everything of value from the church had been seized, Berenger and his troops left the cathedral in a bare state, with the civilians inside bawling like children. It did not take an army of 50,000 men long to ransack everything of worth within the city of Verona, and they had turned the city upside down in the process. After acquiring every small piece of gold and silver and transferring it into a giant pile outside the city, Berenger stood before his troops and gazed upon the wealth that Verona had stashed away. An avaricious smirk was spread upon the young monarch's face as he witnessed the spoils of war. Yet it was not enough. The true prize was in the city of Florence, for there lay an exceptionally wealthy family of bankers who had the fortune to rival even Berenger. This family was not yet nobility, and yet they held enough wealth to finance Berengar's enemies, that being the entirety of the Catholic Church. Berengar's true goal in this war was not something as simple as independence. It was to strip away every bit of gold and silver the Medici had stashed away and cripple the Vatican's ability to finance a crusade against him. Austrian independence and the establishment of a separate northern Italian kingdom as a protectorate beneath his suzerainty was secondary to acquiring the vast fortune of the Medicis. However, those were plans for the near future. For now, Berenger had other thoughts in mind. As such, he gave yet another impassioned speech to his troops as they gazed upon the wealth they had acquired from Venice with greed. "Any man among you who has through a moment of weakness stashed away some spoils gained in this battle, step forward and add it to the pile, and I will grant you impunity. I know the hearts of men. I too have the instinct to hoard this pile of gold away in some corner of Austria, never allowing it to see the light of day. Yet, I am strong enough in my conviction to utilize every speck of wealth we have gained here on this day and in our future campaign in Italy for one single purpose: the minting of currency. I will not lie to you, our kingdom faces economic stagnation. There is not enough gold and silver to go around to fill the pockets of the people of Austria who work every day for a better future. This wealth is intended not for my personal fortune but for the prosperity of all Austrians. So, those among you who have stashed away some of the gains you have found within the city, I implore you once more to step forward and add it to the pile, if not for yourselves, then for the good of kingdom." There was silence for some time until one man, in particular, walked forward. This man was Captain Arnwald. He was a man respected by the soldiers under his command. As Berenger had said, in a moment of weakness he had stashed away a small pouch filled with gold coins within his belt's containers. After the man had emptied the pouch of coins into the vast pile, it did not take long before more men followed suit and emptied their hidden wealth onto the pile. Before long, over half the army had done so until not a single missing piece of treasure remained in the hands of his soldiers. As Berenger saw this, he nodded his head and smiled upon his men. In doing so, he made them a solemn vow. For your loyalty and faith in your fatherland, I will make you a promise here on this day. Every single piece of this treasure shall be used to invest in the future of the Kingdom of Austria. With it, you and your families shall see greater heights of prosperity. Make no mistake, you all shall see your fair share of the spoils we gain in this war. After saying this, Arnwald saluted Berenger and voiced his chant. For king and fatherland. After saying so, the entire army repeated these words in unison. After this speech was over, Berenger had every piece of treasure that was pooled in the pile recorded and then sent a convoy of 5,000 men to ensure its safe return to the royal treasury of Austria. Berenger would stay true to his vow and use the vast stockpile of gold and silver by smelting it down into the pure currency he had established. In doing so, he was able to temporarily stall the stagnation issues his economy was currently facing and do so bring greater prosperity to all of Austria. Chapter 310, Selling Stolen Goods. After Anuria and her crew had attacked and ransacked 2 imperial vessels, they immediately made their way to the port of Trieste. Trieste quickly became a significant trading hub within Austria as it was the realm's largest harbor. After several days of sailing, Anuria and her crew finally arrived within the city where they intended to sell the goods they had captured for a fair price. As such, Anuria, with Melissa and Elfrun by her side, stepped off of the vessel and began to search the marketplace for an appropriate buyer. The rest of her crew were waiting on board the vessels, guarding the prisoners and waiting for their pay so that they could get in a little R&R. After strolling through the markets of Trieste for some time, Anuria came across a textile trader. The Granadon merchant was stunned to see a group of women dressed in pants and clad with weapon belts walking around in the Trieste market. His first instinct was to ignore the 3 women. Fortunately for him, they began to approach the merchant, and as such, he let out a sigh before putting on a friendly facade. How can I help you? With this in mind, Anuria took out 2 shipping manifests that she had captured from the imperial vessels. We have these goods to sell. I am sure you might be interested in our wares. The merchant looked through the items listed on the manifests. Initially, he had a dull expression. However, when he gazed across their contents, his dark eyes quickly shined with avarice. The goods on this manifest were of the highest quality of Byzantine silk and Indian cotton. It was not easy for a merchant from Granadon like him to get a hold of such items, and as such, he was greatly interested in bringing the materials back to the emirate to sell for a profit. Of course, silk and cotton were not the only things that caught his interest. The purple dye was the most attractive of all the goods that the women had to offer. After thinking about it for a few moments, the merchant began to inquire about the origins of such fine materials. Where did you get such exquisite items? If these goods were stolen, it could cause quite some difficulty to the man, and judging by the attire these women were dressed in, they likely weren't merchants. However, to the man's surprise, Anuria pulled out a letter and handed it to the man. This piece of parchment was the letter of marque and reprisal that Berenger had signed, permitting Anuria to engage in piracy against the Kingdom of Austria's enemies. By now, the term privateer had become quite notorious among the merchants of the Mediterranean. Berengar's introduction of privateering was an action heavily criticized by various states who had coastlines within the region. Despite these protests, many merchants were willing to purchase such wares as they could be resold at a substantially higher rate in their home countries. As such, the merchant was far from reluctant to buy the goods. If anything, it was in his favor that these women had found him to fence their ill-gotten gains. After thinking about it for some time, the man raised 2 fingers to name his price for the goods. I will pay 10,000 Austrian thalers for the cotton and silk. As for the purple dye, I am greatly interested in it, but the cost is negotiable. Upon hearing the merchant's offer, Anuria discussed the costs with her crew members. I think it is a good deal. That is a substantial sum and is slightly below market value. After all, the merchant has to resell the goods to make a profit. As for the purple dye, we have 5 pounds of the substance, and the dye is worth 3 times its weight in gold. As such, we should demand guldens in exchange for it. Melissa nodded her head in agreement. The gulden was used for large transactions such as this, and they highly doubted the merchant had 107,143 Austrian thalers lying around. As such, she quickly agreed to Anuria's proposal. I agree, the gulden is better to trade with. The amount of dye we have is worth roughly 1,530 Austrian guldens. This is a fortune. We should ask for 1,500 so he can still make a decent profit. Elfrun was primarily left out of the conversation. As such, Anuria and Melissa agreed to pose their offer to the Granadon merchant. Anuria put on a confident facade as she did so. My offer is 1,500 guldens. If you don't like it, I am sure that other merchants would kill for the opportunity to buy such a stockpile of purple dye for the price I have offered. The merchant knew the market value of such a precious substance, and it could be sold for an even greater price in Granada than here in Austria. After all, relations between Granada and Byzantium were complicated to say the least. As such, trade between the 2 nations had suffered greatly over the years. Very well, if you would transfer the materials to my vessel, I will meet you there with the promised sum. It is a pleasure doing business with you girls. After saying this, the man gave them the information on the location to meet up, and Anuria and the others returned to their ship where they began to gather the resources for the trade. Just by selling the textiles and dye, they had gained a substantial profit. If deposited into the National Bank of Austria, they could withdraw the amount of value from the Austrian guldens in their thaler equivalent, roughly 490 Austrian thalers per Austrian gulden. Before long, the members of Anuria's crew handed over the goods in exchange for several chests filled with Austrian thalers and guldens. After carefully calculating the goods and checking to see if there were any counterfeits, Anuria accepted the transaction. After returning to the sloop of war known as Anuria's Revenge, the crew gathered around the multiple chests filled with the large silver and gold coins. They could not believe their eyes as they gazed upon the pile of wealth. The wealth sitting before them was enough to buy a manor for several of the crew members and retire peacefully. However, greed was a natural human instinct. After seeing how much fortune they had gained without suffering any casualties, not a single woman among Anuria's crew desired to retire after a mere 2 battles. Silver and gold had an unnatural effect on the human mind. Men and women alike would be willing to stab their siblings in the back for more of the substance. However, rather than turn on each other, these women desired to raid the merchants of the Holy Roman Empire. Reflecting upon her own internal desire to do so, Anuria decided to give a speech to her crew. "We will be distributing the wealth we have gained to each member of the crew in equal shares. We are all one family on board Anuria's Revenge, and thus we will share our fortune equally. You may do what you wish when it comes to your wealth. However, I will be depositing my share into the National Bank of Austria under an account in my name, and I advise you to do the same. It is far safer under the protection of the Austrian crown than it is hidden away in some far corner of the world." After saying this, not a single woman among the gathered crew members could disagree with Anuria's words. They were privateers licensed by the Austrian crown and afforded legal protection in that regard. They were no mere pirates, thus they did not have to worry about their assets being seized by the government. Before long, Anuria and her crew had sold all of their goods, including the carrack they had gained from the Genoan merchants, amassing a substantial fortune on their first run. With this in mind, Anuria kept her word and divided the shares equally among her crew members. This was the result of the first of many pillages that the wenches of Anuria's Revenge would engage in during the Austrian War for Independence. Chapter 311, The Italians Strike Back. While Berenger was marching on to his next target, which was the city of Milan, his supply routes were being maintained by the 5,000 soldiers who had transferred the treasure hoard gained from ransacking Verona. These men were dedicated to ensuring that the main army was well supplied and that any spoils were transported back to the royal treasury in Kufstein. However, due to the nature of their mission, they swiftly became targeted by the Italian forces. Because the Italians could not contend with Austria in the field, they had begun to resort to skirmishing tactics against their enemies' scouting regiments. Since this was the way that they had chosen to engage in warfare, Berenger had devised a series of search and destroy tactics to hunt down the ambushes in advance of his march. As for the logistical network, Berenger had increased the number of soldiers among their ranks from 5,000 to 5,500, adding a few scouts with them to ensure that the path ahead was secure. At the moment, this force of soldiers was led by the colonel, who was Captain Arnwald's superior officer, with Arnwald's grenadier unit acting as the central offensive unit within their ranks. Currently, this supply caravan was in the middle of their encampment, within the fields between the Italian Alps and Milan. It was early morning, and the men had just woken up. They were in the process of tearing down the camp so that they could begin their long march to Milan, where Berengar's main army was sure to be located. Captain Arnwald was sharing a hemp cigarette between himself and the colonel as they discussed their plans over a map within the command tent. "Our supply route should lead us safely to the front lines where we can resupply King Berenger and his forces. The scouts have spotted ahead, and they have assured us that there are no traps or ambushes laid out within our path. Give it another day or two, and we should have arrived at our destination without incident." Arnwald, on the other hand, was not convinced things had been quiet since they had begun their journey back to the front lines. Over a week had passed since the siege of Verona, and during this time they had traveled to Kufstein and back. Yet not once had they encountered an enemy ambush or any attempt at it. It was mind-boggling. After all, the best tactic the Italians could come up with to slow down the Austrian advance was ambushing smaller units detached from the main Austrian army. Despite being separated from the main force and tasked with the essential job of maintaining the supply routes into Italy, the Italians had seemingly ignored their intrusion. It was almost as if they were watching and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike while the Austrians least expected it. This made Arnwald quite paranoid, as he was confident the Italians would have targeted the Austrian logistical network. Regardless, neither the scouts nor the intelligence agency had informed them of any nearby hostiles. As Arnwald and the colonel discussed their plans for the remainder of their journey, an unarmored Italian knight dressed in simple attire was located in the distance, overlooking the Austrian encampment from the hilltops above. The Italian crown had become aware of the infiltration into northern Italy by Berengar's spy network. In response to this threat, the Italians had adopted a compelling tactic. They had begun to shed their arms and armor and travel under the guise of refugee and merchant caravans. After all, their armor was practically useless in the face of Austria's wonder weapons. The difference between these caravans and actual refugee groups was that they were comprised of the battle-hardened soldiers of Italy and their hidden arms which were needed to ambush the Austrian armies. They had even brought women and children along with them to make things convincing, not fearing what would happen to the poor souls once the battle had erupted. After carefully observing the Austrian encampment and the soldiers within it for some time, the Italian knight rode his horse back to his unit, where he informed his commanding officers of what he had discovered. Since the Austrians were in the middle of tearing down their camp, it was the perfect time to ambush them. Before long, the so-called refugee convoy approached the Austrian forces, who were in the middle of preparing to move out. Because of this, there were only a few men on guard, and as such, it took some time before the Italian caravan was spotted between the hillsides of the Milanese plains. When the Austrians finally realized that an unknown caravan was approaching, the guards lowered their weapons towards the approaching strangers. However, before they could utter their commands, the men on horseback within the Italian forces unleashed their blades and charged towards the guards, piercing through their open-face helmets and reaping their lives. The moment the cavalry charged into the encampment, a large group of the Italian soldiers split off and began to swarm the Austrian soldiers before they could grab a hold of their weapons to retaliate. As the Italian men-at-arms charged towards the Austrian soldiers, arrows and bolts had begun to fly into the encampment. The camp quickly found itself wholly overrun with the Italian soldiers, who began to butcher the Austrian soldiers that struggled to equip themselves in an attempt to counter the well-planned ambush. While chaos erupted in the camp, a soldier rushed into the command tent, informing the colonel and Captain Arnwald of the enemy ambush. "Sir, we are under attack." Both the colonel and Captain Arnwald gazed at each other with confusion. Just where did the enemy soldiers come from? Despite their questions, both officers knew now was not the time to ask, but instead, firm action was needed to be taken if they wished to survive the enemy ambush. With this in mind, the colonel and Captain Arnwald burst from the command tent and began to rally their troops for battle. "Form ranks. Grab your muskets and form ranks, damn it." Hearing the confident voice of their commanding officer pierce through the air was enough to snap the nearby soldiers into their senses, where their reflexes as battle-hardened veterans immediately took over. Now was the time for the extensive training they had been put through to truly reveal itself. The soldiers rushed into their tents, where they retrieved their 14-17/18 rifled muskets, along with their web gear that contained their munitions. Before long, the Austrians began to form ranks while firing upon the so-called refugees who had snuck into their encampment. Thousands of Austrians had now armed themselves with their muskets and began to effectively counter the Italian assault. As they rapidly reloaded their weapons and fired a second volley, the Italian forces were quickly cut to ribbons. As the battle continued to wage, Arnwald rallied his grenadiers, who fulfilled their purpose as the shock troops of the Austrian army. Without fear, they began to load their muskets and fire into the mob of Italian soldiers. After doing so, they lit their grenades and lobbed them into the fray. Once the grenades had exploded, killing hundreds of Italians in the process, they fixed their bayonets. Where the fearless grenadiers charged at the concussed soldiers of the Italian army, skewering them with the triangular steel blades, leaving the Italians to bleed out in a pool of their bodily fluids. While this was going on, a few dozen Italian knights recovered muskets from the fallen Austrian soldiers. After doing so, they immediately mounted their horses and fled into the distance. The moment they did so, the remaining Italian soldiers took notice and began to retreat, providing cover to the knights as they escaped from the chaotic battlefield. The tides of war rapidly shifted in the Austrians' favor. As the Austrians regained their footing, the Italian ambushers were quickly slaughtered like a bunch of stray dogs. The battle had ended as soon as it had begun, with an overwhelming victory for the Austrian soldiers. Unfortunately, the knights had gotten away with a few dozen muskets, which they would undoubtedly bring back the Empire's engineers. One thing was sure: such a result would have far-reaching consequences about the leaking of technology and the advancements that Berengar's enemies would soon come to possess. The days of overwhelming technological dominance would quickly come to an end. If Berengar did not innovate his armies further, he would soon be combating forces with a similar military capacity to his own. Chapter 312, Fall of Zurich. While the Austrian supply caravan had suffered many losses on their journey to the city of Milan due to the enemy ambush, Adelbrand had been marching towards the rally point of the Swiss forces within the city of Zurich. Until now, the Swiss had not tasted the power of steel and shot, and as such, they were fairly arrogant. Aside from the mercenaries who were wiped out during Berengar's rise to power, the Swiss had not become aware of the effectiveness of Berengar's weaponry and refused to believe that the Austrians had become superior to their mighty forces. As such, there was a degree of arrogance among the Swiss armies gathered in Zurich as they witnessed the Austrian soldiers clad in their black and gold equipment arriving outside their city's borders. The commander of the Swiss forces gathered in Zurich was the Duke of Zurich. He was the current head of the Swiss Confederation and was a man of renowned power within the Alpine state. As he gazed upon the gathering Austrian army below his ramparts, a smug smile formed on his face, as he boldly declared the city's impregnability. "I don't care what wonder weapons these Austrians have allegedly created, they will not be able to penetrate through the mighty walls of my city." However, the moment the man said this, the echo of the 14, 17, 12 pounds artillery pieces roared through the air as the shells whistled by and detonated upon the mighty stone walls of the city. In a fit of cosmic irony, the section of the wall that the Duke of Zurich was standing upon was struck by one of these shells. The explosive impact crushed the ramparts and sent him spiraling below to his death. With each barrage fired, the stone walls were rapidly chipped away as the explosive blasts engulfed the material that they were comprised of. With 140 cannons unleashing hell upon the city's walls, it was only a matter of hours before they were brought to rubble, much to the chagrin of the Swiss defenders. As the Austrian soldiers came pouring over the rubble that was once the mighty walls of the city, deemed impregnable by the Duke of Zurich, the Swiss could hardly believe the sight. In such a short period, the city walls were brought to ruin, and the enemy had rushed into the fray with their bayonets affixed. They formed ranks and fired on the stunned Swiss defenders. Adelbrand gazed upon his army from afar as they advanced into the city and engaged in battle with the Swiss soldiers who had gathered within its gates. Unfortunately, they arrived early and were battling only half of the troops the Swiss Confederation could manage to field. Without a shadow of a doubt, Zurich would fall on this day, and with it half of the Swiss army. With this in mind, Adelbrand approached the front lines of the battle, where he witnessed the Austrian soldiers gunning down the Swiss spearmen who rushed towards the Austrian lines. They had not been informed that human wave tactics did not affect the Austrian army. As the Swiss stepped ever closer to the Austrian lines, smoke filled the air and thunder echoed in the distance as thousands of guns went off in unison, shredding through the armor of the Swiss soldiers like a knife through butter and tearing apart their internal organs. Blood and bone scattered across the battlefield with each volley, creating panic among the Swiss forces. In the height of their hubris, they had not believed for a moment that the Austrian weapons could so easily pierce through their high-quality armor. The Duke of Zurich was now buried beneath the rubble of the wall he was standing on, his head squashed like a melon as the giant piece of stone debris replaced where his skull once was. He had not survived the initial barrage and therefore could not rally the city's defenders behind him. With their chain of command broken, it did not take long for the Swiss soldiers to break ranks and flee from the city's rear gates, struggling to break through at the expense of their comrades' lives. Unlike in Italy, the plan was not to raid and plunder the cities of Switzerland for their worth. Instead, it was a matter of conquest and annexation. Thus, while Swiss soldiers fled the city rapidly, the Austrians secured the critical areas while leaving the civilians to their own devices. After a few hours, the battle had come to a close and all resistance within the once mighty city of Zurich had fallen. The Austrian flag was slowly raised above its walls as Adelbrand gazed upon the setting sun with a stoic expression. While gazing off into the distance, his second-in-command approached him and relayed the information that he had received. Out of the 10,000 soldiers of the Swiss army who were stationed in Zurich, over half of them were killed in battle. As for our casualties, less than 1,000 men were wounded or killed in action. What are the plans for the deceased? Adelbrand sighed before shifting his attention from the beautiful sunset towards his executive officer. Bring the Austrians back to the fatherland and have them buried in the national cemetery. As for the Swiss soldiers, bury them most fittingly. We are here to rule over these people, and thus we should not make a mockery of their dead. The officer nodded his head in response to these orders. While he did so, he prepared to leave before remembering he had a note in his pocket that had arrived from the Italian front. With this in mind, he retrieved the letter and read its contents to General Adelbrand. The supply caravan tasked with providing logistical support to Berengar's army has been ambushed. They suffered minimal casualties, and a few dozen muskets were looted. Berengar has advised all forces that the enemy may disguise themselves as refugees or merchants and that we should remain vigilant. It would appear the enemy has realized that they cannot contend with us in the field and thus are utilizing some unconventional tactics. After hearing this, Adelbrand sighed heavily before giving his orders to the officer. Double the protection of our logistical network and relay these orders to the officers in charge. I don't want any mishaps here on our campaign. If the Italians have adopted such tactics, it is only a matter of time before the Swiss do as well. After hearing this, the officer saluted General Adelbrand before responding in the affirmative. Yes, sir. General Adelbrand returned the man's salute before giving him one last order for the day. Dismissed. With that having been said, the officer left the area where Adelbrand was standing, and the general was left by his lonesome, gazing off into the beautiful sunset that filled the sky with a unique blend of orange and purple light. Only one thought escaped the man's lips as he reflected on this new information he received. Looks like things won't be so boring after all. With these events, the war for Austrian independence had taken a new turn. The days of significant field battles and human wave tactics would soon come to an end, as the Italian and Swiss forces would engage in unconventional warfare against the numerically and technologically superior forces of the Royal Austrian Army. The Austrian occupation and annexation of Switzerland would become a long and brutal conflict, as the non-German population was sure to retaliate against the forces who presided over them with an iron fist. Berengar had no use of those who did not toe the line, and rebellion could not be tolerated. Despite the Austrian conquest of Zurich, the war for Switzerland had only just begun. Whether General Adelbrand could adapt to the new tactics employed by the enemy had yet to be seen. Chapter 313, Keelhold. Among the crew of Anuria's Revenge, one lass, in particular, stood out among the primarily European crew. This woman was named Nazia El-Fahmi. She was a woman from the Mamluk Sultanate who had made her way to Austria as a slave sometime earlier in her life. However, due to Berengar's legal reforms that outlawed slavery within the Kingdom of Austria, Naziha soon found herself accessible and incapable of working. After all, she was both a woman and a minority, and she was not afforded the privileges that the normal Austrians received. With nowhere to go in life, she had ended up selling her body to sustain herself within the city of Kufstein. After all, a foreign beauty was a highly desirable object by many of the patrons who visited the brothel where she had previously worked. Naziha was out purchasing supplies on one fateful day when she came across Princess Honoria, who had introduced herself as Valeria Zanara. The two ended up chatting for some time before the runaway princess gave Naziha an offer, one where she could live a life of freedom and fortune. After carefully considering the offer, Naziha had joined Valeria's crew. She did not mind that Valeria was a Byzantine, despite their two peoples being bitter enemies for centuries. After all, it was not like she was a member of the Byzantine aristocracy who was responsible for the numerous invasions into her people's lands. Or so she thought, and as such she had been enjoying her time as a member of Honoria's crew. However, the more she utilized the weapons provided to her by the Austrian crown, the more she became convinced that such weapons needed to be smuggled into her homeland so that they could be used to repel the Byzantine invaders. Due to Austria's military aid, most of Egypt and Libya had fallen to the Byzantines. With it, the most economic regions of her homeland had fallen to their bitter enemies. As a profoundly patriotic woman, Naziha desired to aid her people in whatever way she could. Thus, while the crew of Honoria's Revenge was docked in the city of Benghazi to sell the loot they had acquired from the vessels they had recently ransacked, Naziha was undertaking another mission. Hidden beneath her cloak was one of the 1421 repeating flintlocks that Berengar had designed for Honoria's use. She was secretly heading to a clandestine meeting between herself and a representative of the Mamluk Sultanate. Unbeknownst to her, she had been followed by a mysterious agent in the shadows. For over a year now, Lindy's spy network had expanded to Byzantium and the Mamluk Sultanate with the opening of trade routes across the Mediterranean, largely in part to Berengar's naval expansion. Opportunities for embedding agents across the coastal regions of the sea presented themselves. Never one to miss an opportunity, Linda had taken this chance to expand and strengthen her spy network. As such, a small cell of Austria's intelligence agency was located in Benghazi and had become aware of this meetup. They had quickly identified the target and followed her to the meeting, where she was now standing face to face with a member of the Mamluk military. The man was a high-ranking official tasked by the Sultan to procure the advanced weaponry that the woman claimed she had come across. As he stood in front of Naziha, he asked the question on his mind. "Do you have what you have promised to bring?" Naziha nodded her head silently before revealing the repeating flintlock. The moment the officer gazed upon the weapon, he knew it was not something remotely similar to the arquebus in use by the Byzantine forces. As such, he reached out and grabbed a hold of the weapon, pointing it into the air and cocking the action back before firing. The shot flew into the air, and after it had done so, he cocked the flintlock back and fired again. After several uses of the weapon, the officer nodded his head with an excited grin curved upon his lips. He handed the gun off to a subordinate before taking out a small chest filled with gold coins, which he handed over to Naziha. "Your service to the Sultanate is greatly appreciated, a small reward on behalf of the Sultan as proof of his gratitude." Naziha's eyes widened as she saw this wealth and quickly grasped a hold of it before stashing it away beneath her cloak. She bowed her head respectfully before departing from the meeting area. The young Arab woman was utterly unaware that after she had left earshot, the officer and his assistant were assassinated by the Austrian agents. The weapon was recovered, and Honoria had been informed of the woman's betrayal. As such, when Naziha finally returned to the vessel after spending her newfound wealth on frivolities, she found Honoria and the crew gathered before her, armed and ready to restrain her. Naziha knew not what she had done to invoke their ire, but she knew she was in trouble. However, before she could escape, one of the girls hit her on the back of the head with the stock of her firearm, knocking the lass out completely. When she finally came to, she was tied up with steel wire rope and lined against the ship's edge. Naziha had no idea that her treachery had been revealed and attempted to plead with Honoria. "Caption? What are you doing? Let me go, I have done nothing wrong." However, in response, Honoria simply sneered in disgust before retrieving the repeating flintlock that Naziha had sold to the Sultanate. The weapon had the same proof mark and the serial number of the musket she had handed over to the Sultanate, and after observing this, the Arab Bowtie's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing Naziha's expression, a sadistic grin curved itself upon Honoria's immaculate lips as she asked the question on her mind. "Do you deny that you have sold the weapons afforded to you by the Austrian crown to its enemies?" After hearing this question, Naziha looked away. She knew there was nothing she could say to prove her innocence. Evidently, the agents of the Austrian crown had found out about her betrayal, and they had the evidence to prove it. As such, the woman accepted her fate, though she had no way of knowing just how cruel the punishment for her crimes was. With the evidence presented before the crew and a lack of denial for the crimes, Honoria declared Naziha's guilt for all of the crew to witness. Naziha Elfami, for supplying the rivals of the Austrian crown with the advanced weapons His Majesty's generosity has afforded us, you have not only betrayed this crew but endangered the lives of every one of your sisters who you have fought beside. For the crime of treason and mutiny there is only one punishment. I sentence you to be keelhauled. May God have mercy on your soul. With this decree uttered, the steel wire rope bindings were looped beneath the vessel before Naziha was tossed into the Mediterranean. As the ship sailed through the sea, Naziha was slowly dragged along the keel of the vessel. Multiple lacerations accumulated on her back as she was violently forced across the sharp steel-plated keel. Whether the woman bled out in the water or drowned was uncertain. However, what was undeniable was that Naziha had died a miserable death for her actions against the crew and, more importantly, the crown of Austria. If Berengar's agents were not already in Benghazi spying on the Sultanate for the Byzantine Empire, then the likelihood of Berengar's rivals reversing engineering such advanced weaponry within the next 10 years was high. Luckily for Austria, their intelligence network had spread across the Mediterranean and was able to intercept such valuable technology before it fell into the wrong hands. With the increase in trade to the regions of the Mediterranean, Berengar was able to easily infiltrate the societies that shared the sea. To what degree depended entirely on the area his agents had entered. With this in mind, Honoria sighed heavily as she returned to her captain's quarters with a bottle of whiskey in her hands. It was never easy to punish someone you thought of us as a friend after they had betrayed you. As such, the runaway princess began to sulk alone in her room. As she drank from the whiskey bottle, she expressed the thoughts on her mind. Berengar, I miss you. When will you return home? Honoria was utterly unaware that Elfrun had been listening to her complaints from the other side of her door with an ugly expression on her otherwise cute face. The fact that Honoria thought of Berengar in such times greatly annoyed the adolescent girl. As such, she refused to stand by and listen to Honoria's words. Instead, she departed from the corridor in silence. Nobody ever was aware that she had been eavesdropping on the captain. Chapter 3:14 Formation of the National Militia. While Berengar was off at war, Chancellor Otto von Graz was running the state in his absence. While there were a few garrisons located throughout the kingdom, the fear of invasion from foreign powers had begun to infect the minds of a small portion of the populace. In response to this, Count Otto devised an idea and presented it before the Reichstag. This idea was loosely based upon some of the drunken ramblings Otto had engaged with between himself and King Berengar in the days before the war. Otto was an efficient statesman who was entirely capable of being inspired by Berengar's half-brained intoxicated ideas and turning them into a practical reality. At this moment, the Chancellor of Austria was standing within the Reichstag, speaking his mind to the congressman who was gathered within. As a representative of the people, Gunther was among the crowd of men elected by people of all social standings to represent the people's interests. As such, he was privy to the ideas presented by the Chancellor as he spoke with passion. Months ago, I discussed with King Berengar about a matter of critical importance to the safety and security of the Kingdom of Austria. We spoke about the possibility to form a National Guard, a registered and well-regulated group of civilians who undergo military training on weekends and act as an extension of the pre-existing armed forces. The purpose of this National Guard is to ensure that the Austrian people are sufficiently armed and trained to defend their life and property in the event that foreigners were to invade our country. Today, I have given every one of you a copy of my proposed plan for the Austrian National Guard. All able-bodied men between the ages of 16 to 20 will be required to undergo weekly training based upon military standards, including physical fitness, firearms training, and tactics. Of course, these men will be appropriately compensated for the time spent training in the militia. The said, I will leave this proposed bill for all of you to look over and discuss. However, now more than ever, I think it is pertinent that we make sure that Austria is well protected from all internal and external threats. With these words spoken, the Chancellor left the podium and returned to his chateau in Kufstein, where he began to relax until an agreement could be made between the legislature and himself. He had nothing to do while the Reichstag debated among themselves, and as such he enjoyed a nice cup of coffee. While Otto was enjoying his free time with leisure, Gunther was in the middle of looking over the proposal. It was by no means a poor idea, and he knew that Austria had the capability to supply the militia with the weapons necessary for their objectives. As such, he was in favor of the idea of establishing a national militia. After all, the garrisons spread throughout Austria were not enough to protect the fields and the village folk from a potential invasion. With this in mind, he looked over at the other representatives in a fierce debate with one another. Many of them had sons that were within the age group listed and feared their children being forced to take up arms to defend the nation should it come under attack. The man shivered in anxiety as he approached the podium and tried to gain the attention of the arguing representatives. Excuse me. However, his actions went completely unnoticed. As such, he decided to steel his resolve and speak with some force behind his tone. Quiet down. When Gunther shouted these words at the top of his lungs, everyone finally noticed that someone was standing at the podium and was intrigued. As such, Gunther cleared his throat before speaking in an authoritative voice. Some of you may not be aware of who I am, but my name is Gunther. I am a representative selected by the people of Kufstein to represent their interests. I know many of those among you come from noble upbringing, but allow me to tell you who I am. Until 4 years ago, I was a common serf. I tended to the fields in the name of my masters, the von Kufstein family. When I first met King Berengar, he was a frail, sickly youth, but he had a dream. A dream of a self-sustaining Kufstein where the people were appropriately compensated for their labor. It is a dream that any man, regardless of their upbringing, could achieve in life whatever they desired based upon their merit. At first, I thought he was just an idealistic youth, but I have seen the town I grew up in transform into a marvelous city over these last 4 years. Berenger von Kufstein conquered Tyrol after Count Lothar betrayed Duke Wilmar through the hard work of better men than me. To my surprise, the man who once toiled a field beside me was now the Count of Tyrol, and with it, he brought the same innovations that had led his barony to prosperity to the entirety of the county. Yet that was not enough. As the Bavarians invaded, Berenger led the men of Tyrol to retake Austria as a whole. Unfortunately, the Duke and his line had passed away in its entirety shortly after, and Berenger was named the new Duke. We have had a stable peace throughout these past 2 years, allowing us to grow in wealth and prosperity. King Berenger has done the unthinkable. He has created a world where a lowly farmer like myself can own my land and operate it entirely with my family. The wealth I have gained from this has allowed me to buy more land and expand upon that. I now have a factory under construction that will be producing paper from the products I grow. For years ago, I could never imagine such a fate, but this is the reality we all see. Without Berenger and the brave men who have laid down their lives to pave the way for this future, I would not be where I am today. I likely would have starved to death alongside my family in a particularly harsh winter. So, I think it is the duty of all men capable of bearing arms to at the very least provide a last line of defense for our homeland. While our soldiers are away at war securing our independence, the responsibility to protect our homes, our families, our businesses, and most importantly, our nation should fall to every able-bodied man in Austria. I, for one, support the move for a National Guard, and I hope that every one of you will reflect upon what you have gained from the sacrifice of young men who have fought and died to achieve what we have all gained under Berengar's leadership. That is all I have to say. With this impassioned speech, Gunther stepped down from the podium and returned to his seat. As he did so, he heard a slow clap, which began to spread. Before long, the entire room was filled with applause. After he did so, the House leader stood up at the podium and began to cast a vote. All in favor of the establishment of a national militia as proposed by Chancellor Otto von Graz? After Gunther's speech, those who had reservations about the bill were silenced and even showed their support for the idea. The decision was ultimately unanimous, and after the Reichstag passed it, it would be sent to the Senate where they would vote upon it. It was only after it was approved in the Senate that it would be sent to the Chancellor's office, where in Berengar's absence he had the authority to sign it into law. The Militia Act of 1421 would become the first significant piece of legislation passed entirely by the fledgling semi-constitutional government that Berenger had established. While he was away at war, the capable hands he had left Austria's governance to begin the progress of creating a society where martial training at a young age would one day be considered the norm. Chapter 315, The Princess of Granada. While the war for Austria's independence was ongoing within the Kingdom of Italy and the Swiss Confederation, another battle was beginning to intensify as the Granadans fought against the Iberian Union. Due to Austrian military aid, the Granadan forces had multiplied and were relatively well trained, at least compared to their enemies. While Hassan's soldiers were engaged in a bloody conflict at his borders defending the last vestige of Al-Andalus, he was busy entertaining himself with women and wine. At the moment, Hassan was back at his palace in Granada. Unlike Berenger, he had no desire to lead from the front lines. The few battles he waged were enough to last him a lifetime. Instead, he left the war effort to his commanders with the aid of the Austrian military advisors. The young sultan enjoyed himself on a sofa while his wives attended to his needs, feeding him a bowl of grapes while he sipped on his fortified wine. During Hassan's purge, Berengar's guards had killed one of his wives who attempted to take his life, and he had eliminated another who was loyal to the fundamentalist faction. As such, the young sultan currently had no more than 2 wives. Despite this, he was looking to expand his harem. However, he would not accept just any woman. He wanted a harem of beautiful young women to take care of his needs, as Berenger had obtained. While basking in hedonism, a gorgeous young woman approached the young sultan. This woman was quite tall and had an exceptionally curvy figure. One could say her measurements hit the perfect ratio, and her bust was even more significant than Lindy's. Her tan skin glistened with sweat from the heat of the arid climate that surrounded the city of Granada. This woman was dressed in a traditional silk kaftan-style dress dyed purple and had golden embroidery on it. She wore a matching face veil made of sheer silk, giving it a semi-translucent appearance. Her dark hair was tied up into a ponytail, and her glistening amber eyes were enough to intoxicate any man who gazed upon the vivid gemstones that were her irises. This woman was not one of Hassan's wives. Instead, it was his older sister Yasmin. When she saw her little brother lazing about with his wives instead of leading his armies, she crossed her arms beneath her heavy bosom and began to chastise the young sultan as if he were a mere child. My, what do I see here? If it isn't my sweet little brother, here you are lazing about in Granada while you send your soldiers to die on the front lines against our enemies. If I didn't know any better, I would say that you are afraid of battle. When the princess said this, the wives of the sultan glared at her viciously. They were aware of the way she pampered her little brother and were also jealous of her natural beauty. Despite their skimpy attire resembling that of a belly dancer, they still could not captivate a man's interest while Yasmin was in the room. Sensing their hostility, Yasmin smiled cruelly beneath her veil before shooing the pesky vixens away. If you don't mind, I have some proper business to discuss with my little brother. Though Hassan's wives continued to glare at her, Hassan ultimately sighed before dismissing his women. Go. As Yasmin has said, we have a business to discuss. With this said, the two wives begrudgingly left the room. It was only after Yasmin made sure the two women were out of earshot that she further began to condemn Hassan's actions. Honestly, little brother, I know there are no women at the front lines, but as Sultan it is your job to inspire your troops on the field of battle even if you do not directly participate. I can hardly think of a monarch who actually stands toe-to-toe with his soldiers on the front lines. If word gets out that you retreated from the war effort so that you could bask in the arms of your wives, what will your soldiers think of you? Would they consider you a sultan worth dying for? As Hassan heard these harsh words, his expression sank. After doing so, he stretched out his body on the couch and yawned in exhaustion. I'm just not fit for warfare. I nearly died in the last battle I fought. I almost had my head taken off by one of my cannons. I've decided to leave war to the men best suited for it. Besides, with the Austrians' support, there's no way we can lose this war. Seeing Hassan's relaxed composure, Yasmin sighed before sitting down next to him, stroking his dark hair, which matched her own as she pampered the young sultan like he were a mere child. As she did so, she offered words of wisdom. I only criticize you because I care about you. You rely on your allies too much and not enough on your own power. What if the Austrians have ill intentions towards our emirate? After all, they are Christian, and though they may be reformists, that does not mean the centuries of hatred between our people can be eroded so easily. Despite her warning, Hassan did not seem concerned. Instead, he shifted his attention and gazed into his sister's gorgeous amber eyes with a look of affection on his face. That won't happen. I know that Beringer intends to use us as a means to stall the Catholic Church, but we need him if we wish to survive this turbulent era. So I have decided, the next time I see him, I will do my best to convince him to take your hand in marriage and cement this fragile alliance of ours for the foreseeable future. The moment Yasmin heard her brother's plans for her, she withdrew her hand and in shock and looked the other way as she struggled to come up with the words to convince him otherwise. Hassan. However, before she could finish those words, Hassan raised his hand to silence her before speaking over her thoughts. Yes, you just turned 26 in June. You are well past the age of marriage. If you do not get married soon, you will never have a husband or a family. The only reason you aren't married already is because our father doted on you too much and was never able to find a man he approved of for his precious little daughter. The Granadan princess continued to stare away as she lightly murmured the words. What if he says no? In response to this, Hassan grabbed a hold of Yasmin's veiled face and dragged it over into his sightline as he responded with a severe expression. I will not allow him to say no. He's already discussed the desire to have multiple wives, and if he doesn't respect our alliance enough to take my beautiful sister as his bride, then he can consider it over. Obviously, I won't pressure him so seriously at first. The next time I see him, I will float the idea and judge his general reaction. Then I'll continue to pester him until he says yes. Yasmin began to sigh heavily upon hearing this before shaking her head, which was still grasped by Hassan's firm hand. Dearest brother, you have actually thought something through for once in your life. Hassan feigned offense as he pulled his hand back and began to criticize his elder sister's choice of words. What do you mean for once in my life? I think things through all the time. With that said, Yasmin began to giggle before she grabbed a hold of Hassan's head and stuffed it into her bosom while stroking his hair while speaking to him in a condescending tone. Of course you do. Being treated like a child once more, Hassan began to pout. No matter how old he grew, his sister would continue to treat him in such a manner. Thus he sighed heavily as he enjoyed the embrace. After a while, Yasmin released him before approaching the exit. As she did so, the gorgeous princess called out to her little brother once more with a stern gaze hidden beneath her veil. You would do well to remember that you are the Sultan of Granada and that your soldiers need you. With those words spoken, the beautiful Granadan princess departed from the room, leaving the young sultan to himself as he grinned with a smug expression on his face. Afterward, he picked up the bottle of wine that he had obtained from trade with Austria and began to pour its contents into a crystal glass where he swirled the red liquid around before taking a sip from it. After doing so, he exhaled deeply before he thought aloud. I wonder how Berenger will react when he sees my beautiful sister for the first time. Chapter 316, Battle of the Andalusian Plains. Since the victory and seizure of the province known as Murcia, the Granadans have been busy defending their borders from the Iberian Union's attacks. They were not as well prepared for a full-scale invasion of Iberia as they thought they were. The first few battles they fought showed a severe lack of discipline in their ranks compared to Berengar's troops. The reason for this was simple: the Austrian military attaché had not drilled the Granadans as hard as they would their own troops, nor did they put them through specialized training. As such, after Hassan had returned to Granada to engage in hedonistic activity, the Royal Granadan army was left in the hands of General Ziad ibn Yais, who was far more competent on military matters than the young sultan. This general was a middle-aged man and was currently engaged in a conversation with General Arnulf of the Royal Austrian Army. It had been roughly a year since he last saw his home in Kufstein, and despite this, he was not weary in the slightest. At the moment, the two generals were conversing with each other as they rode their horses next to each other in the middle of the formation under the protection of thousands of Granadan troops. So Hassan abandons his army so that he can go and gorge himself in women and wine? Leaving us to look after his army? That has got to sting a little, does it not? My dear friend. In response to this, General Ziad merely laughed before responding to Arnulf's jest. Certainly not. I am actually glad that the Sultan has left the war effort in my hands. Don't get me wrong, he is a decent administrator, but a wet blanket would make a better commander in terms of strategy and warfare. The Sultan is liable to get himself killed out here. It is better for him to be the face of the recruitment efforts back home than to be the man leading the charge. Before Arnulf could respond to this statement, he noticed a rider in the distance. This man wore the standard mirror pattern and mail armor that most of the Granadon troops were equipped with. As such, he was allowed to pass into the army, where he immediately strode up to the command. Permission to speak, sir? Judging by the frantic expression on the soldier's face, Ziad knew the news must be urgent. As such, he nodded his head in silence, bracing himself for the information he suspected would ruin his mood. There's an enemy army numbering roughly 20,000 heading in this direction. They are approximately 10 miles out. As soon as he heard this, Ziad began to give his orders to the troops in his army. Get information and prepare for battle. Load your weapons. I do not want you firing your weapons until you see the whites in their eyes. This phrase was how the Austrians had drilled the Granadon troops to utilize their primitive arquebus firearms in the most efficient manner. Whether or not they were capable of maintaining such a high degree of discipline was another story entirely. As such, the Granadon troops, whether they were infantry, artillery, or cavalry, quickly began to load their weapons with the means available to them. After doing so, they began to form ranks and wait for the enemy to arrive. After a few hours, the enemy forces arrived, and when they did, they were shocked to see the Granadon army waiting for them. The Iberian army was comprised mostly of the Crusader order known as the Order of Calatrava, but there were also a few Iberian Union units among their ranks from Castile. These soldiers had become increasingly aware of the advantages and limitations of the Granadon weapons. As such, they instantly began to charge the arquebusiers suicidally, hoping to clash with them before they could reload their guns. While the Iberian troops began to recklessly charge at the Granadon forces, the Granadon artillery began to fire their grapeshot at the enemy lines via their falconet cannons. Numerous projectiles filled the air and blasted into the enemy ranks, causing massive casualties on the Iberian forces. Whether it was faith in God or fearlessness in death, the Iberians were not deterred. Instead, they madly charged into the line of fire without any regard for their safety. When Arnulf saw this, he became quite concerned. The Iberians vastly outnumbered the Granadon troops, and the Granadon weapons required a far longer duration of time to reload than the weapons of the Royal Austrian Army. As the enemy line began closing in, several Grenadian arquebusiers started to fire their weapons in trepidation, which caused a chain reaction from the soldiers as others instantly opened fire despite not hearing an order to do so. Though some of these shots found their marks, piercing through the enemy's armor and into their flesh, most of them utterly failed to do so. This action forced Ziad to shout his orders at his troops, which were relayed across the army by the other officers and NCOs. Hold your fire. Hold your fucking fire. Despite these orders, more rounds fired off until a point where roughly half of the soldiers still had loaded weapons, forcing them into a dangerous position. While the other half began reloading their guns as fast as they could, the Iberian troops had finally reached the front lines of the army. In doing so, they rushed straight into a volley unleashed by the half of the soldiers who had contained their shot. While this volley was effective in devastating the enemy lines, it did not have nearly as significant an effect as possible. As such, the pikemen took their place and began to battle with the enemy. However, as the battle waged on, the Granadon army started to suffer losses. There were too many Iberians for their army to handle effectively. It would be another story if the soldiers had maintained the proper discipline and fired when they were commanded. However, the reality was a different story, and roughly 5,000 arquebusiers had missed their targets during the initial chaos of the battle. Before long, the pikemen could no longer contain the Iberian infantry, and they began to break ranks and flee the battlefield. Cutting down the Moorish soldiers with fanatical hatred, the Catholic forces began screaming in their native tongue a series of battle cries that sent chills down the Granadon army's spines. Death to all Moors! God wills it! Granada must burn! Before long, the Granadon lines began to crumble and the soldiers started to rout. Though General Ziad attempted to rally his forces behind him, the effort was in vain. Arnulf grabbed the man by the shoulder and gazed into his dark eyes with a stern expression. The battle is lost. Give the order to retreat, or we will die here. Ziad clenched his teeth and fists in fury as he witnessed his army break ranks and flee the battlefield. However, there was nothing to do about it now. As such, he followed Arnulf's advice. Retreat. All units fall back. As the few remaining Granadon soldiers heard this, they slung their arquebuses over their shoulders and began to retreat from the advancing army. On the other side of the battlefield, the Calatrava commander was eager to pursue the enemy and give them no quarter. As he was just about to give the command to annihilate the enemy, he felt a firm hand grip the armor on his shoulder. As such, the man turned around to see the true mastermind behind this attack. It was a duke under the employ of the King of Castile. The man glared at the Crusader commander before shaking his head. Let them go. When the Crusader heard these words, he was outraged and immediately protested. But your grace, if we do not pursue them, they will regroup and become an even greater threat to our existence. However, the duke remained unconvinced and simply gazed toward the direction that all of the Granadon soldiers were fleeing. If we pursue them, we may be walking into a trap. I would rather have them regroup and crush them again than march my men to a meaningless death. You should be thankful without my advice, this victory would not have been possible. After saying this, the Duke released his grip over the Crusader and strode his horse forward, commanding all Iberian soldiers to stop. Halt! We shall go no further. Scavenge the enemy's weapons. We shall bring some of these back to Castile so that we may figure out how they function. As for the rest, arm yourselves with them and become acquainted in their use. The Granadans no longer have an authority on advanced armaments. With these words said, the Catholic Iberian soldiers began to cheer. They had accomplished a great victory here on this day, and with it acquired the means to reverse engineer the arquebus. Perhaps such a thing would turn the tides of war in their favor. After all, the resurrection of Al-Andalus was something the Catholics could not allow to take place. Chapter 3:17, Arming Brigands. Months had passed since Operation Thunder proved to be an initial success. The Hussites had advanced well into Loyalist territory during this time. So much so that the Catholic armies were now on the back foot. As a result of this, civil disobedience began to break out all over the realm, which quickly turned to riots. The result of this was a spike in crime. Bands of brigands had begun to appear all over Bohemia, acting as a scourge upon the local populace. While Eckhard was busy acting as the chief military advisor to the various Hussite sects, agents of the Austrian crown had begun to supply various brigand groups with the weapons they needed to cause even greater chaos. The shipment of arms had come straight from Vienna and passed through Eckhard's area of operations. As such, he tasked one of the field agents embedded with his unit to take charge of the delivery. At the moment, this agent was standing in front of the leader of one of the most fearsome brigand gangs within the borders of Prague. The Hussites would soon be marching on this territory. With this in mind, Eckhard devised a plan that involved the brigands' armament with the intent to distract the loyalist forces. The agent dispatched to supply these criminals was currently standing in a forest outside of a village that lies within the boundaries of the city of Prague. The man in front of the agent went by the name Radovan Donel. He was a particularly rowdy individual who was a convicted criminal willing to use violence to achieve his goals. As such, he and his gang of brigands were ideal candidates to arm with hand cannons. With this in mind, the agent and his fellow operatives dressed like lowly Bohemian peasants entered into the back of their wagon before pulling out a few wooden crates. After using a crowbar to pry them open, the primitive hand cannons revealed themselves. The agent, whose identity was shrouded by a hood, pulled the firearms out from the container and handed them over to Radovan and his men. As he did so, he spoke in a perfect Bohemian accent. These are the standard hand cannons that have been retrieved from defeated Hussites. You load the gunpowder through the barrel, followed by the projectile, where you then pack it down with a stick. After doing so, you put a bit of powder in the pan where you ignite it with a slow-burning match. As the agent was saying this, he was demonstrating the use of the weapon. After reaching the end of the loading process that took roughly a minute, a loud echo resounded in the forest as the gun discharged its projectile, which embedded itself into a large tree approximately 3 meters away. After successfully testing the weapon, the other agents went back into the wagon and pulled out several more crates filled with hand cannons, as well as a few casks. Some were filled with gunpowder, others were filled with projectiles such as iron balls. Having witnessed the destructive nature of the weapon and the relatively simple loading process, a wide grin appeared on Radovan's face. The man was missing several of his teeth, which resulted from the number of bar fights he had been in during his lifetime. The man pulled out a pouch filled with coins minted by the local lord. He prepared to pay a hefty price. "How much do I owe you?" In response to this, the agent merely shook his head before responding. "Consider it a gift from the Bohemian crown. Just promise me that when the Hussite forces move onto Prague, you and your band of thieves will provide one hell of a distraction to those damned heretics." Radovan chuckled slightly as he heard this before reaching out his hand in agreement. "Aye, it will be one hell of an occasion." After saying this, the agent and the brigand captain shook hands. The deal was sealed with this, and the Austrian agents departed from the town. This was just one of the many gangs of criminals and thieves they intended to arm in the upcoming days. As such, they departed from the borders of Prague and journeyed to the next town on their list of objectives. After the Austrians had left, one of the members of Radovan's gang approached him with a worried expression on his face as he asked the question on his mind. "Are we really going to aid the crown? We are all wanted men. Who is to say if they use this as an excuse to round us all up and execute us?" In response to this, Radovan spat on the ground before handing the hand cannon over to the minion who asked such a stupid question. "I promised them I would simply make a distraction against the Hussites. I don't plan to do anything more than that. With these weapons, we will intimidate merchants and townsfolk into giving us whatever we want. I say that's a reasonable price to pay for such destructive power." After hearing this, the brigands who followed Radovan felt a sense of ease. They did not desire to see the Hussites win the war, but they also did not wish for this chaotic era to end so soon. There was profit to be made for cutthroats like themselves during times of war, and the best way to do so was to rob towns, caravans, and refugees. Luckily for them, the Austrians had provided them the means to do so more effectively. Unfortunately for them, they were utterly unaware that agents of the Austrian crown had supplied them. Instead, they believed it was Bohemia who had given them the weapons. Thus, when Bohemia's armies finally captured them, they would be completely and utterly confused as to why they were being executed for acting on behalf of the Bohemian crown. Meanwhile, in the supply wagon that had begun to depart, another agent pulled down her hood to reveal her pretty face. As she did so, she began to question her team leader for the actions they had taken on this day. Why are we providing these weapons to a bunch of thieves and murderers? Has the marshal gone mad? Such actions will surely cause significant harm to the Bohemian people. When the lead field agent heard these questions, he merely snorted in response. There was silence for some time before he revealed his thoughts on the matter. It is no secret that our hand cannons have begun to find their ways into the hands of the Bohemian Crown's forces and that of their Crusader allies. After all, they have been captured in battle from the corpses of the fallen Hussite soldiers. I don't speak for Marshal Eckhard, but he is likely thinking that by leaking these weapons to criminals, such actions can be blamed on the corruption of the Bohemian Crown, which is why we introduced ourselves as their agents. This can be used in propaganda efforts to rally the people against Bohemia and her allies. Such a result would be disastrous. People have already begun to riot in response to the food shortages and the excessive demands of the loyalist factions. When the people hear that corrupt agents of the crown have distributed weapons to brigands for pay, they will take up whatever means they can to outright resist Bohemia and her allies. When this occurs, it will split our enemies' attention from our allies' attacks and force them to fight a two-war front against the Hussites and the Bohemian populace. By the time the war comes to an end, the Bohemian people will welcome Berengar's troops as a means to provide stability to their lives. Upon hearing this, the female agent began to pout. Marshal Eckhard was willing to cause such harm to the people of Bohemia in order to inspire greater chaos within the realm than was already present. It was simply madness in her eyes. However, she was an agent of the Bohemian Crown, lifted from the status of a lowly orphan to serve the state, thus despite her reservations she would fulfill her duty to the fullest of her ability. After all, without Berenger and his reforms she likely would have died long ago. She owed her life to the Austrian crown and would never even think of disobeying Marshal Eckhard because she found his actions immoral. Austria was at war and surrounded by enemies. They did not have the luxury to fight a war in a fair and just manner. The actions of the Austrian agents within Bohemia would ignite a fire in the heart of the Bohemian populace against their king and his allies. Before long, resistance from groups of all different ideologies would spread across the realm, causing an even greater degree of conflict than already seen. This would create the perfect storm for Berenger to usurp power when he finally managed to secure his victory over the empire. Chapter 3:18 East-West Schism. Deep within the center of Constantinople, the Byzantine emperor sat on his throne with a downcast expression. The man was on the verge of tears, but he could not allow himself to be seen crying as emperor. As such, he steeled his resolve and continued to read the letter in his hands written by his son Decentius. Arethusa was dead. According to his second son, the man had died in combat against the Mamluk forces early on in the campaign. Since then, Decentius had been leading the Byzantine troops to victory in North Africa. The news of the death of a man who was more of a brother to Emperor Vitranes than his siblings was a great shock to the man. With the Stratego's death, many things became uncertain, especially in regards to their relations to the West. News had spread to Constantinople about Austria's war for independence, which appeared to favor the self-proclaimed King Berenger von Kufstein. The Byzantines had not taken a stance on the conflict. Instead, they stayed utterly neutral. After all, Berenger was the largest supplier of arms and armor to the Byzantine Empire. Though they had begun to have success in replicating the arquebus, most of their weapons still came from Austria. Meanwhile, relations with the Holy Roman Empire were tenable at best. This was not the only reason for staying neutral in Austria's war for independence. There was a matter of significant debt that the Byzantine crown had towards Austria due to the agreement made about unlimited arms support. Arethusa was the mastermind of all dealings with the upstart king in the West. Without him, it would be challenging to maintain the friendly relationship that the Byzantines had with their debtor. If he sent the wrong diplomat to negotiate further, it could spell ruin to the empire's finances. Losing his closest aide and confidant, who was the godfather to his children, was one thing. Yet, the ramifications such an occurrence had was enough to cripple the emperor with anxiety. On top of this, such a tragedy occurred shortly after his daughter's disappearance and presumed death. The only good news that Vitranes had heard within the last year or so was that his son had salvaged the situation and had rapidly begun to reconquer Egypt and Libya. Before long, the entirety of those two regions would fall into the Byzantine Empire's hands, and they would be able to repay the massive debt that had accumulated with Austria. With this in mind, the aging Byzantine emperor sighed heavily now that his alliance with France had crumbled. His next best option was an independent Austria if Arethusa was still around. Vitranes was sure the man would advise him to establish friendly ties to the young king. If only Honoria was still alive, Emperor Vitranes might consider betrothing her to the upstart king from Austria to cement an alliance between their two realms. Of course, that was assuming Berenger was willing to break his betrothal to his cousin. Honoria was an imperial princess and he would not tolerate her being a concubine. Austria had proven itself a military and economic power like no other. Even now the staple currency of international trade had begun to shift to the Austrian thaler. So much so that some merchants who visited the empire had started to accept the Austrian currency as the sole means of coinage for their products. If the Austrians were indeed to become independent and annex the Swiss Confederation as they have proclaimed, the future was bright for the fledgling kingdom. As such, the emperor was at a crossroads. For some time now, there had been significant pressure from the Vatican on the Orthodox Church to support them in their efforts to combat Berengar's alleged heresy, to the point that the Patriarch had been visiting Vitrani's daily, insisting on cutting off trade with the self-proclaimed kingdom to the west. As Vitrani's was thinking of such matters, the Patriarch of Constantinople appeared before him in his great hall. When Vitrani's saw this, he sighed heavily before speaking his thoughts aloud. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Tell me, Petrus, just what have you come to ask of me this time? If it is about cutting ties with Austria, my answer remains the same." When Petrus heard this response, he frowned. The relations between the Vatican and Constantinople were beginning to deteriorate rapidly. The more the emperor stalled on giving him a reply, the worse the situation became. If he did not provide the Vatican with what they wanted soon, a full-scale schism was bound to occur over the issue of the Berenger heresy. With this in mind, the old Patriarch of Constantinople began to address the emperor in a dignified fashion. "Your Majesty, a representative of the Vatican has arrived and given us a request. If we do not publicly denounce Duke Berenger von Kufstein and his heresy, as well as provide monetary aid to the Vatican for their upcoming crusade against him, then the results will be an outright schism. The Vatican will denounce your Majesty and me as heretics and condemn us to hell for eternity. We will be forced to do the same in response. There will be no mending this bridge. You must choose a path as Emperor of the Romans. Do we stand with the Vatican as we have for centuries, or do we embrace the German Reformation as a legitimate branch of Christianity?" In response to this, Vitrani's tapped his armrest repeatedly as he thought about how best to handle this situation that had presented itself. Ultimately, he could not afford to denounce Berenger. The man held too much debt against him. With his licensing of privateers, Austria could easily cripple the trade of the empire if they reneged on that deal. Just like they had done to the Holy Roman Empire, the might of the Austrian navy was not to be underestimated. Though the combined might of the Catholic world might be enough to bring down Berengar's grand army, it would be years before they could fully mobilize their forces, and by then, Berengar's army may have grown triple in size. It would be capable of holding its own. After careful consideration, Vitrani stood up from his golden throne before responding with a firm tone. "Inform Pope Lucius that the empire stands with King Berenger and the Kingdom of Austria. Tell that fool that under the declaration of the Emperor of Byzantium and the Patriarch of Constantinople, the German Reformation is at this moment considered a legitimate branch of Christianity." When Petrus heard this, he sighed heavily as he rubbed his temples in an attempt to cure his growing headache. While he knew that Austria's wealth and power were multiplying at a rapid rate, openly supporting them and their so-called German Reformation would undoubtedly mean war with the Western world. Such a thing could prove disastrous. Nevertheless, he was willing to follow Emperor Veterinus' decision on the matter and, as such, bowed before the emperor respectfully. "Yes, your Majesty, I will relay your words to the Vatican. Hopefully, they won't react too harshly to our decision, but I fear this will create a rift between us that will never be mended." In response to this, Vitrani simply sat down upon his throne once more and rested his face in his hands. As he did so, he made one more comment about how he perceived the future. With the rise of the German Reformation and others like it throughout Europe, the days of papal dominance have come to an end. They are too foolish to realize that their crusade will be the end of Catholic authority as we know it. I do not care for Berenger or his religious beliefs. I am merely choosing the winning side. With that said, the Patriarch of Constantinople was dismissed and Vitrani's was left by his lonesome once more as he began to sulk in depression over the loss of his comrade. "Oh, Arethusa. Surely if you were still alive, you would counsel me on such a course of action, would you not?" With Arethusa gone, the emperor's confidence in ruling his empire effectively had crumbled. Without the support of the mighty strategos and his charisma, Vitrani's would begin to second-guess his every decision. With the choices made by the Byzantine emperor and his subservient patriarch on this day, the East-West schism had finally occurred. The year 1421 AD in this world would forever mark the divide between the Roman Catholic Church and Eastern Orthodox churches. The reasons surrounding the schism were entirely the result of Berengar's effects on the timeline. Had he never risen to power and challenged papal authority, the likelihood of such a divide occurring would be slim, thus proving once more that Berengar's existence in this world had forever changed its course of destiny. What effect the schism would have on Byzantine growth and prosperity had yet to be seen. However, one thing was sure. Such actions were bound to breed conflict between the Rus and their neighbors in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Even Berenger could not predict the rapid changes that would occur in Eastern Europe because of his actions. Chapter 319, Dieker's Intentions. While Berenger invaded Italy and the Swiss Confederation, the ongoing war in Germany had never ceased its activities. Duke Dieker was currently in a dilemma. Over the years, he had compensated for his losses in Austria by fielding peasant levies to make up for the numbers of troops slain during his botched occupation of his southern neighbor. For over 2 years now, the Bavarian Duke had been at war with his northern neighbors and relying on his levies and allied troops to keep the Luxembourgs at bay. To refrain from paying Berenger the reparations he owed the Austrian people, the Duke had sent an envoy saying he would not be able to meet his payments and instead would pay in one lump sum at the end agreed time frame. Diecker had no intentions to pay Berenger or the Austrian people such an unreasonable amount of money reparations for actions taken during warfare? Just what kind of stipulation was that? It was simply being unreasonable. Nevertheless, his general had agreed to the terms and entirely withdrew Bavarian troops from Austrian soil in the designated time frame. By doing this, he had bought Bavaria 5 years of peace with their rapidly expanding southern neighbor. At the moment the Bavarian duke was sitting in his castle within Munich surrounded by his ministers, one topic of contention seemed to invoke the ire of everyone present. One of his ministers was practically spitting as he shouted his views on the issue at hand. Berenger cannot be allowed to achieve independence. By claiming himself King of Austria, he declares himself independent of the rightful King of Germany, our liege Duke Diecker. Austria is a vassal of Germany first and foremost, and every duke of the German realm should oppose this. Upon hearing this, another man spoke up in an equally furious state. The Austrians have gotten too full of themselves. What gives them the right to declare themselves as an independent kingdom? I say we establish a temporary truce with the Luxembourgs and march on Austria, showing this upstart king his place in this world. The fact that a lowly baron's son could rise to such a prestigious position is an insult to every prominent nobleman within the German-speaking regions. Having heard this asinine statement, Duke Diecker slammed his fist on his armrest in a fit of fury. As he did so, he gathered the attention of all of his counselors who were present in his great hall. Diecker gazed furiously at those around him as if he were looking at a bunch of idiots. After doing so, he spoke abruptly and loudly as he chastised the minister for his stupidity. Nobody gives Berenger the right to declare himself king, he takes it by force. While we have weakened our armies with years of conflict over a meaningless title with no genuine authority, Berenger has centralized power over his state while expanding his military and economic might. For Christ's sake, our merchants have begun utilizing Austrian currency because it is so pure. In comparison, the money of our realm is given to the individual lords to mint and is debased to such a point that it would take tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of our pfennigs to account for one of their thalers. If we were to win this war and Austria was still subservient to our rule, what kind of joke would I be as the alleged king of Germany? Might is right. Berenger has the power to declare himself king. Hell, the man is winning a war with the empire to establish his ability to do so. Which one of you has the confidence to declare ourselves independent of the emperor in Florence? If any of you think we should align ourselves with the Luxembourgs and march on Austria, you should remove yourselves from this council and put forth your resignation. I do not need the counsel of such fools. This statement was undoubtedly a harsh one. However, it made a valid point, and that was the idea of marching on Austria being absurd. If one wanted to know how well that would turn out, they just needed to turn back the clock 2 years to their last attempt at such a thing. The minister who had proposed such an idea a few minutes before had an ugly expression on his face. However, he remained silent as he stormed out of the room. After his departure, Diecker gazed upon his counsel with an equally vicious stare as he expressed his following thoughts. Does anyone else have any other bright ideas? For some time, there was an awkward silence in the room as the councillors struggled to come up with a suggestion on how to deal with the growing power of Austria as well as the stalemate that had been playing itself out on the front lines of war with the Luxembourgs. After a while, one of the men present began to speak up. He was the marshal of the realm and knew how to resolve the situation with their enemies to the north. What if we used the money we are supposed to pay Berenger to hire mercenaries to fight the Luxembourgs and their allies? At the moment, we are not even pulling our weight in the war effort. If we don't find a solution to our troop problems soon, then our allies will begin to feel pressured and withdraw their support. After saying this, the councillors present began to debate over the credibility of such an idea. First, the initial minister to speak up voiced his concerns over the issue. If Berenger were to find out about the wealth we have been hiding away and that we spend it on mercenaries, he could see this as a provocation and march his troops into our lands. We would not be able to last the winter if he managed to do such a thing. While he made a valid point, neither Duke Diecker nor the marshal was alarmed about such a possibility. Before they could explain why that was the case, another minister dismissed the man's concerns for them. Berenger is in the middle of a war with His Majesty Balsamo Corsini and his Swiss allies. It will take some time before he is able to march troops into our lands. Even then, his armies will surely be battle-worn from their efforts in those two theaters. We don't have to worry about such a possibility. What we do have to worry about is the fact that if we don't find a way to field more troops, our allies will abandon us. Though the minister who had his concerns about angering the Austrians was not entirely convinced, he also could not argue against this point. As such, he kept silent about any further objections he might have. After a bit more discussion, the plan of action was accepted by Duke Diecker, and thus he made a bold declaration. Send forth the word to all of the free companies that I will pay a handsome amount of gold to whoever fights for Bavaria. I want the stalemate to be broken by spring so that we may advance upon northern Germany. After that was said, Duke Diecker dismissed his councillors with only his marshal remaining behind. The two men had one severe issue to talk about that Diecker did not want the other councillors to hear. After everyone else was out of each shot, the Duke of Bavaria closed the door behind them, sighing heavily before speaking. If we do not do something about Berengar's rise to power, in less than 3 years we will be facing an army that we cannot contend with. These mercenaries of yours better win this conflict for the crown of Germany before then, or else we will have neither the troops nor the wealth to contend against Austria. In response to this, the marshal grinned confidently as he assured the Duke of their future success. Not to worry, Your Grace, with the addition of these mercenaries to our armies, I have complete confidence in being able to break the stalemate by spring and marching upon the enemy's capital within 2 years. By then you can take all of Germany for yourself and in doing so raise an army that can contend with Austria. Berenger von Kufstein will pay for humiliating Bavaria. After hearing this, a wicked grin formed on Duke Dieker's face. He could not forgive the young upstart from the south for crushing his armies so thoroughly. There was only one response for such audacity, and that was war. While Berenger fought with the emperor and his forces for independence, the other German duchies began to conspire against him. After all, by declaring Austria to be an independent kingdom, Berenger had essentially slapped the rest of the German nobility in the face. For such a thing, war was the only outcome. Little did they know that is exactly what Berenger desired. Chapter 320, Cultural Reforms. Within the heart of the city of Kufstein lies a grand castle which was the home to the von Kufstein family. Inside its cold stone halls there was a small stage set up where over 100 patrons had gathered to watch the display. Adela gazed upon the audience from behind the curtains with an overwhelming sense of excitement and anxiety within her beating heart. For years now, Adela had been surprised with every visit to Kufstein. The first time she had entered the region, it was nothing more than a small agricultural town. Yet now it had grown into a massive city and was expanding with each day. However, despite the city's massive growth, it was lacking in several areas, at least in Adela's honest opinion. Though Berenger had long since begun sponsoring artists, actors, and musicians for the sake of funding some culture within Austria, the capital city of the kingdom was severely lacking in venues for these creative types to display their talent. With this in mind, the 15-year-old girl sat down at the seat in the center of the stage that had been set up within Castle Kufstein. She had decided that while her fiancé was away fighting a war for her nation's independence, that she would begin the process of advancing culture within the city of Kufstein, hoping for it to spread to Austria as a whole. The crowd gathered before her was filled with over 100 men and women, primarily from among the ranks of the local nobility. They gazed in silence at the beautiful young girl as she began to play a song she had created to express the difficulties surrounding her relationship with the man she loved. In particular, this song revolved around the sorrow she felt while he was away at war, leaving her behind to wait for his safe return. The sad song echoed in the venue's air, filling the noblemen and women with complicated emotions as they listened to the young girl pluck away at the strings of her instrument like an angel who wept from the heavens. While Adela was playing the harp with masterful talent, a pretty young woman stood beside her and sang the lyrics that Adela had written. This woman was a talented singer from the common populace who was among the many musicians Berenger had sponsored during these past few years. Her exquisite alto voice flowed perfectly with Adela's instrumentals as she pronounced each word without fault. Her tone of voice perfectly expressed the lonesome lyrics that Adela had written, filling the audience with the same sense of abandonment that the girl felt every time she thought of Berenger and how far away he was from her embrace. Before long, the song came to an end and silence prevailed amongst the audience before they broke out in thunderous applause. Several more eager crowd members cheered for the artists who had performed such a beautiful and touching song. After the small concert was over, Adela and the singer began to speak to the gathered crowd. They entertained their guests for some time with graceful smiles before they had all departed, leaving Adela and the singer by themselves gazing upon the stage reluctantly. One could say that the small concert was a resounding success and neither Adela nor the singer desired to let it go so quickly. Despite this, the two women eventually looked each other in the eyes with a similar sense of excitement. The singer soon approached Adela and hugged her tightly before thanking her. "Thank you for this opportunity. You have no idea how much it means to me. With this, I might finally be able to make a living off of my music and no longer mooch off of your fiancé's generosity." Adela put on a pretty smile as she nodded her head before responding to the woman's praise. "With your talent, that won't be an issue. The problem is that there simply isn't much in terms of venues for musicians such as yourself. I will speak to my father about this and see if we can construct a grand concert hall so that all musicians within Kufstein can make an appropriate living and share their work with the people." After hearing this, the young woman nodded her head and smiled before responding to Adela's claim. "That would be wonderful. If your father doesn't want to approve of it, we can only wait until King Berenger returns. I am certain he will listen to your advice on the matter. Thank you for doing this for us. Though the king has provided living expenses for all of the artists, actors, and musicians within the city, it would be great if we could survive on our own." When Adela heard this, she nodded in silence. She too was a talented musician. However, unlike the ones who Berengars supported, she was a noblewoman of the highest caliber and was destined to marry the King of Austria. As such, she could not make a professional career out of playing her harp. Eventually, the singer noticed the time on the clock and realized that she had to return home. As such, she hugged Adela and expressed her thanks one more time before departing from the venue. "Thanks again. I appreciate the opportunity." After saying this, the young woman left Adela by her lonesome, where the adolescent girl stared once more at the stage with a bitter smile. She hoped one day all major cities in Austria would have a venue for artists to display their talent. With this in mind, the young beauty left the venue and departed towards Berengar's study, where her father was surely hard at work. It would be best to discuss her ideas with the Chancellor of Austria as soon as possible. As such, when she arrived at the door, Adela steeled her resolve before knocking on the door thrice. Immediately after she did so, Adela heard the familiar voice of her father from behind the door, calling out to her. "You may enter." Upon hearing this, Adela opened the door where her father, Otto, gazed upon her fondly. His little girl had grown up so fast. Just a few years ago, she was merely a small child, but now she was a beautiful young woman. Soon enough, she would be married to Berenger and become the Queen of Austria. With this in mind, he asked Adela for the reason she had intruded upon his work. "What can I help you with, baby girl?" Adela took a deep breath before exhaling, calming the nerves in her heart as she expressed her desire to begin a cultural shift within the Kingdom of Austria to her father, the Chancellor. "I have come to you to make a request, not just on my behalf, but for all of the people of Kufstein. I think it would be best if we began construction on some locations for the artists, actors, and musicians that Berenger has sponsored over the years to display their talent in exchange for compensation. I was considering constructing a series of grand venues such as a concert hall, a theater, and an art gallery. I think it would be suitable for the people of Kufstein to spend some of their hard-earned money on entertainment and culture. We could even aid the local chefs by having them provide some form of food and drink for the guests, for a small fee, of course." When Otto heard this, he was pretty shocked. He had not even thought of this as a possibility, nor had Berenger expressed his long-term plans for financially supporting the artists, actors, and musicians within Austria. After all, a fair degree of expense was going towards paying these creative types a living wage so that they can continue to develop their skills. Otto thought about it for a few moments before a warm smile broke out on his face. The benefits of such venues were numerous. Not only could it act as a means of entertainment to appease the masses, but it could also be used as a way to spread Austrian propaganda to the people of the nation. On top of these two things, it would create another form of revenue to stimulate the economy. Thus the Chancellor was entirely on board with his daughter's ideas. As such, Otto nodded his head and agreed to Adela's terms. "That is a splendid idea. When Berenger returns from the war, he will be extremely pleased with the results, and more importantly, he will be grateful for your contributions." Adela smiled when she heard this. For too long now, she had done very little to support her man. After all this time, she finally discovered a way to do so. Adela desired to become the face of Austria's cultural reforms and become the architect behind them. With this in mind, she bowed gracefully to her father before departing. "Thank you, father. If there is nothing else to discuss, I will return to my quarters for now." After hearing this, Otto appropriately dismissed his youngest daughter. Afterward, he immediately began to draft up the necessary paperwork to fund the aforementioned cultural exhibits. With the influx of Italian silver and gold transported to the Royal Austrian Treasury, there was no need to worry about the expenses for such things. Chapter 321, Austrian Ghosts. Within the valleys beneath the Italian Alps, the Italian army had begun to resort to unconventional tactics. The Italian commanders had come to recognize that there was no conceivable way to win a field battle with the Royal Austrian Army. As such, they had begun resorting to guerrilla warfare, utilizing skirmishers dressed as peasants, villagers, refugees, and merchants to attack the Royal Austrian Army via ambushes. As a result, Berenger had slowed his march to Milan and instead sent out his Jaegers to hunt down and destroy the Italian guerrillas. These Jaegers were an elite unit of marksmen and skirmishers armed with the 1419 Jaeger rifle, which was based upon the Whitworth rifle from Berninger's previous life. These weapons were capable of engaging targets out to 1,000 yards and, thus far in Berengar's service, acted as snipers hidden behind enemy lines. However, they were more than simple marksmen. Seeing as most of these men came from a hunting background, they were skilled trackers, scouts, and light infantry. The Jaegers were also fully capable of sustaining themselves in the field. As such, the Jaeger Corps were among Berengar's most elite units, and thus he equipped them in such a manner. While initially dressed in green and black Landsknecht-style clothing, this fashion proved to be widely ineffective in the field. As such, Berenger had recently begun experimenting with rudimentary camouflage patterns. Unlike his primary units, which were designed to attack in formations, this specialized unit of skirmishers was intended to blend in with their environments and take out high-profile targets from long range. As such, Berenger had opted for a far more modern approach to their uniforms. Rather than the flashy Landsknecht pattern attire of Austria's regulars, the Jaeger units fielded uniforms that were a mix of World War I and WW II German uniforms from Berengar's previous life. The base attire was a standard M43 pattern uniform in the color of Feldgrau. These men would wear a splinter camouflage smock over their field jackets and a matching M43 field cap. They were also equipped with a more modern-style helmet based upon the M38 Stahlhelm used by German paratroopers in World War II. The Stahlhelm was painted like the breastplate and had a wire net around which contained various forms of fabric to act as faux foliage. These Jaegers wore hardened and quenched high-carbon steel breastplates based upon World War I German trench armor designs. However, they had been modified to make it easier to shoulder a rifle and were lighter weight with improved mobility. These breastplates were hand-painted in earthly colors by the soldiers who wielded them in a pattern similar to that seen on old German M38 Fallschirmjäger Stahlhelms from World War II in Berengar's previous life. Over these breastplates was a brown leather webbing in the form used by Imperial German soldiers during the Great War within Berengar's past life. The primary difference was that this web gear was made out of dark brown leather and was designed to carry their quick-loading tubes as well as other tools like bayonets, canteens, and spades. Their boots were also made of the same dark brown leather. When compared to the Renaissance-style uniforms fielded by Berengar's regular troops, these Jaegers were far more modern in appearance and were very hard to spot when adequately concealed. As such, they were the perfect unit to hunt down and destroy the Italian skirmishers. At the moment, a captain of a Jaeger company was crouched within a tree line, observing a group of potentially hostile targets in the distance. This officer was named Andreas Jaeger. Like so many of the men in this elite unit, he was a hunter before being drafted into the Austrian army during Berengar's previous campaigns. For some time now, he had fought among Berengar's forces and was one of the first to be trained into the role of a Jaeger. With ample experience in unconventional warfare, he was the ideal candidate to lead the more veteran Jaegers in the hunt for the Italian guerrillas. While he and his soldiers quietly marched through the Italian Alps, they spotted a trade caravan roughly 500 yards in front of them. Captain Andreas motioned for his troops to hold their position and conceal themselves. As they did so, he pulled out a pair of binoculars from his webbing and began to observe the caravan's movements. What he saw confirmed his suspicions. This alleged merchant caravan was comprised entirely of relatively young men. These men appeared to have weapons within their wagons, such as crossbows, longbows, and rudimentary hand cannons. At the moment, they were gathered around a fire drinking wine and feasting on a fresh game that they had hunted. Andreas placed his binoculars within his webbing before unslinging his rifle. After doing so, he cocked the flintlock action on his weapon, where he began to adjust his iron sights so that they were set to the appropriate distance. While he was doing this, his soldiers took note of his actions and prepared to take their shots. After Andreas lined up his sights upon his target, he gave the order to his nearby troops in a hushed tone. "Fire at will." With this said, Andreas squeezed the trigger on his rifle where the flint struck the pan and ignited the gunpowder contained within, sending the hexagonal projectile down range and into the torso of a man who was barking commands at the rest of the Italian skirmishers. The 1419 Jaeger rifle had a muzzle velocity of roughly 1,200 feet per second, thus breaking the sound barrier. As such, the hexagonal-shaped bullet struck the target before he could even hear the sound of gunfire go off. Shortly after the echo of gunfire was heard in the distance, the Italian soldiers began to panic. This was because the man's torso was blasted apart by the .451 projectile before they could even hear the crack of gunfire. Before long, more thunderous echoes could be heard in the distance, which followed the deaths of their comrades. With this in mind, the Italians broke free from their shock and began to take cover behind their wagons. When Andreas saw this, he motioned for his troops to flank the enemy position. Two smaller groups of Jaegers immediately broke off from the main force and approached both sides of the enemy encampment. One Italian soldier reached into the wagon where he grabbed a hold of a longbow contained within and a quiver of arrows. However, before he could get back behind cover, he was shot through the gut by Andreas, who was hidden in the distance. The man instantly fell to the ground while grasping a hold of his punctured gut. He struggled to hand off the weapon and its ammunition to a nearby soldier as the life faded from his eyes. The Italians were shocked by the recent development. Aside from the muzzle flash and the following smoke plume, they could not make out the slightest semblance of the enemy's figure. At a distance of 500+ yards, the camouflage-patterned uniforms considerably broke up the silhouette of the Austrian Jaegers, who continued to maneuver and fire upon the Italian skirmishers from the tree line on the hills above. Eventually, one of the Italian soldiers managed to get a hold of a bow and randomly fired into the distance near where one of the muzzle flashes went off. However, the Jaeger was far out of range of the primitive weapon and remained utterly unscathed. Instead, such actions brought the fury of the soldier who was targeted, and his next shot penetrated right through the forehead of the Italian soldier who had dared to fire upon his location. Before long, the Austrian Jaegers had flanked the Italian skirmishers on all sides and set up a crossfire where the remaining Italian soldiers were gunned down like the dregs they were. After it was confirmed that all of the Italian skirmishers dressed as traitors were killed in battle, the Jaegers approached the encampment to search for anything of value, whether that was intelligence or simply supplies. A few Jaegers were put on guard while the remainder ransacked the camp until finally, an exciting find was made by one of the Austrian soldiers. The man who found the piece of parchment quickly brought it over to Andreas, where he laid it out on the ground. This large piece of parchment contained the deployment of all Italian scouts and skirmishers within the region. It was a valuable piece of intelligence. When Andreas saw this, he grabbed a hold of the man's shoulder and grinned emphatically. "Private Mueller, you have done well. With this, we know the general locations of our enemies and can quickly ambush them. I want you and your squad to copy down this information and relay it back to the main force." The young soldier quickly saluted Captain Andreas before following his orders. With this piece of information, the Austrian army would have an easy time cleaning up the Italian soldiers who sought to hamper their advance through unconventional warfare. While this company of Jaegers had engaged in an ambush on the enemy skirmishers, others like them were fighting throughout the northern Italian front, advancing upon the Italians while hiding within the terrain like a unit of specters, reaping lives while moving unseen. As soon as the information of the enemy's whereabouts was spread to the other units, a slaughter the likes the Italians had not expected would occur. The invention of camouflage would play an important role in Austria's future success with the many conflicts they would engage in. The Italians would come to refer to the Jaegers by the nickname Fantasmi Austriaci, in other words, Austrian ghosts. Chapter 322, Battle of the Adriatic. While Berengar's Jaeger Corps was in the process of hunting down and eliminating the Italian skirmishers who had embedded themselves along Berengar's path to Milan, Grand Admiral Emmerich had begun the single most decisive naval battle of the Austrian War for Independence. A massive force of several hundred Italian warships had gathered. Their goal was simple: to cause as much damage to the Royal Austrian Navy as possible. Unfortunately for them, the size of the Austrian armada had been growing as the weeks passed by, and the Austrians now had over 80 Berenger-class frigates at their command. Meanwhile, the cities of Venice and Genoa had been devastated to the point where they were incapable of producing new vessels. After the privateers and Austrian fleets had begun sinking the imperial trade convoys, the emperor was left with only one option on the sea, and that was to trigger a large-scale naval battle and hope that God favored him. As such, 80 frigates flying the Austrian flag had gathered in the Adriatic Sea. Across from them was what remained of the imperial navy, a mix of galleys, carracks, and caravels, most of which were armed with less than 5 cannons on board. Grand Admiral Emmerich was at the lead vessel, the SMS Berenger, where he stood upon the bow, gazing at the hostile fleet in the distance through his binoculars. From what he could gather as he observed the enemy vessels, they were loading what few cannons they had with whatever they could arm them with. Emmerich had a smug grin on his face as he gazed at the enemy armada. His executive officer noticed his expression and sighed heavily before asking the question on his mind. "Sir, what are your orders?" In response to this, Emmerich stowed away his binoculars before addressing the executive officer's concerns. "Have the fleet load the guns. We are going to sail in between their fleet and tear them apart." In response to this, the executive officer sighed once more before accepting his orders. "As you command, Admiral." After saying this, he immediately proceeded to inform the fleet of their tasks. It did not take long for the fleet to be fully armed and prepped for battle. As such, they immediately began to sail towards the imperial armada. When the imperial admiral saw this, he thought that the Austrians must have gone mad. After all, they were sailing right into the trajectory of their cannons. As such, he made a jest to his executive officer as he witnessed the Austrian frigates closing in on them. "It appears the Austrian admiral has lost his mind. Well, I am glad to see that they are making this easy for us." When the executive officer heard this, he began to chuckle before asking the question on his mind. "Your orders, Admiral?" In response to this, a wide grin appeared on the admiral's face before letting his decision be known to all. "Open fire when they approach. I'd like to see how their ships survive the barrage of our combined might." After saying this, the imperial fleet prepared themselves for the upcoming battle. Though the imperial admiral's mood was relaxed, the same could not be said about his sailors. Many of them had heard rumors about the effectiveness of the Austrian weapons and spent what they viewed to be their last minutes praying to God for salvation. Before long, the Austrian vessels got into range of the imperial armada's primitive cannons. When the imperial admiral noticed this, he gave the command, "Open fire." Upon hearing this, the gunners lit the first set of guns, where they were quickly fired off at the swiftly approaching frigates. As the few cannons mounted on the galley fired onto the bow of the SMS Berenger, something happened that outright shocked the imperial admiral. The bow of the Austrian frigate deflected the cannonball. Due to the thin layer of steel plating covering the hull of the Austrian vessels, they were well defended against basic cannonballs, and as such, it would take more than a few of them to pierce through the hulls of the Berenger-class frigates. When the admiral saw this, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he quickly began to panic. After all, he knew their weakness was that they had far fewer guns than the Austrian vessels, and that once the frigates reached their broadside range, they would be completely defenseless. As such, he called out to his sailors to take swift action. "Quickly reload and fire. Fire at will." As such, the hundreds of imperial ships began to fire their 3-pound cannons at the oncoming vessels. However, the solid balls fired from these primitive bronze cannons were far from enough to inflict severe damage onto the Austrian frigates. The most damage that the frigates had suffered was from a few of these projectiles landing upon their wooden decks and causing minor destruction. Before long, the agile steel-plated ships made their way in between the imperial vessels, where Emmerich gazed at the enemy admiral with a wicked grin on his face before giving the ultimate command, "All guns fire." The moment this command was driven, all 3,520 explosive shells were launched from their cannons on board the 80 frigates, where they were propelled into the ranks of the hundreds of imperial vessels. The moment these shells impacted, they exploded, causing massive devastation to the tar-treated wooden ships. Those who weren't immediately blasted into smithereens were quickly engulfed in the resulting flames of the hundreds, if not thousands, of small explosions. The imperial admiral, who was so confident not 30 minutes prior, could only gaze in horror for a brief second before dozens of cannonballs impacted upon his war galley, instantaneously blowing the vessel apart, and he along with it. However, Emmerich was not satisfied with the results, as the enemy armada lay torn asunder and engulfed in flames on the Adriatic Sea. There were still a few partially intact vessels, and as such, he gave an order: "Reload all guns and fire once more." Despite such an action being complete and total overkill, the ships within the fleet soon heard the command and, as such, reloaded their guns. The few sailors who had survived the initial volley gazed in horror to witness the Grim Reaper descend upon them and claim their souls. The moment the second volley was fired onto what few ships remained partially intact, the fiery explosions filled the air and engulfed what remained of the Imperial fleet. Emmerich gazed with a wicked grin on his face as he broke out into mad laughter with the overwhelming technological advantage of the explosive shells and the 24-pound cannons capable of firing them. His fleet would be utterly unchallenged on the world's oceans for years to come. He was amazed that Berenger could invent such unique naval technology and was glad to be the first Grand Admiral of the Royal Austrian Navy. As such, he turned around to boldly declare their victory over the Empire in this war. Men, we have done it. In a matter of minutes, we have single-handedly brought down one of the largest powers on the Mediterranean with the overwhelming advantage of our ships. Nobody in this world can challenge our might on the seas. It is the dawn of a new age. The era of Austrian dominance is upon us. You all have witnessed this historical moment with your very eyes. For King and Fatherland. The moment Emmerich said these words, the crew aboard the SMS Berenger shouted at the top of their lungs in response. For King and Fatherland. The more they repeated this phrase, the more the nearby ships joined in as the chant began to spread across the whole Austrian fleet like a virus. Tens of thousands of voices could be overheard in the middle of the Adriatic Sea among the burning wreckage of the Imperial Armada as they chanted over and over again the words that had become one of several battle cries among Austria's grand military. With this victory, Austria had defeated any armed support the Holy Roman Empire could provide as an escort to their remaining merchant vessels, meaning that privateers and pirates alike were now free to raid the imperial shipping without fear of recourse from the Holy Roman Empire. When news of this victory eventually spread to the other powers of the Mediterranean, it would begin a new naval arms race. The balance of power in the Western world had shifted overnight, and Austria now claimed to be the region's most supreme power. Only by experimentation and construction of new vessels could the other powers hope to contend with the Austrian navy. For now, the Austrian sailors who had taken part in the brief but historic battle decided to sail back to port and celebrate their overwhelming victory. Chapter 323: Advancements in Munitions Technology. Aldo von Passau stared at the substance in his hands with a cautious expression upon his face, almost as if he were afraid that the slightest movement would cause the petri dish in his hands to blow up in his face. The substance contained within the glass was none other than mercury fulminate, an explosive compound most commonly found within munitions such as percussion caps during Berengar's past life. The middle-aged chemist gazed fondly at the substance. After years of experimentation, he and his team had finally created a chemical compound that could be used to enhance Berengar's military might. While Berengar's enemies had begun the lengthy process of reverse engineering matchlock and flintlock weapons captured in warfare, it could be said that Austria had now reached a crucial point in arms development due to the efforts of the Kufstein chemistry department. It had been close to 3 years since the chemist found himself fleeing the Tschech's wrath into the then Viscounty of Kufstein. As Berengar's borders expanded, so too did the number of alchemists who were forced into Kufstein's labs to learn the science of chemistry. With more chemists appearing among Aldo's ranks, they had begun to experiment in many different directions within the field of chemistry. One of these directions was research into explosive compounds. After years of study, they had finally created mercury fulminate, which Berenger himself was incapable of doing. Though Berenger had a photographic memory filled with many important inventions from his past life, his knowledge of chemistry was basic, to say the least. As such, the young king had left the development of chemical compounds to the men best suited to the task, and that was Aldo von Passau and his department of chemistry. Aldo was quite excited about this new discovery. The mere thought of his newest invention brought a smile like no other to the man's face. His subordinates stared at his curious expression from afar, thinking that the man had gone mad. After a few moments of awkward silence, Aldo von Passau announced the results. We have finally done it. We have created mercury fulminate. What we need to do now is create as much of this compound as possible so that by the time King Berenger returns from his war for independence, we may surprise him. When the man's subordinates heard this, they immediately began to frown. They were already overworked as it was, now they had to produce a stockpile of this new compound. It would appear that Aldo wanted to work his men to an early grave. Despite their reservations, they did as they were instructed and began to prepare another batch. It would be well over 12 hours before they were finally afforded any form of rest. While the chemists of Austria were busy mass-producing mercury fulminate, Aldo had brought a sample of the substance with him to a man who was quite renowned within the city of Kufstein. Baronet Ludwig Schmidt had become an exceptionally wealthy man since Berengar's rise to power. Though he was getting on in the years, he continued to work in the industrial sector, overseeing Kufstein's massive industry. Ludwig, at the moment, was preparing his son Jacob to take over his role within the next 5 to 10 years. After all, he planned to retire when he reached an appropriate age and leave his work in the hands of his eldest son, who he knew would serve Berenger faithfully. While he was in his office with his son, the older man heard a knock on his door. As such, he immediately got out of his chair and walked over to it, where he was surprised to see the head of Berengar's chemistry department standing in his doorway with a vial that was filled with a fine white powder. Immediately Ludwig's cheerful expression began to sink when he saw the dapper older man gazing at him with contempt. The contrast between the two men was quite substantial. Aldo was tall and refined in appearance, with a clean and elegant sense of attire. while Ludwig was short and ragged, dressed in a blacksmith's apron that was covered in filth. Even his skin had oil and soot spread across it. Ludwig gritted his teeth as he asked the question on his mind to the gentleman standing before him. As he spoke, it was not in the friendliest tone of voice. "What are you doing here, Aldo?" Aldo's expression was filled with smugness as he responded to Ludwig's question. "My department has just finished making something incredible. I brought a sample over for you to test." "Be careful, I know it is difficult for a simple man like you to understand, but this is a hazardous explosive compound." When Ludwig heard these words, his natural prejudice towards Aldo immediately flew out the window. Instead, his curiosity had replaced any inner fury that may have been dwelling within him. Ludwig carefully grabbed a hold of the mercury fulminate and gazed upon it with keen interest. He could not help but ask another question of the man who was his bitter rival. "Tell me, Aldo, what exactly do you want me to do with this?" Aldo's arrogant expression never shifted as he spoke to Ludwig as if he were an inferior. "You're the engineer. It is your job to design new weapons for Berengar's forces to use. Figure out how to use this compound most effectively. Make it quick, too. We have no idea how much longer King Berengar's war for independence will last." Ludwig took a deep breath as he calmed himself. He never enjoyed spending time with Aldo. The man acted so high and mighty around him. All because he was born to a much more prestigious position. Aldo was one of the many older men in Austria who still treated the nobility as if they were superior to the common folk in every way. After Ludwig had reached a state of mind where he could deal with Aldo's taunts, he responded to the man's outrageous demands. "I will manage to make something by the time that our king returns from the battlefield, but Aldo, I will need more than just this tiny vial if my experiments are going to be successful. Are you certain that those chemists of yours are up to the task to produce the amount that I will require?" In response, Aldo merely scoffed as he held his head high, with a haughty expression on his lips. "You can rest assured, Ludwig, my chemists will be able to produce more than enough to satisfy your so-called experiments. Just make sure you produce good results with the mercury fulminate that I will be providing you. I want Berenger to come home and see the contributions that my department has made with a proper demonstration." After saying this, Aldo did not wait for a response. He simply departed from the factory with a look of disgust on his face. Though he knew Ludwig had provided much aid to Berengar's rise to power, he could not understand why the king would promote such an uncouth man to any form of nobility. After Aldo had departed, Ludwig sighed heavily before returning to his son, who was sitting patiently observing the conversation. He placed the mercury fulminate in a safe location before commenting on the experience. "That guy is such a pompous ass. Never mind that. Do you have any good ideas on how to use this stuff, boy?" Jacob thought about the matter for some time before he was suddenly reminded of a serious complaint that his father had always mentioned regarding the existing flintlock mechanism. As such, he quickly got to action and searched amidst the piles of papers stacked throughout the office until he found what he was looking for. The young man cleared the table with a wide grin on his face and pointed at the rifle design that Ludwig had been attempting to create for some time now. The purpose behind this rifle was to solve the issues regarding weatherproofing that the flintlock action had by nature and to increase the rate of fire of the average soldier. "Father, the critical component of your rifle design that has been missing was a means to ignite the paper cartridge once it's sealed within the chamber, correct? Well, what if we filled a small metallic cup with the explosive Aldo had given us and encased it within the paper cartridge? I mean, we don't know how this explosive works yet, but with some experimentation we might be able to make this work." Ludwig was shocked. Until now, he had completely given up on the needle rifle design that he was experimenting with, but what his son had said was entirely feasible. With that in mind, the father and son immediately got to work as they would begin to revise the blueprints and experiment with the explosive powder. Though the two men had no way of knowing it, they were about to invent an essential piece of military technology that Berenger had been planning for some time now. One that would allow Austria to remain dominant in a world where its enemies had begun to reverse engineer its current weapons. Chapter 324, Surrounded by the Enemy Eye. Captain Andreas Jaeger rapidly loaded his quick-loading tube into his 1419 Jaeger rifle's muzzle. After finishing this task, he affixed his bayonet upon his rifle and prepared for the next wave of attack. He was surrounded and outnumbered while running low on munitions. If something did not change soon, he and his company of elite light infantry would quickly be defeated. Recently, he and his company of Jaegers had been deployed to the front lines to hunt down and destroy the various Italian skirmishers that had popped up on the field of battle. With the superior range and camouflaged equipment, these brave men had led the charge in the ongoing campaign against Austria's enemies within northern Italy. The Jaeger Corps had taken up the role of the Royal Austrian Army's premier light infantry as they advanced beyond their main force and hunted down all potential obstacles on their journey. After discovering the locations of the Italian skirmishers by sheer coincidence, they had begun an extensive campaign to clear the path towards the city of Milan. Unfortunately, the Italians realized their information was leaked after the Jaeger Corps several minor skirmishes between the Italian ambushers and the Austrian Jaegers. Because of this, the Italians had responded by successfully encircling Andreas' company while forcing them into defending their position within a small village against a couple of thousand Italian soldiers. At the moment, the Austrian Jaegers were holed up inside an agricultural village that lies within the vicinity of Milan. During their brief period of respite, they had used their time wisely gathering whatever resources they could find within the town to create a makeshift barricade in an attempt to funnel the Italian soldiers into their line of fire. As Andreas finished loading his Jaeger rifle, he popped his head out from behind cover, aimed down its sights at the charging Italian horde, and fired his projectile straight into the torso of one of the Italian men at arms. The hexagonal bullet pierced through the man's breastplate as if it were made of butter before blowing out his insides. Blood flew into the air. However, Andreas did not enjoy the sight. Instead, he ducked behind cover once more and rapidly began to reload his weapon. While this was going on, all of his men were using a similar strategy. However, in between shots, arrows would rain down upon Andreas and his forces. One of these arrows fell upon Andreas' camouflaged steel helmet, getting stuck within the netting and faux foliage contained within. Luckily for him and his men, their armor was vastly superior to the primitive weapons used by the Italians, and they could easily resist the attacks. With this in mind, Andreas finished loading his rifle before aiming down its sights at the next attacker. The moment he pulled the trigger, the hammer of his action fell and the flint sparked, the gunpowder propelling the hexagonal bullet downrange and into the torso of the man who was no more than 5 meters away. After doing so, Andreas did not load his rifle and instead prepared himself for the enemy charge. Before long, the soldiers under his command had also prepared their bayonets and thrust them towards the oncoming Italian soldiers, piercing through their mail and gambeson armor and into their vital organs. The Italians were funneled into the gaps between the makeshift barricades, a few men at a time, while facing the bayonets of a dozen or more Austrian. After well over 100 Italian soldiers, the wall began to break apart and Andreas was forced to retreat. As such, he gave the command to his soldiers while gritting his teeth in defeat. Fall back to the secondary line. With this said, his soldiers who were still standing against the onslaught abandoned the first barricade, where they advanced back towards the second line of defense constructed within the village. As Andreas and his soldiers crossed back to the secondary objective, the defenders behind it opened fire upon the rampaging Italians, where the Austrian Jaegers quickly began to reload their rifles and fire a second volley. Andreas seriously wished at this moment that he had a Schmidt gun nearby to help deal with the massive numbers they were fighting against. They were too far ahead of the main army to gain support, and the closest units nearby were other Jaeger companies who were most likely unaware of their ongoing predicament. As his men were firing upon the nearby enemies, he noticed that one of his soldiers was carrying a pouch filled with several grenades. The moment Andreas saw this, he ran over and questioned the man. "Where the hell did you get these?" "We're not grenadiers." The soldier was so focused on fighting the battle that he forgot he was carrying grenades with him, as such a wide grin appeared on his face as he took a hold of one of the primitive steel grenades and lit its fuse before tossing it into the Italian mob. As it exploded, the device sent shrapnel in all directions, claiming the lives of the nearby Italian soldiers. When the soldier saw this, he began to cheer before answering Andreas' question. "I had forgotten I had these little bastards. I won them in a card game with some grenadiers. I suppose we're just lucky that High Command hasn't begun to crack down on inter-unit gambling yet." As he said this, the soldier began to distribute the grenades to the nearby Austrian Jaegers, who lit them and tossed them into the fray, blasting the Italian army apart, causing massive casualties to the enemy forces. After the vanguard of the Italian ranks was utterly decimated by volley fire and the grenades, the remaining Italian soldiers fled from the village and back into the field where their commander was gathered. Andreas sighed in relief. The Austrians had successfully defended against another wave, but how much longer they could hold out was another question entirely. As such, he quickly gave his orders to the men gathered beside him in the village. "Rebuild the front line. Attend to the wounded and prepare for the next wave. All we can do is wait and hope for reinforcements to arrive." Though Andreas severely doubted that aid would arrive. This was already the third wave of attack that they had repelled, and there was no sign of reinforcements on the horizon. They had no way to signal back to the main camp, and enemies had surrounded them on all sides. Things were looking grim for the captain and his company of Jaegers. Before long, the Austrian soldiers had refortified their position. There would be no grenades for this next wave, and they had no artillery support. Many of the men were beginning to run low on munitions. As such, they would not easily defend their position. Andreas waited, with his rifle loaded and flintlock action cocked back. Before long, the next wave showed themselves, so he gave his troops the command to open fire. Fire at will. With this said, Andreas squeezed the trigger of his Jaeger rifle and sent the hexagonal bullet down range and into the torso of the enemy soldier. In doing so, the man dropped to the ground, struggling on his last breath. After this volley was fired, Andreas and his soldiers quickly reloaded their rifles before firing another round of shots down range and into the crowd of Italians. While Andreas was preparing his next load, a crossbow bolt flew past him and into the eye socket of the soldier behind him, killing him instantly. Andreas did not have time to lament the soldier's death. Instead, he finished loading his weapon before aiming his rifle and firing another shot at the enemy formation. Bullets were sent downrange and arrows were returned upon his position, pelting his soldiers with the projectiles. Some died, some were wounded, and others were entirely unscathed by the grace of God. It did not take long for the Italian soldiers to arrive at the barricade, where they struggled to break through. A few men at a time were able to squeeze through the gap where the Austrian Jaegers pierced through their armor's weak points with their triangular bayonets. inflicting death on the men unfortunate enough to break through their defenses. Some of the Austrian Jaegers had resorted to sharpening their spades and began using them as blunt instruments as they cracked the Italian soldiers over their steel helmets, causing concussions and even death to occur among their ranks. The battle was bloody and both sides suffered losses as the Italians struggled to seize the ground where the Jaegers had occupied. If they could not get rid of these ghosts, their army would suffer throughout this entire war. The thousands of Italians that were present threw everything they had at the Jaegers' makeshift defenses. However, in the end, by sheer force of will, they were repelled once more, falling back to their encampment. The night was beginning to fall upon the land, and with it, the sounds of gunshots and death throes came to a halt. Andreas did not know what the Italians had planned for the next assault, but if things continued as they had until now, defeat was inevitable, and that was something he was unwilling to allow. The Austrian captain would have to come up with an innovative idea if he wanted to defeat the Italians who had encircled the lightly fortified village. Chapter 325, Surrounded by the Enemy 2. Night soon descended as the sky was filled with darkness and the stench of death permeated the small farming village where Andreas and his men had set up their line of defense. They were surrounded by an army of over 1,000 Italian soldiers and they had less than 100 able-bodied men at their disposal. The Austrian Jaegers were running low on munitions and most of them were wounded to some degree. One thing was sure: if they remained within this village, it would become their grave. Andreas was having a serious discussion with his two lieutenants as they tried to come up with some plan to survive. One of the men in question had his helmet in one of his hands and his rifle slung over his shoulder. His face was covered in dirt as he presented an idea to the other two officers. "We have only one option: we must launch a night raid and kill as many of their men while they sleep. We do not have enough cartridges left to sustain ourselves against another assault." However, the other officer was against this idea. It was risky and most certainly would result in the deaths of their soldiers. As such, he began to offer his own plan of action. "That will never work. There are too many of them. All that will do is get our soldiers killed. What we need to do is flee under cover of darkness. There's less than 100 of us left. I say we pick up our gear, we build some stretchers, and we get our brothers out of here before we all meet our demise." Immediately the first lieutenant argued against this point. There were too many valuable supplies they would be leaving behind for the enemy to scavenge if they left the field of battle. "You were saying that we abandon the corpses of our brothers? What about the equipment they have, their painted breastplates and helmets, their camouflage uniforms? Their Jaeger rifles? If such valuable equipment falls into the Italians' hands, it will be used against us in the future." In response to this, the other officer snickered before commenting on the worst-case scenario. "If we all die here, they will have 120 Jaeger rifles and camouflage uniforms to use against us in the future. Do you want to give the Italians such firepower?" After hearing this, the officer who suggested a night raid gritted his teeth before bowing his head in defeat. A night raid against such a large force would not allow them to achieve victory. If they attempted such a suicidal move, they would be caught before they could kill even 100 of the Italian soldiers. At this moment, a feminine voice revealed itself from the shadows, startling the three officers as they pulled out their weapons. "Might I make a suggestion?" After posing the question, an above-average-looking woman revealed herself from behind a nearby hay bale. Andreas' two officers pointed their weapons in her direction while shouting commands. "Don't move. Identify yourself." Seeing the frightened expressions on the officers' faces, the woman sighed heavily before reaching into her bust and pulling out a special badge. "Agent Arc Alliance, Austrian Royal Intelligence. Now can you put down those rifles before you accidentally blow a hole through my torso?" Andreas sighed heavily before motioning his two officers to lower their weapons. After doing so, he asked the question on his mind. What exactly is one of His Majesty's spies doing in an insignificant farming village like this? Arca frowned before responding to Andreas' question in a deflective manner. "I am afraid that is classified. However, what I can tell you is that if you insist on running away, there is no possibility of you making it out alive. You are surrounded and they are expecting you to make a break for it. I know I would if I was in their position." Upon hearing this, Andreas frowned. He expected it would be a bloody battle if they attempted to escape, but if the enemy were anticipating them to do so, it would only lead to a massacre. As such, he relented and asked Arca what she had on her mind. "What's the plan?" A sadistic smile spread across the female agent's face as she revealed her dastardly plot to defeat the enemy. "It's simple. You have an entire village filled with hostages, release them all, and I will sneak into the Italian camp amid the chaos. In the process, I will poison their food and water supply. Tomorrow morning they will all be so sick that they won't be able to resist, and you can sweep into their encampment and kill them all." Andreas thought about it for a few moments before he sighed in defeat. "Very well, we will go with your plan. I will go round up the civilians. When we cut them loose, you will have your opportunity." In response, the girl nodded. Afterward, she was bound up in rope and carried off to where the other civilians were being held. Before long, Andreas' soldiers had gathered the civilians in the middle of the village, where he began to speak to them in an authoritative tone of voice. "Tomorrow morning, the Italians will attack this village, and they will slaughter everyone within it to ensure our deaths. Let it be known that I, Captain Andreas Jaeger, in service of His Majesty King Berenger von Kufstein, am a merciful man. As such, I hereby release you. Go forth to your masters and seek their protection." With that said, the Jaegers walked behind the villagers and cut their bindings. As they did so, the villagers immediately fled from their homes and into the direction of the Italian camp, utterly unaware that there was a spy embedded in their ranks. After they were out of sight, one of Andreas' lieutenants approached him while lighting a hemp cigarette. "Do you think she can succeed?" In response to this, Andreas shrugged his shoulders before responding. "I have no idea, but she is right. Her option is the best hope we have." While the Austrian Jaegers prepared themselves for battle, Arca had successfully infiltrated the Italian camp. The commander of the Italian forces was shocked to see that all of the villagers were still alive and even more surprised to see that the Austrians had cut them loose. This made him wary. He did not know what the Austrian captain had hidden up his sleeve, and as such he sent a few of his forces to go scout out the village, while the rest of his soldiers sought to prepare accommodations for the villagers who were now embedded within their camp. As for Arca, she had already found her way into the water supply where she took out a pouch full of white powder. This was the arsenic that Berenger so commonly employed in his assassinations. Her real reason for being in this village was that she had botched an assassination attempt against the Duke of Milan and fled from the nearby city. While she had escaped her pursuers, she soon found herself trapped in the village while the Jaegers fought for their very survival. After spiking the water containers with the poison, she soon made her way to the butcher's tent and the grain storage where she spread the toxin to the wheat and meat supply. After doing so, she double-checked to see if she had been followed before making her way to where the rest of the refugees were located within the camp, where she began to blend in perfectly. With this, the Austrians had ensured their victory. As such, many hours passed before the sun rose in the sky above. It was only after it was well past 10 in the morning that the Austrian Jaegers advanced into the Italian encampment. While the Jaegers cautiously approached the area, they soon realized that the Italian soldiers and civilians alike were sick to their stomachs and too feeble even to stand. With this in mind, Andreas smiled before giving his orders to his troops. "Kill every soldier you come across. As for the civilians, leave them be." With this said, a slaughter began to unfold within the Italian encampment as men too weak to defend themselves were stabbed to death by the thrusts of the Austrian bayonets. Thousands of men met their end at the hands of the Austrian ghosts that the Italians had just the day before pushed to the brink of death. When the massacre was finished, Arca revealed herself to the Austrian soldiers. They were surprised to see that someone was not affected by the poison which had been inflicted upon the Italian soldiers and civilians. After all, Andreas did not reveal the entire nature of his plan to his troops. The identities of Berengar's agents were a highly regarded secret. As such, Arca did not reveal her information to the whole company and instead saluted to the captain as she made her request. "Captain, I am afraid that I require extraction. My cover has been blown, and I must confess that I have failed in my duties. I have to inform His Majesty of this information as quickly as possible." Though the Austrian soldiers did not know who this woman was, to salute the captain in such a manner and make such a request meant that she was most likely tied to Austrian intelligence. As such, they did not comment on the situation at hand. Instead, they merely allowed their commanding officer to handle it. With her so publicly asking for extraction in front of his men, Andreas had no option but to do so. The agents of Austrian royal intelligence were highly regarded and could control military units if necessary. If he declined her offer, she would simply order him to do so in front of his troops, which would be a significant blow to his prestige. The fact that she had made a request in front of his soldiers was a sign of respect. With this in mind, he nodded his head with a stoic expression before agreeing to her terms. "All right, I will escort you back to the main force. However, we will be taking my route, is that understood?" Arca saw no fault with these conditions and as such nodded her head in silence. As she did so, Andreas gave his orders to his troops. "Men, recover the bodies of our fallen brothers and whatever supplies you can gather. I want you all ready to depart by noon. Do I make myself clear?" Without hesitation, the soldiers all cried out in unison, "Yes, sir." With that said, the battle had come to a close and the Austrians did as they were instructed. While the other Jaeger units continued to battle the Italian skirmishers, Andreas and his men would be extracting the female agent back to the safety of the main host. Chapter 326, Near Effortless Victory. Days had passed since the company of Jaegers led by Captain Andreas reached the main force and informed Berenger of their troubles. Berenger had a long conversation with the female agent about her failed mission before dispatching her on another classified operation. Eventually, the Jaeger Corps returned with minimal losses from their operation. Having cleared the entire path forward, Berenger and his army marched onto the city of Milan, where they were now outside its gates. A siege camp was rapidly constructed in the same fashion that Berenger usually established. An extensive trench line was based around the encampment, surrounded by barbed wire. Embedded within this trench line were the cannons and Schmidt guns that bombarded the city and defended the camp. Observation towers were set up with snipers atop them, giving the Austrian army a select view of their surroundings and the ability to react to any threat that might appear. The thousands of tents were used to house the soldiers and their supplies within the center of the trench line. Though the siege camp was established, Berenger had not yet ordered the bombardment of the city. Instead, he was within his command tent, overgoing the strategy of how the Austrians intended to take the city in the most efficient manner possible. Surrounding Berenger was his highest-ranking officers, each one commanding a large section of his forces. Among them was the colonel tasked with leading his elite Jaeger corps who, unlike the rest of the soldiers that were dressed in Renaissance-style armor and attire, was clad in relatively modern equipment. Spread out on the table before the officers and their king was a map of the city. Berenger had marked the various gatehouses in the town and had begun to address his general who was tasked with leading the artillery brigades. I want the cannons fixed on these gatehouses, I want the gates turned into splinters and the entire gatehouse brought to ruin. Once the gatehouses have crumbled, our armies will charge into the city and slaughter any resistance they might come across. When the artillery general heard this, he saluted Berenger before responding to his strategy. It will be done, Your Majesty. As Berenger heard this, he smiled before addressing the officer in charge of the infantry brigades. After the artillery has brought down the gates, I need your men to penetrate the gaps as quickly as possible. I want the city picked clean by sunset. There is no reason to prolong the siege. The longer we stay here, the longer the enemy has time to prepare for our advance. The infantry general quickly responded to Berengar's concerns in the same manner as the artillery general. After doing so, Berenger began to address the colonel of the Jaeger Corps. As for you, I want you and your soldiers to gather what supplies you need and prepare to move out at a moment's notice. I want the path towards Parma cleared before we even begin our march forward. We have spent far too much time already bogged down here in Milan. When the Jaeger colonel heard this, he nodded his head in response before uttering his acceptance of Berengar's terms. Don't worry, Your Majesty, we Jaegers are the spearhead of the Royal Austrian Army. I promise you won't see a single skirmisher on your journey to Parma. As Berenger heard this, he smiled and nodded before dismissing his officers. All right, you all know your plans. Quickly set to the task. I want our troops prepared to move out before nightfall. When Berenger said this, all of the gathered officers quickly saluted him before responding in the affirmative. Yes, Your Majesty. After saying this, they all exited the tent before preparing their troops for battle. As for Berenger, he pulled out a golden chalice and poured some fortified wine within it before taking a sip for himself. Thanks to his influence, the world was rapidly changing and he knew it would not be long before his enemies began to adapt to his weapons. Sieges would not always be this easy, and as such he had to savor the swift victories while still managing to achieve them. When he returned from this war, he desperately needed to begin the industrialization process of Austria. He had already advanced to the limits of pre-industrial society. If he wanted to maintain his dominance, the era of steel and steam would need to occur. As he was thinking about such things, the cannons began to echo in the distance as they unleashed their fury onto the gatehouses of the city of Milan. With his current prowess, Berenger estimated that at most it would take an hour before the city gates were brought to ruin and his soldiers could swarm the city like an army of locusts. As such, Berenger spent the remaining time of the bombardment within his command tent, overgoing his plans. The longer this war dragged out, the less beneficial it was for Berenger. He needed to quickly make his way to Bologna. However, there were several small cities in between, such as Parma, which he needed to pass through first. After doing so, he would head to Florence to capture the Medici's wealth and bring down the imperial crown. If things kept going as planned, this war would take at most last a few months. As Berenger was making these plans, an officer arrived within the tent where he informed Berenger of their progress. Your Majesty, the gates have crumbled and our soldiers have begun to advance into the city. As Berenger heard this, he smiled before grabbing a hold of his burgonet and placing it upon his head. An army of roughly 50,000 men was rushing into the city and ransacking it for its worth. It would be a matter of hours before they began to depart. As such, Berenger intended to enjoy the sights and take a stroll through the city. With this in mind, he informed the officer of his decision. Gather my guard, I will be entering the city. The officer nodded before departing from the tent. His guard was already established when Berenger entered the camp a few minutes later. Most of these men were among their respective units' elites and had formed a rudimentary protection unit for some time now. When Berenger saw this, he realized that he was now a king and needed a dedicated unit to protect himself and his family. He decided that after this war was over, he would establish a proper royal guard. After gazing fondly upon his soldiers, Berenger mounted his steed where the unit tasked with his protection followed suit. After seeing that the team was prepared to enter the city, Berenger called out his commands. Forward march. With this said, the King of Austria and his guard marched into the burning city as conquerors. As they passed through the gatehouse that was now nothing more than splinters and debris, Berenger noticed the pile of corpses which mainly consisted of the Italian defenders. The rear echelon of his forces was already piling the bodies up into wagons so they could be properly disposed of. The scent of smoke and blood filled the air as Berenger advanced further into the city. What he saw was his troops looting everything of value and restraining the citizens so that they could not resist. It became increasingly clear that the level of resistance Berengar's army faced after entering the city was practically non-existent. Aside from a few hundred Italian defenders held up within the city's castle, the rest of Milan had already surrendered peacefully. The city citizens gazed upon Berenger with a mix of awe and hatred as they saw the legendary figure in the flesh striding forth on horseback as if conquering their city was as natural as breathing air. In just a few hours, the once mighty city of Milan had fallen and its riches plundered by the Austrian invaders. Despite this, no citizens chose to resist. They were well aware of the futility of fighting against the Royal Austrian Army. News of the defeat of Verona had already spread across northern Italy, as well as the disastrous defeat in the Adriatic that sent the remainder of their navy to the depths of the Mediterranean. In the eyes of many Italian citizens, this war was already over and the empire had lost. Despite this, the emperor did not offer terms of surrender, nor would Berengar accept them, not until he had seized Florence and taken the vast fortune of the Medicis for himself. In doing so, he would cripple his most giant enemy financially, and that was the Catholic Church. With this in mind, the city of Milan fell in a near-effortless victory for the Austrian royal army. What could have taken days of brutal conflict lasted a mere matter of hours. This would not be the last time Berengar ransacked a city in such a manner. After all, the will of the Italian people to fight against such an overwhelming foe who wanted nothing more than independence was waning by the day. Chapter 327, One Last Act of Desperation. Emperor Balsamo Corsini was sitting upon his imperial throne within the city of Florence. News of Milan's fall had just reached his ears, and he could hardly believe it. If it were not coming from a trusted source, the man would never dare to believe such shocking words. The Holy Roman Emperor swallowed the saliva built up in his throat before asking the question on his mind to the general standing before him. "Can you repeat what you just said for me?" Upon being asked this question, the general did not hesitate to respond with the words he had just spoken moments before. He sighed with defeat as he announced the grim news that he had only recently received. Milan has fallen. It took the Austrian army roughly an hour to penetrate the city's defenses. Afterward, resistance to the Austrian invaders ended as swiftly as it had begun. According to reports, the Austrians have been ransacking the wealth of our northernmost cities. Anything of value that can be taken has been stripped from the local populace, leaving the population poor and destitute. With this clarification, the emperor rested his head in his hands as he gazed at the floor with a panicked expression. He could seldom believe Milan had fallen so quickly, especially after he dispatched forces to hamper the Austrian advance. As such, he promptly asked about the status of his skirmishers. "What about the troops we have set in the field? How many of them remain to slow down the Austrian army?" The general who had given the emperor his report cleared his throat before speaking up about the status of their skirmishers. "We have lost contact with the forces who were supposed to halt the Austrian advance. My guess is the Austrians found a way to hunt them down. The last message we received from any of our units in the field is a bit cryptic." The emperor frowned as he heard this. In fact, he was quite afraid to ask, but he knew it was his duty to do so. As such, Balsamo masked his internal trepidation with a facade of confidence as he asked the general for his report. What were the contents of the message? The general once more did not hesitate to present the evidence. As such, he looked at the message written down with what appeared to be the blood of the man who had written it before speaking up. There are only 2 words. Austrian ghosts. Balsamo was a deeply religious and superstitious man. As such, his prior confident facade came crumbling down as soon as he heard the phrase. The emperor immediately stood up from his seat with an expression filled with dread before breaking out into a mad outburst. "What sorcery is this? Berengar can control the souls of the damned. Is that what my soldiers mean to tell me? How can we defeat such evil?" While the emperor was having a mental breakdown, the general cleared his throat and tried to present a reasonable alternative to his liege. As such, he responded with a firm resolve. "I don't believe the soldiers meant literal ghosts. I think what the report means is that Austria has hidden units that move in the shadows and swiftly attack our forces while remaining unseen. These alleged ghosts are a serious threat and need to be treated as such." Upon hearing a reasonable explanation, the emperor collapsed in his seat as he sighed heavily in relief. It took him a moment or two to calm his nerves. After all, the manner that the Austrians had managed to advance through his territory was already borderlining the supernatural. The emperor spent the next 2 moments reflecting on his options. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the possibility of victory in this war was practically non-existent. His trade fleet was being pillaged by a combination of Berengar's privateers and foreign pirates with impunity, and as such, the economy had suffered severely. Without a proper navy, his trade would come grinding to a halt soon enough. As for the Swiss front, it was a lost cause. Half of the nation had already fallen after the defeat at Zurich. The Swiss leaders were now convening to negotiate their surrender to Adelbrand and his army of 25,000 Austrians. Balsamo swore that if he were capable, he would march his armies into the Swiss Confederation and remind them who they were subject to. However, he could not do this. He had suffered serious losses against Berengar's army, and the Austrians had cut off any route into the Swiss Confederation. While all of this was happening, Berengar's main force was plowing straight through Lombardy and would soon enough be at his gates. Though the emperor's forces had captured some weapons from Berengar's army, it would be years before they could adequately reverse-engineer such advanced weaponry. Without a doubt, the war would be over long before then. Thus the Holy Roman Emperor was left with 2 options: surrender and expect leniency, or fight in a last stand against the Austrian army. The emperor was too proud to bow his head to some lowly baron who proclaimed himself king. No, there was only one way for this conflict to end. He would rather die than admit defeat to an upstart like Berengar. Emperor Balsamo Corsini quickly rose from his seat and dusted off his attire before reclaiming his determination. After doing so, he boldly declared to his general his final plan for turning this war around. "General, gather every man and child that can bear arms within our remaining territory. Equip them with whatever weapons you can find and bring them to Florence. If Berengar wants to defeat me, he will have to take the city from an army of over 100,000 men. The general sighed when he heard this. Bringing such a large army to Florence would deplete their food reserves. Even if the Royal Austrian army were to be defeated at Florence, the capital would starve by the time winter arrived. The war was already lost, and yet the emperor was too proud to admit defeat. Nevertheless, the general had his orders and nodded his head before responding in the affirmative. I will do what you ask, but your majesty, as your general, I feel I must advise you against such a drastic measure. Regardless of whether we win or lose this battle, this war as a whole will be the end of the Holy Roman Empire. Even if we manage to repel the Austrians, our armies will be devastated and our economy will be in ruin. If we genuinely undergo such a disastrous option, we will no longer have the ability to project enough strength to control our vassals, and one by one they will follow in the path of Austria. However, despite this advice, the emperor was undeterred from his course of action. Either Austria would break its back against the walls of Florence, or the empire would crumble. However, the dignity of the emperor would never falter. As such, Balsamo Corsini glared at his general before responding. Your opinion is noted, but you will do what I ask, or I will find a general who will. After hearing that the emperor was set on this suicidal path, the general sighed heavily before nodding his head. The future was bleak for the empire, but he supposed all good things must come to an end. After all, the vassals that made up the Holy Roman Empire were largely autonomous to begin with. With this in mind, the general steeled his resolve before responding to the emperor's demands. Very well, you shall have your army, but when the empire begins to fall apart, let it be known that I advised against this course of action. The emperor said nothing and allowed the general to depart in silence. Instead, he sat down upon his throne once more and took a large swig from his chalice filled with wine. The man continued to drink until the contents within the glass were entirely within the confines of his stomach. The emperor had faith that Berengar would not so quickly seize the capital of the empire with such a large force of defenders. Even if most of them were nothing more than peasant levies, bodies were bodies, and Berengar's power could be overwhelmed eventually. As such, while Berengar rapidly began to advance upon the city of Parma, the empire had started withdrawing all of its forces within the field and the garrisons which guarded the northern towns to Florence. As for southern Italy, they too were tasked with bringing forth troops to defend Florence from the Austrian invasion. The Battle of Florence would become the determining battle in this war for Austrian independence. Whether or not the empire would crumble in defeat was mere speculation at this point. After all, the union of the various imperial states was still beneficial to most of its members. One thing was sure though, this battle would have long-reaching effects on the power structure of the European continent. Chapter 328, Developing the Needle Rifle. Ludwig stood on the range contained within the weapons testing facility that lies outside the boundaries of Kufstein City. In his hand was a prototype that he had been working on for some time now. Due to the advancements in chemical technology such as mercury fulminate and the creation of percussion caps, Ludwig had finally been able to complete his design. The working title for this weapon was the Schmidt Needle Rifle. The reason for this name was the fact that this single-shot, bolt-action rifle used a long needle to penetrate through the end of a paper cartridge, where it would strike the percussion cap embedded within and thus ignite the powder, propelling the bullet downrange. The rifle was equipped with a 33.66-inch barrel that utilized the same polygonal rifling that the 1419 Jaeger rifles were equipped with. It also used the .451 lead alloy projectile. Unlike the hexagonal bullets issued to the Jaeger rifles, this needle rifle utilized a cylindrical projectile of a more traditional design. The sights on this gun were a ladder-style iron sight that graduated from 100 to 1,600 yards, though truthfully, that maximum range was being optimistic. Unlike needle rifle designs from Berengar's previous life, this rifle was manufactured with durability and reliability in mind, and as such, it utilized a reinforced locking system and a more robust needle that was easily replaceable from the rear of the action in the event that it became damaged. Overall, its appearance resembled the Mauser Model 1871 from Berengar's previous life. Ludwig had designed a new blade-style bayonet that was similar to the 1871-84 pattern bayonet from Berengar's past life. The most significant difference between the Mauser 1871 and the Schmidt needle rifle was that this was not a centerfire weapon, but a needle gun. Ludwig loaded the hand-rolled paper cartridge into the chamber before shutting the bolt. After he did so, he aimed down the sights at 100 yards before pulling the trigger. The needle on the bolt pierced through the rear of the paper cartridge and struck the percussion cap, igniting the powder and sending the .451 lead alloy projectile downrange and into the target. As for the rest of the paper cartridge, it was blown out the bore of the rifle. The moment Ludwig fired the cartridge, he cycled the action to the rear, where he placed another cartridge in the chamber before firing at the target once more. It was another solid hit. After doing so, he continued this for a total of 12 rounds in a single minute. The garrison who were watching him test out this new rifle were amazed by its fire rate. However, they were uncertain of its effective range, and due to Ludwig being a poor shot, he had not hit all of his targets. With this in mind, a man walked over to Ludwig. He was not wearing the standard army uniform. Instead, he was dressed in the Feldgrau uniform used by the Jaeger Corps. This man was using crutches as he approached Ludwig. Evidently, this young soldier was wounded in battle and sent home to recover. He just so happened to be hanging out with one of his friends from the garrison when Ludwig showed up to test fire his new weapon. The Jaeger was blown away by the rate of fire of the weapon. However, he was not impressed with the accuracy. Being the expert marksman that he was, he deduced it was most likely due to a lack of proper training from the man who wielded it, and as such, he decided to volunteer for the position to test the gun after seeing it was safe to operate. My lord, Corporal Lockwick 10 at your service. It would be my honor to test this rifle for you to see how effective its range is. That is if you do not mind an old Jaeger like myself doing so. Ludwig looked over at the man and noticed he was dressed in a military uniform unlike one he had ever seen before. It was sleek and lacking the noticeable embellishment that most of Berengar's troops used. Despite Ludwig's lack of formality with the uniform, the old man recognized the silver oak leaf pin on the man's field cap which designated him as a member of the Royal Austrian Jaeger Corps. It was a crime to reproduce the pin and use it without authorization. As such, the man before him was either a member of Berengar's elite forces or a fraud risking a criminal sentence. Ludwig was betting on the former of those two possibilities and nodded his head with a stoic expression. Not at all. Show me what you Jaegers are capable of. The soldier smiled and sat down at the bench rest before grabbing a hold of the needle rifle and placing a paper cartridge in its chamber just as Ludwig had done prior. He then adjusted its iron sights from 100 yards to 1,000 yards, a shot he was usually capable of pulling off with his Jaeger rifle under ideal conditions. He gauged the wind in the air before squeezing the trigger, sending the projectile downrange at a steel target that was sitting out at roughly 1,000 yards. The audible ping of the lead crashing against steel resounded throughout the testing field and signaled to everyone present that the Jaeger had hit his mark. This was a phenomenal feat for the average soldiers of the garrison. Most troops in the Austrian army were unaware of just how proficient the Jaegers were at long-range combat. They had never witnessed them in battle due to them being a force deployed far ahead of the traditional battlefield. After pulling the trigger and sending the round downrange, the Jaeger immediately cycled the bolt back to the rear and put another paper cartridge lying on the table into the chamber before sending the bolt home. After doing so, he aimed down at another target 1,200 yards downrange and adjusted his sights to compensate for the difference in distance. Having made his calculations, the young soldier pulled the trigger, and once more, an audible ping resounded throughout the range. This action of 2 shots in under 10 seconds successfully hitting targets at such a distance shocked the crowd of soldiers even more. After the Jaeger had followed up with a third shot at 1,500 yards that also successfully hit its target, he cycled the bolt back to clear the weapon, not that it needed to do so, before chuckling to himself. As he did so, he cried out at the top of his lungs. Wonderful, simply wonderful. I need one of these for when I go back to the field. How much do you want for it? However, Ludwig shook his head as he informed the young soldier about the reality of the weapon. This is just a prototype. The final product will have to be approved by the king for service in the army. You will have to wait until then. Despite Ludwig declining his offer, the Jaeger was persistent and made a sizable offer. If you can make another one of these for me, I will pay 2, no 3 guldens. I know plenty of my comrades who would do the same. Ludwig was tempted to take the soldier up on his offer, but the weapon still hadn't been thoroughly tested yet, and he didn't want the man to lose his life due to a malfunction. As such, he declined once more. Once I figure out the kinks in the rifle and improve it, I will be happy to sell you one if you really can't wait until they become standard issue. The soldier frowned in response to this, but he understood that Ludwig had good intentions. As such, he agreed to the man's terms. All right, don't keep me waiting too long. In a few weeks, I will be back in the field, and I would feel a hell of a lot safer with this rifle as my primary weapon than the current issue Jaeger rifle. Ludwig scratched the back of his head as he responded to the soldier's eagerness to purchase his rifle. I will see what I can do. Hopefully, I can have a functional variant made for you to use in the field by then. After saying this, the Jaeger thanked Ludwig before picking up his crutches and heading off from the testing facility. He had a broad smile spread across his face like a kid on Christmas. Such an excellent weapon solved his biggest complaints about the currently issued muzzleloading rifles. As for Ludwig, he sighed in relief after the overly excited soldier was gone before picking up his prototype rifle and bringing it back to the shop. So far everything seemed like it functioned properly. But he was going to need to stress test the weapon over the coming days to make sure there were no serious issues with it. However, for the prototype, the weapon was beyond functional, and that made him happy. He could not wait until King Berenger could finally witness the rifle that the old man had designed entirely by himself. He could already anticipate the commendation he would get for creating such a revolutionary type of weapon. With that said, Ludwig returned to the Statron armory that he managed, where he began to manufacture more paper cartridges to test the rifle in the upcoming days. By the time Berenger marched on Florence, there would be thousands of these Schmidt needle rifles in the hands of Berengar's most elite forces. Chapter 329, The Swiss Confederation Surrenders. In the city of Geneva, on the other side of the Swiss Confederation from where the Royal Austrian Army currently occupied, various high-ranking noblemen were gathered to discuss the reality of the war they were facing. These men in their entirety spoke the German language and were considerably closer to the Austrians ethnically than they were to their Italian masters. As vassals of the Holy Roman Empire, they held a high degree of autonomy. With this in mind, they decided to exercise their right to negotiate their surrender to the Kingdom of Austria. Adelbrand von Salzburg, general of the Austrian army tasked with invading the Swiss Confederation, had sent his demands to the remaining leaders of the Swiss Confederation. The terms that Adelbrand had made were simple: the Austrian army would only yield their conquest if the Swiss Confederation in its entirety agreed to annexation by the Austrian crown, where it would be reformed as the Grand Duchy of Switzerland. The Grand Duchy of Switzerland would effectively become a vassal state of the Kingdom of Austria and would be subject to all laws as established in the Austrian constitution. To the lords of the Swiss Confederation, this was not an appealing prospect. They would be giving up the degree of autonomy they had maintained under the Holy Roman Emperor in favor of a strong centralized government under the authority of a single monarch. Not only that, but they would be forced to usher in the military, political, economic, agricultural, and industrial reforms that Berengar had established in Austria. Thus, these men would be losing a significant degree of political and military power. This thought specifically caused one of the more prominent noblemen. They had gathered for this meeting to be quite irritated as he presented his case against surrendering to the Austrian crown. The upstart Berengar von Kufstein has gone too far with his demands. He expects us to kneel before him and beg him for mercy? Never. We should fight until our last breaths against this annexation. It is a humiliation to the Swiss people. This count was not the only one who felt this way, as several members of the nobility immediately expressed support for this viewpoint. Here. I fuck Austria and their young king. Death before dishonor. However, a few of the noblemen present were not entirely against the idea of annexation. These men were reformists, or at the very least, the population they ruled over was primarily comprised of reformists. As such, they had a responsibility to hold up the other side of the argument. One of these men was the Count of Fribourg, and he was close personal friends with Count Rainer von Cha, who had surrendered to the Austrian crown during the initial invasion. He understood better than anyone the reasons for doing so. As such, he presented an alternative to the more boisterous members of the Swiss high nobility. It is in my opinion that these demands are not unreasonable. While Austria will hold more control over our lands than the empire, it has become increasingly apparent that we are witnessing the rise of a new power with the Kingdom of Austria, one that might unify the German world into a single cohesive empire. Before long, Florence will fall, and with it the dignity of the imperial crown. Under Austrian reign, we will become as wealthy and prosperous as they have become. The age of feudalism and knights is coming to an end. If we do not embrace this new era, we will be left behind in the darkness plaguing our lands. If we refuse the Austrians' terms, they will conquer us, and when they do, they will replace every one of us with an Austrian nobleman of their choosing. We share many ethnic and cultural aspects with the Austrians, far more than the Italians. It is in the best interest of the Swiss people and its nobility to kneel before the Austrian crown. When the men gathered heard this, they fell silent. What the Count said made sense. They did not have the military capacity to continue a war with the Austrians for much longer. If they chose to do so, they would only invoke the ire of the Austrian crown, which would surely result in them losing all of their power and authority over their lands, if not their lives altogether. Despite this reality, many men were reluctant to hand over their long-held power to the Kingdom of Austria and its centralized government. As such, they began proposing new ideas to maintain their autonomy. Could we not negotiate with the Austrians about receiving the same degree of autonomy that we have under the empire? After all, their demands of total surrender are a bit insulting. Surely the Austrian king can understand our grievances? However, those in favor of surrendering knew this was not likely and immediately dismissed this idea. With what power can we make such demands of King Berengar? The Austrians respect nothing other than the power of one's military might. They have made it clear that they want to incorporate us into their kingdom under their laws. I can understand why to them we are backward and primitive people. With their advanced agricultural systems, they can feed their people a minimum of 3 meals a day, while ours are severely malnourished. Such a thing has a significant impact on prosperity, productivity, and population growth. As noblemen, if we surrender, we might be losing a substantial degree of power, but we would be making up for it in the fortune our houses will gain. This is the reality we are facing. A new era is upon us, and we can either submit to the winds of change or be blown away by them. If any of you wish to decline the terms presented to us, then so be it. However, I know that I will personally surrender to the Austrians, guaranteeing my family's future in the process. This is an unwinnable war, and you all know it. The words spoken by this man had a significant effect on the other noblemen present. They quickly began to realize that even if a few of them resisted until the end, others among their ranks would surrender on their terms. This caused all confidence in a united resistance against the Austrian incursion to collapse instantly. Those members of the Swiss nobility who moments prior were yelling to resist Austria at all costs now had downcast expressions as they gazed at their compatriots who were ready to kneel before the Austrian crown as their new master. The Swiss Confederation had become a hotbed of the German Reformation. They knew that the people they presided over were already sick and tired of fighting a war with the homeland of their faith on behalf of the Catholic Emperor. With this in mind, a vote was now held between the various Swiss noblemen who had gathered in this meeting. An older nobleman who had remained silent until now was the first to speak up. All in favor of surrendering to the Austrian crown under the terms they have presented? Over 3/4 of the nobility within the room voted in favor of this agreement. The older man immediately noticed that a few men remained utterly silent in response to this vote. As such, he once more spoke up by proposing the second option. All in favor of resisting the Austrian crown until our last dying breath? Despite the unwillingness of 1/4 of the noblemen to surrender, there was complete and utter silence regarding this vote. Those who once wished to resist were now abstaining. With this in mind, the older man sighed before making the decision known. 3/4 are in favor of surrendering and 1/4 are abstaining. The decision is final. We will surrender to the Austrian crown under the terms they have presented and allow the full annexation of the Swiss Confederation. From henceforth we shall be known as the Grand Duchy of Switzerland, with the Grand Duke to be chosen by our liege, the King of Austria, His Majesty Berenger von Kufstein. The moment these words were spoken, only silence filled the air. Even those ready to surrender were not entirely eager to see the changes that would come to Switzerland in the coming years. After all, to give up the degree of autonomy they had to become a state of the Kingdom of Austria was not something to be taken lightly. However, despite their reluctance, one thing was certain: the Swiss theater of the Austrian War for Independence was over. And aside from a small occupying force left behind with the intent to establish control over the newly formed Grand Duchy of Switzerland, the remaining troops would be pouring into the Italian theater to support the main army in their attempt to lay siege Florence. With the emperor's last stand on the horizon, Berenger would need every soldier he could muster in his attempt to siege a city filled with belligerents. It was bound to be a brutal and bloody conflict, and the 20,000 soldiers who would be arriving from the land formerly known as the Swiss Confederation was sure to aid in Austria's chances of victory. Chapter 330, Returning to Service. Corporal Lockwick 10 sat in the back of a supply wagon that was headed to the front lines. The new and improved Schmidt needle rifle was in his hands that Ludwig had improved after thorough and rigorous stress testing. The young man cleaned the rifle with great care while dressed in his camouflage smock and field cap, with his helmet lying beside him. This supply convoy not only brought forth much-needed supplies to the front lines but reinforcements to replace the soldiers who were wounded or killed in battle. Some of these men, like Locke, were returning to the front lines after being injured themselves. The young corporal could not wait to show off his new prototype rifle to the soldiers in his unit. As such, he was eager to regroup with them. By now, Berenger and his army had advanced beyond the city of Milan after stealing its treasures and was on its route to the small city of Parma, which lay between them and Bologna. Any minute now he would approach Berengar's army, where he would likely regroup with at least one of the Jaeger units that were nearby. While the Italians had pulled back the majority of their soldiers to reinforce the city of Florence in a desperate last stand against the might of the Royal Austrian Army, they had kept some small amount of troops in the field in an attempt to slow down the Austrian advance to buy the main Italian army some much-needed time. When Locke finally saw the tents of the Austrian encampment appear in the distance, he slung his rifle over his shoulder and placed his helmet upon his head before rushing towards the camp. The young corporal waved at the supply convoy as he departed. When Locke arrived, he was surprised to see that his company was currently resting in the encampment and not out in the field. He quickly approached Captain Andreas Jaeger as he saluted the man with respect. "Corporal Lockwick 10 reporting for duty, sir." Captain Jaeger returned Locke's salute before responding. "At ease, Corporal. I hope you are well rested because we will be deploying to the front lines shortly." After saying this, the captain noticed the rifle slung on Locke's shoulder was vastly different from the muzzle-loading Jaeger rifles that were currently issued to the Jaeger Corps and could not help but inquire about it. "Corporal, what is that and where did you get it?" The moment Locke heard this, he unslung the weapon and presented it to his commanding officer. "This is called a needle rifle. While I was away, Ludwig invented it. This particular rifle is a second prototype, but Ludwig has assured me it is free from any potentially harmful malfunctions. It has the same degree of accuracy as our currently issued rifles but is capable of firing 12 rounds a minute." When Andreas heard this, he was shocked that such a weapon existed, and as such, he wanted to see a demonstration. However, firing a gun while in camp was explicitly forbidden, and thus he would have to wait to see how well the rifle functioned until it could be demonstrated in the field. As such, the man sighed before giving the corporal his orders. "Get back to your squad. I am sure they will be happy to see you have made a full recovery." Locke saluted Captain Andreas once more before replying in the affirmative. "Yes, sir." After Andreas saluted the young man back, Locke returned to his tent where he met with his fellow soldiers. As for Andreas, he immediately began to search for his commanding officer to inform him of this new weapon. Eventually, he found Colonel Dietrich von Liens in a meeting with King Berenger von Kufstein within the command tent. Knowing his place, the man patiently waited by the tent side until his superior officer departed. However, when Dietrich finally exited the tent, he was alongside Berenger, who looked at the young captain with confusion. Seeing the king in front of him, Captain Andreas immediately saluted to him. "Your Majesty," Captain Andreas Jaeger reporting to his superior officer about some information received from a soldier returning to service after medical leave. Berenger was curious as to what valuable intel a returning soldier could have and, as such, spoke up before Colonel Dietrich could respond. "Speak. If this is something so valuable that you would await by the tent side for your CO, then you are free to discuss it with me." Captain Andreas looked over to his commanding officer to see if he had permission. Meanwhile, the aging colonel gazed at Andreas as if he were an idiot and silently nodded his head. As such, Captain Andreas no longer hesitated to speak his mind. "One of my soldiers?" Corporal Lockwickden has returned with a prototype weapon he has purchased from Baronet Ludwig. He calls it a needle rifle and says it is capable of firing a projectile out to a similar distance that our Jaeger rifles are capable of with more than twice the rate of fire. When Berenger heard this, he was shocked. The only needle rifles he knew of were the Dries and Chassepot from his previous life, and they lacked in terms of long-range firepower compared to the Whitworth rifle that he had based his Jaeger rifles upon. Not only that, but as far as he was aware, they did not yet have mercury fulminate to manufacture percussion caps. As such, he was pretty skeptical of this claim. Thus he responded with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Did the soldier call it a needle rifle? When Berenger asked this, the captain looked at him with confusion in his eyes before nodding his head. Was it possible that Berenger knew about Ludwig's designs? Then again, he was the king, so it made sense if he knew about experimental weapons that were shrouded in secrecy. The moment Berniger witnessed the man's nod, his expression turned serious as he spoke with an authoritative tone befitting a monarch. Take me to this man right away. Andreas led both Berenger and Colonel Dietrich to the tent where Locke and his squad were resting. The moment Captain Andreas arrived, the men jumped to attention, saluting their commanding officer. However, they were shocked to see the colonel of the Jaeger Corps and the monarch himself standing behind their captain. Before any of the soldiers could get a word out, Berenger immediately said his decree. Which one of you is Corporal Lockwickden? Locke was astonished to find that the King of Austria himself had come searching for him. As such, he proudly presented himself to Berenger with his chest puffed out. Corporal Lockwickden, at your service, your majesty. After hearing this, Berenger inspected the man closely. Noticing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he quickly cut to the chase. Show me the rifle you have brought with you. Locke did not hesitate to do so as he retrieved the needle rifle and checked to see if it was clear before handing it over to Berenger with the bolt open. The Royal Austrian Army had always stressed firearms safety as a priority in the training of the recruits. As such, a soldier would be punished severely if they did not first check to see if a weapon was clear before handing it over to someone else. Berenger closely inspected the rifle and noticed that it greatly resembled a Mauser Model 1871 from his past life, except instead of a single-shot centerfire rifle, it was a needle-fired rifle. The gun's needle was easily replaceable if it was damaged, much like on the final design of the Drais rifle that was added to the weapon variant in 1874. Berenger gazed down the bore and inspected it to see whether it had traditional or polygonal rifling. To his surprise, Ludwig had gone the extra mile with these rifles and improved the rifling just like how the current issued Jaeger rifles utilized. After closely observing the rifle, Berenger placed one of his hands out and ordered the soldier. Give me one of the cartridges. When the man heard this, he rushed over to his cot where he retrieved a paper cartridge from his web gear which contained the cylindrical .451 Whitworth-style projectile. When Berenger saw this, a wry smile appeared on his face as he expressed his thoughts aloud. Ludwig, you are a genius. Without any guidance, Ludwig had done the unthinkable. He had manufactured a needle rifle from scratch, centuries ahead of its natural time. Having never shot a needle rifle before, Berenger was eager to test out the weapon, and as such he swiftly walked out of the tent where the others nearby pursued him. After leaving the confines of the camp, Berenger gave a command to his soldiers. Set up a target 1,000 yards out. I want to test this rifle. The soldiers received their orders and placed a wooden bucket out at 1,000 yards before returning to Berengar's side. Berenger immediately dialed in the sights so that they were at the appropriate distance, where he proceeded to shoulder the rifle in his left arm and gaze with his one good eye down the iron sights. After acquiring his target, he inhaled deeply while holding his breath before squeezing the trigger. The moment he did so, the needle impacted the percussion cap and ignited the powder contained within, sending the projectile downrange at over 1,300 feet per second where it struck its target, knocking the bucket into the air. The moment he did so, Berenger exhaled deeply and cocked the action back before handing the rifle back to Corporal Locke with a broad smile on his face. He was pleased with the performance of the rifle and could not contain his joy. As such, he grabbed a hold of Colonel Dietrich before giving him an order. Send word to Ludwig. I want him to produce as many as these rifles as he is able before we march on Florence. I want your entire Jaeger Corps outfitted with these weapons. With this said, Dietrich immediately saluted Berenger and responded in the affirmative. At once, your majesty. With this, Berenger gazed into the distance at the bucket he had just shot with a warm smile curved upon his lips. It would not be long before Ludwig could create rifled breechloaders and cap and ball revolvers with a bit of assistance. Once more, a new era of warfare had just begun thanks to Berengar's intervention in the timeline. Chapter 331, Catfight 4 Part 1. With the remainder of the Imperial fleet demolished at the Battle of the Adriatic, privateers and pirates had free reign of attacking Imperial shipping. Anuria and her crew of salty wenches had made quite the fortune in attacking Imperial vessels and pirate ships. Currently, several large wooden chests were lying about within the master bedroom of the castle in Kufstein. These wooden chests displayed the vast wealth that Anuria had personally accumulated during her travels. These chests were filled with Austrian thalers and guldens, and a large amount of them had spilled onto the bed where two beautiful young women lie naked, cuddling up to one another surrounded by wealth. These women were Linda and Anuria. The two girls had long since gotten used to the feel of each other's bodies due to the many nights they had spent engaging in nightly debauchery with Berenger. The King of Austria had more than once joked about how he would kill them if they cheated on him with another man, but entertaining each other was acceptable. After months without the touch of their man, the two had finally given in to their base instincts and entertained the idea that had been embedded in their brains by Berengar's sick sense of humor. The two women had just finished their fun and were now relaxing on the bed together. Eventually, Honoria got up and began to dress. She could not stay in Kufstein forever. There was plenty of other loot to be had, and she was too embarrassed to look at Linda in the eye at the moment. However, Linda had no problem staring at the princess' voluptuous body. As he did so, Linda immediately noticed that Honoria was having difficulty dressing in her undergarments, especially the bra. Eventually, Honoria ripped the straps on her brassiere as she tried to force it on. She was immediately cursing as she did so. God damn it. When Linda saw this, she placed her hand over her mouth and giggled as she teased the young princess. Honoria, have you grown recently? I thought I noticed a difference in size earlier, but looking at you now, I think my suspicions have been confirmed. Honoria glanced over at Linda, who still lay naked on the bed, where her cheeks immediately began to flush with embarrassment as Linda stared her in the eyes with an amorous gaze. Rather than admit she needed to purchase new undergarments, she instead lashed out at her rival. Oh, like you're one to talk, Linda, what size are those cow udders of yours now? There's no way those things are still DS. Linda crossed her arms under her breasts and showed them off to Honoria as if they were her crown jewels. With a sultry smile on her face, she responded to the young princess. They'll have you know they are now, yes. Why are you so flushed? Do you desire to have a taste of mommy's milk? Honoria's face went from embarrassed to disgusted as she heard Linda say this, partially because she knew that just a few minutes prior, she had been sucking the milk from Lindy's chest as if she were her babe. Apparently, Berenger was not the only one who enjoyed the taste of Lindy's milk. Reflecting upon this, Honoria looked away and deflected the question. I need new underwear. Do you want to go shopping with me? Linda immediately got up from her seat and approached Honoria with a wicked smile on her face. The young spymaster had just thought of a brilliant idea. As such, she nodded her head while grabbing a hold of Honoria and dragging her into her embrace before whispering in her ear. I think the little wife has also grown a bit. Wouldn't it be fun to show the main wife just what she's competing with? It was no secret that Adela and Lindy's relationship was tumultuous. To say the least, Linda much preferred the company of Honoria, and as such, she desired to create an alliance with her against their biggest competition, which was little Adela. Honoria instantly understood Lindy's intention. She responded with an equally malicious grin carved upon her immaculate lips. I think that's a splendid idea. As such, the two women began to kiss like Berenger had encouraged them to do many times while he shared his bed with the two girls. After breaking apart, Linda started to get dressed alongside Honoria. After they were fully clothed in the luxurious dresses that Berenger had purchased for them, the two ladies gathered a pouch filled with coins that were spread about and walked down the staircase in an attempt to find Adela. As per usual, the little Queen Tobe was playing the harp like a flawless little angel. The very sight of her innocent appearance caused both Linda and Honoria to seethe internally. However, they masked their displeasure with friendly facades as they both approached Adela. The moment the girls saw her two rivals approach with friendly smiles on their faces, she knew they were up to no good. As such, she ceased playing the harp and immediately scowled at the two wenches while she inquired about their reason for bothering her. What do you two want? Adela had recently turned 16 and she was counting down the days for Berenger to return from his war so that they could get married. Even though she tolerated Berengar's sexual activities with the two vixens before her, she was not exactly on the best terms with either Linda or Honoria. She had some history with Linda, and as such, she was friendlier to her than she was to the Byzantine princess who showed up in Berengar's life and stole his heart out of nowhere. The unholy alliance between Spymaster and Pirate Queen was something Adela had come to dread. Though she did not know what Linda and Honoria got up to while Berenger was away, she knew at the very least they were close enough to service the young king together. Something Adela greatly disapproved of. Seeing the young fiancé glaring at the two of them brought a sadistic grin to Linda and Honoria's pretty faces as they made their request to Adela. Linda was the first to speak as she had a better relationship with the girl. It is nothing much, Adela. We seem to have outgrown our undergarments and intend to go shopping. We were wondering if you wanted to join us? After all, as Berengar's women, it is our duty to bond together. These words caused Adela to grit her teeth. She had recently bumped up to AC Cup and felt that she could now compete with Honoria and Linda, but apparently the two women were also growing still. She immediately lashed out to Linda about her massive breasts to cover her own insecurities. What are you, some kind of milk cow? How the hell are you still growing? Honoria began to giggle. She had asked a similar question just a few minutes prior. On the other hand, Linda feigned offense to Adela's comments as if she were a perfect actress. Linda began to break out in tears as she manipulated Adela into coming along with them. There's no reason to say such mean words, little Adela. I just wanted to spend some quality time with you, and here you are making fun of my appearance. Do you have any idea how that feels? Adela sighed heavily as she heard this. She knew for a fact that Linda was pretending to hurt. After all, the woman had a hide as tough as steel, and yet she still found herself swayed by Lindy's charade. Fine, against my better judgment, I will go with you too. However, you better not play any tricks on me. In response, Linda quickly grabbed a hold of the girl and stuffed her into her bust as she petted her head. You mean it? Yay. After doing so, she released Adela and grabbed a hold of her hand before leading her out of the castle and into the city below. The trio of beautiful young women was headed to a local clothing store that catered specifically to the upper-class women of Austria. It was a shop owned and operated entirely by women. There they could get a proper measurement of their bodies without fearing Berenger doing something drastic like outright executing the tailor for touching them. As Linda and Anuria escorted the little queen into town, Adela could not help but regret her decision. She knew that some way, somehow, these two bitches were going to mess with her. She just did not know what exactly they had up their sleeves. Meanwhile, Linda and Anuria were grinning at one another. They could not wait to see the look on Adela's face when the two of them came out from the dressing room clothed in nothing but wedding lingerie. They hoped it would show the little queen just what she was going up against in their future polygamous marriage with Berenger. Whether their plan would work or backfire spectacularly had yet to be seen. Thus, while Berenger was waging war against his enemies for the sake of independence, his future wives were having a war of their own. Chapter 332, Catfight 4 Part 2. Linda and Anuria held onto Adela's hand as they dragged her through the entrance of the store embedded within the wealthiest area of Kufstein's trade district. The closer one got to the upper-class neighborhoods near the trade district, the more luxurious the shops became and the higher their prices. At the top of the trade district, just a stone's throw away from the city's wealthiest neighborhood, was a relatively large clothing shop. This shop catered exclusively to the upper-class women of Austria, more commonly than not noblewomen. It was run by the younger sister of the previous Duke of Austria, and as such, the store was named the Habsburgs Boutique. As one of the last surviving members of the main Habsburg line, Duke Wilmar's younger sister Lise had moved to Kufstein after the fall of Vienna during the Bavarian occupation. She was a middle-aged woman who was quite beautiful despite her age. Lise was a widow without any children and had only managed to survive the von Wittelsbach's attack because she lived at her family's original residence in Habsburg, Switzerland, at the time of Duke Wilmar's invasion of Austria. When she heard of her family's demise, she nearly died of grief. However, news reached her of Conrad's survival, and thus she made her way to Kufstein to look after her young nephew. Unfortunately, by the time she arrived, Berenger had killed the little brat by pushing him out a window. However, Lise had no clue about the true origins of Conrad's death. Instead, she believed the stories that the boy had killed himself. Choosing to believe that the new Duke and current King of Austria was not the kind of man his enemies painted him as. While in Kufstein, Lise fell in love with the fashion designs that Berenger had come up with and used what little wealth remained of her family's assets to buy a shop. She exclusively dealt with products created by Berengar's garment factories. Since opening her shop, she had amassed quite a small fortune and saw many young beautiful women buy her products. However, none were as beautiful as the three women who entered her store on this day. While Linda and Anuria had visited this shop in the past, Adela, who lived in Graz until recently, had never entered the store. As such, Lise, who was sipping out of a cup of coffee and gazing at the returning guests, was quite shocked to see a living angel such as Adela enter her shop. Among the other two women next to her, Lise knew that the young blonde girl with twin tails would one day be the most beautiful of them all. Being well acquainted with both Linda and Anuria, the mature beauty graciously approached Berengar's lovers with the intent to inquire about who this little angel was. Linda, Anuria, it has been some time. I am glad to see you have returned to my humble shop. Tell me, who is this gorgeous young woman alongside you? The moment Linda and Anuria heard the old women refer to Adela in such a manner, they felt their stomachs churn. This was not exactly what they had in mind when they brought the girl here. Nevertheless, Linda put on a friendly facade as she introduced Adela to the shopkeeper. This is Lady Adela von Graz. She is King Berengar's fiancée. They will soon be getting married. As such, we have come to help her pick out some bridal lingerie. The moment Linda said this, Adela gazed at her with a shocked expression. She was not informed of such a thing. She thought they were simply there to buy regular underwear. As such, her ivory cheeks began to flush red with embarrassment. Lise was a wise, cunning old fox, and she could immediately tell that Adela was surrounded by two wolves who wanted to eat her up. Linda and Anuria may think they were good actors, but compared to Lise, who had grown up in the Habsburg royal court, they were simply greenhorns when it came to such affairs. Seeing that the future queen of her country was in a rivalry with two formidable beauties, Lise decided to give the little angel a helping hand. As such, she grabbed a hold of Adela and dragged her away from the other two girls while putting on a comforting smile. Come, child, let us find something that will bring out your inner beauty. By the time I am done with you, your husband will be happy to call you his bride. Adela could not resist and was instantly whisked away to a changing booth. The moment she and Lise were gone from sight, Linda scowled and Anuria bit her lip. The Byzantine princess was the first to protest the result of the plan. I didn't think the old hag would screw us over like this. Linda, on the other hand, simply snorted in response. It doesn't matter how much help she gets from Lise, that little girl still can't compete with us in terms of physique. While Linda and Anuria were waiting their turn, Adela was stripped naked and covered up in embarrassment. As for Lise, she closely observed the girl's flawless skin and perky pink nipples. Though she was perfectly straight, even she felt the desire to gobble the young bride up. However, she was a professional, so she quickly pulled out a measuring tape before getting down Adela's details. 32C2132, you, my dear, are an absolute angel. Your fiancé is one lucky man. You are perfect in every way. Adela immediately began to pout in response to the results. She was the smallest member of her family and the smallest among Berengar's wives. She did not care what the older woman had to say. Nothing could make her feel worse about her physique. The mature beauty noticed Adela's crumbling self-image and immediately decided to repair it. As such, the woman took matters into her own hands and spanked Adela on her soft bottom, snapping the girl out of her daze. Adela gazed at Lice's eyes with fury embedded in her own. However, what the woman said next shook her to her core. You think just because those bitches out there are bigger than you, that you are somehow lesser than them? Trust me, sweetheart, bigger is not always better. When your man sees you on his wedding night, I promise you the only thing he will be thinking about is you. Those two whores are his mistresses and nothing more. You are the queen and you need to show them their place. Adela was shocked to hear the woman speak to her in such a way, so much so that she gritted her teeth before expressing her thoughts. They're not just his mistresses. Berenger is going to enact polygamy. He will take them as his second and third wives. Lice was quite shocked to hear this. However, she knew that Berenger was not an ordinary man, and as such, she chuckled lightly before responding to Adela's concerns. Has he told you that you will be his first wife? His queen? Adela gazed up at the woman and nodded her head slowly in response to this. Lice grabbed onto her shoulder and gave her a thumbs up. That's good, it means you're his number one, and those bitches know it. That's why they dragged you here, to make you feel bad about yourself. How about we show them who's really in charge? Adela tilted her head in confusion before asking for clarification. What did you have in mind? The mature beauty whispered her plan in Adela's ear, causing the little Queen Tobe to flush in embarrassment. However, despite this reaction, she still nodded her head with firm resolve. Okay, let's do it. With this said, Lice left the changing room and handed a slip of paper off to one of her subordinates. After doing so, she approached Linda and Anuria before asking the two girls, "Who is next?" Linda stepped forward before Anuria could jump at the opportunity and was dragged to the next changing room. Anuria began to pout. However, she instantly became furious when Linda looked behind and stuck out her tongue at the young princess. Linda was quickly stuffed into the dressing room and disrobed. Lice was shocked to see how much Linda had grown since her last visit and could not contain her thoughts. Good God, woman. What the hell are you eating to grow so much at your age? Linda had a smug expression on her face as she asked the mature shopkeeper the thought on her mind. What are my measurements? Though Linda had guessed that she probably had eclipsized breasts by now, she wanted to know precisely how splendid her figure was. Lice did not hold back the information and quickly replied to Lindy's requests. Even if she lied to the young vixen, it was only a matter of time before she found out. The director of Austrian intelligence's web of information was no joke. 34E2234. A smug grin appeared on Lindy's face as she quickly commanded the mature beauty to get her something to wear. Fetch me some bridal lingerie, it won't be long before I have my own wedding, you know. Though Lice wanted to say something to Linda, she chose not to and instead walked out of the changing room before handing another subordinate a slip of paper. After doing so, she grabbed a hold of Anuria and dragged her into yet another changing room before going through the same routine. 33D2233, you're the same as Linda was a year ago. You three girls, I swear to God. Your man is either blessed by the Lord to snag up you three beauties or the devil curses him. Only time will tell. Anuria was far more pleasant than Linda and made a polite request of the old shopkeeper. Can you please fetch me some bridal lingerie? After hearing this, Lice sighed and nodded her head. Afterward, she left the changing room and handed a slip of paper off to yet another subordinate. Before long, her three aides arrived with 3 sets of bridal lingerie from the store. 2 of them were the same design, but one was slightly different in nature. The 3 sets consisted of a lacy bra, lacy panties, lacy garter belt, and lacy stockings. However, the one reserved for Adela was far more attractive than the other 2. If angels were to wear lingerie, they would wear what the woman had prepared for the future queen. As such, the woman handed the 3 sets to the 3 girls through their changing rooms and eventually they all walked out simultaneously. Linda and Anuria were feeling pretty confident with themselves and as such, they strutted out with style. Meanwhile, Adela was covering herself up as she walked out with red cheeks. Seeing the other 2 girls dressed in their beautiful attire made Adela want to die on the spot. She lost confidence after seeing Lindy's massive bust heaving out of her pure white lacy push-up bra with her perfectly toned plump ass displayed through her enticing string, which was covered by a lacy garter belt. Anuria was dressed in a similar set of attire. Though her measurements were slightly smaller, her porcelain skin and white hair blended perfectly with the outfit, creating an exceptionally breathtaking scene. Almost ready to admit defeat at the 2 succubi standing before her, Adela had a downcast expression with a small tear forming in her eye. However, at the next moment, she looked over and saw Lice with an encouraging gaze. The moment she saw this, she remembered what the woman said. She was the queen and the primary wife, and as such, she had to hold her head high. Thus, her meek posture swiftly turned into one of majestic authority, and when she showed off her assets, the other 2 girls were shocked to see just how beautiful Adela was. The primary difference between the lingerie worn by Adela and that worn by the other 2 girls was that Adela's was translucent, showing off her perfect ivory skin, her flawless pastel pink nipples, and pristine pastel pink slit. The moment Linda saw this, she knew she was defeated. While she and Anuria shared a similar skin tone to Adela, the girl simply looked like a living angel when combined with her golden blonde hair and sapphire eyes. As such, Linda and Anuria struggled to contain their rising anger. They had never expected their plan to crush Adela's self-image to backfire so spectacularly. With a little beauty like her as the main wife, Berenger would surely lose interest in them, at least to some extent. The two women would no longer have a monopoly over the man they loved, and they knew Adela was too much of a prude to share the wealth, so to speak. Given a few years when Adela fully matured, she was likely to be the most beautiful out of all of them, and that stung. Seeing the expressions on Linda and Anuria's faces as if they had just witnessed their pet being murdered in front of them filled Adela with pride. She had finally beaten these two harlots at their own game. With this in mind, the girls quickly got changed back into their old attire and did not speak a word to one another as they scrambled to buy enough new underwear to last the test of time. Their shopping spree quickly became a battle to acquire the sexiest wardrobe to appease their man and his tastes. While the war for Austrian independence was soon coming to its climax, the war for Berengar's heart was far from over. Chapter 333. Are you interested now? Linda was sitting within her favorite tea shop, which had begun to sell the remarkable substance of coffee. Sitting across from her was a man from the east that she knew pretty well. A downcast expression was on the man's face as he shifted his eyes to his surroundings, making sure that he had not been followed. After realizing that the place Linda had chosen to discuss critical matters was secure, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Following this, Andronikos took a sip from his coffee mug before revealing the thoughts that had plagued his mind over the past few weeks. Arethusa is dead. Linda, who was about to take a sip from her coffee, immediately paused as she heard this. She was well aware of the tragic fate of the once mighty strategos of Ionia. After all, her intelligence network had sprawled across the Mediterranean and into the heart of Constantinople. She wore a compassionate expression on her stunning face as she began to speak to the man across from her. I am sorry for your loss, but these things happen in warfare. It is because of this that I pray for the safety of my husband every day. Andronikos was aware that Linda and Berenger were not married, and as such he rolled his eyes at Lindy's words before leaning in close and explaining his suspicions. He didn't die on the battlefield like your agents have reported. He was murdered in cold blood by his troops. Linda had already taken a sip of her drink when Andronikos said this. The moment she heard such a shocking revelation, she began to choke on the creamy brown liquid. It took a few moments for the stunning beauty to recover her composure. As she did so, she whispered to the man across from her in a hushed tone. Do you have proof of this? Andronikos sighed and shook his head before revealing his cards. No, only the word from a loyal soldier who claims to have witnessed the event. However, before I could get my hands on him and find out the truth of the matter, he disappeared. Whoever killed Arethusa is someone with great power in the Empire and does not want the truth of his death to be revealed. Linda sighed heavily as she heard this. If what Andronikos said was true, there would be some difficulties with their relations to the East in the upcoming future. As such, she took a bite out of the pfeffernuss cookie that was sitting on her napkin before washing it down with coffee. After doing so, she began to inquire about Andronikos' reason for visiting. Let me guess, you want my agents to investigate the death of Arethusa? Andronikos nodded his head in silence as usual. This beautiful young woman was 2 steps ahead of him. When Linda saw his response, she put on a stoic expression as she began to negotiate with the man. What does the Austrian crown have to gain from such an action? If what you say is true, then somebody powerful, somebody with close ties to the imperial family, is responsible for Arethusa's death. As outsiders, if our investigation is discovered, we could easily be framed for his death. At the very least, whoever is behind this horrendous act would make sure that relations between Austria and Byzantium weaken because of this. Do you even have a suspect in mind? Andronikos struggled to come up with a response to this question. Eventually, he only said one word: the man's identity, who he believed to be the perpetrator. Dissentious. When Linda heard this, she was pretty surprised. After all, as far as the intelligence she received showed, all of the emperor's children were extremely close with Arethusa, especially Dissentious. If the second prince was responsible for the stratego's death, that meant something serious had to have occurred. With this in mind, Linda naturally began to investigate Andronikos' claims. Why would Dissentious betray Arethusa? As far as I know, the man was practically a father to the second prince. When Andronikos heard this, he immediately began to back up his claims with his reasoning. Dissentious was tasked with finding the missing princess. After he failed to do so, he fell from the good graces of his father, and by extension, those who were backing him in his attempt to gain the throne. If he could not locate a simple runaway, then how could he properly run the empire? Or so was the thought of the people backing him. He needed a grand achievement to recover the losses that Anuria had caused him, and as such, he took credit for the North African campaign. The only way to do so was to kill off Arethusa, take Cairo for himself, and rewrite the narrative. When Linda heard this, she stared at Andronikos with disbelief. Such a plan was quite foolish. After all, there would undoubtedly be witnesses to Dissentious' betrayal, but then again, when she took into account all of the foolishness that Lambert had engaged in with his attempt to depose Berenger, she began to realize that maybe second sons were simply idiotic by nature. She contemplated these words for some time before revealing her thoughts on the matter. Let's say that all of this is true and Dissentious is as big as a fuck-up as Lambert. You still haven't answered the most important question of all. Andronikos looked at Linda with confusion as the woman calmly took a sip from her coffee cup. When Linda saw this, she sighed before repeating her question from earlier. What does Austria stand to gain from investigating Arethusa's death? When Andronikos heard this question repeated, he felt quite wounded. He had always thought of Linda and Berenger as friends of Aretha's and his household. He never expected the woman before him to act so coldly in response to the news he had brought her. As such, he sighed heavily before once more checking his surroundings to see if anyone was listening in on them. After confirming that nobody could hear them, he leaned over and whispered in Lindy's ear. I know you are harboring the princess. I also know that Berenger has taken quite a liking to her. Tell me, is she pregnant yet? When Linda heard this, she was shocked to the core. After all, she and her intelligence agency had gone through great lengths to cover up any information regarding Anuria's identity. However, Linda was a professional and as such she maintained a calm facade as she responded despite her heart beating rapidly. In response to this, Andronikos leaned back in his chair with a broad smile on his face. Though Linda was convincing to the point that he almost believed it himself, he was on good authority that the Byzantine princess was one of Berengar's lovers. As such, he demonstrated his knowledge thoroughly. White hair, pale skin, mint green eyes, gorgeous appearance. She's going by the name Valeria Zanara now. Or is it Valeria Melodia? After all, maintaining the appearance of a pirate queen and a Byzantine noblewoman is not something that can be done with a single identity. When Linda heard this, she knew that Andronikos was not simply bluffing. As such, she inquired about his source of knowledge. How did you know? Andronikos chuckled as he heard this before responding to Lindy's question. You are not the only one with an extensive spy network, sweetheart. You'll admit you covered your tracks well. I almost didn't believe it at first if it weren't for the fact that Aretha's had written me a letter about his regrets regarding the princess, informing me of the conversation he had with her the last time he saw her. Then I would have never suspected you and Berenger to be involved. When Linda heard this, she sighed heavily before admitting defeat. As such, she inquired about Andronikos' intentions. So you intend to blackmail us into supporting your cause? When Andronikos heard this, he was genuinely offended. As such, he put down his coffee and sat up straight as he revealed his offer to Linda. The thought honestly never crossed my mind. I'm not your enemy, Linda, you should know that by now. What I offer you is something mutually beneficial to our two realms. There are men in the Empire, powerful men who are not fond of either Decentius or his older brother Alexius. Don't even get me started on the youngest of the Emperor's sons. In the simplest terms, he is a lustful drunk who is more interested in hedonism than ruling the empire. He would turn the palace into his personal brothel and bring an era of decline upon Byzantium. With this in mind, my supporters seek an alternative option for the succession crisis we currently face. When Linda heard this, she scoffed at Andronikos' statement. So what? They want to put Anuria on the throne? In response to this, Andronikos shook his head and revealed his true intentions. Not even close, but the son of the king of Austria and the only Byzantine princess? That is an appealing concept to my new master. You may not realize it, but your so-called husband has caught the attention of the entire world. Annexing the Swiss Confederation? Allying with Granada? Creating a bunch of proxy wars so that the church has its hands full? Those are some bold moves. We have been watching the West's wars for some time now. The dominance Austria displays under Berengar's rule is unreal. If left unchecked, I would not be surprised if a new empire forms in the West, rivaling that of Rome. What your husband does in Europe is of no concern to our empire, and my backers want to make a lasting alliance with your man. After all, we are sure that our two realms are better off as partners than as enemies. Of course, the faction backing the other two candidates views Austria as a threat, especially now that it has a powerful navy. They will stop at nothing to prevent your rapid growth. With the help of the men behind me, we can convince the emperor to make Anuria one of Berengar's wives. After all, his intentions of legalizing polygamy have become quite apparent. When she gives birth to a son, he will rule the East one day, while Berengar's heir will rule the West. By helping us investigate Aretha's death, you also help your husband create a powerful ally. As for what you personally gain from this, isn't it obvious? You gain the upper hand in the war for your husband's affection. What do you say? Are you interested now? Linda thought about it for several moments in silence as she gracefully sipped down the rest of her coffee. After careful consideration, she made a decision as such a pretty smile formed on her have as she declared her intentions. All right, he'll play along. Chapter 334, Papal Woes. Deep within the halls of the Vatican, Pope Julius was sitting upon his papal throne. As he did so, he held his head within his hands. The man was so thoroughly enraged that he felt like he was about to suffer an aneurysm. The war between the Holy Roman Empire and the newfound Kingdom of Austria had turned into an enormous disaster. To calm his nerves, Julius breathed in and exhaled a few times. As he did so, he made a snarky comment about his current condition. So this is how Valentinian felt right before he died? This was a reference to the ancient Roman emperor who had gotten so irritated that he suffered a stroke and thus quite literally died of anger. No matter how much the Pope tried to calm his nerves, he could not help but think of the setbacks that the Church was currently facing due to Berengar's rapid rise to power. The Italians were swiftly being pushed back to Florence, which was the seat of imperial power, and the Swiss Confederation had surrendered, becoming annexed by the Austrians in the process. Due to this fact, between 10 and 20,000 Austrians would be heading to the Italian theater of war to crush the Italian army thoroughly. The pillar of papal military power was the might that the Holy Roman Empire possessed. Only now did the Pope realize the mistakes that he had made when the Hussite Wars broke out. He should have sent the Catholic armies into Austria the moment he was able to do so and root out the avatar of Satan that was King Berenger von Kufstein. King? What gave him the right to call himself that? The Pope did not crown him, and as such, Julius did not recognize the legitimacy of Berengar's newfound title. Regardless of this alleged illegitimacy, Julius could not deny that Berenger had truly outplayed him. Berenger had done the unthinkable and used his neighbors and allies as a proxy to hamper the Catholic kingdoms and their military might. In doing so, he had pretended to be at peace but instead was preparing an army the likes the world had never seen before. Not just an army, but a powerful enough navy to challenge the Holy Roman Empire and its vassal states on the Mediterranean. Before the Italians could even respond to Berengar's navy, the demon had sent his armada to eradicate the majority of their fleet. This attack was launched without warning as the vessels were docked in their two most important port cities, crippling the massive fleet they had built up in preparation for the war. All of these things made the Vicar of Christ, of all people, question his faith in the Lord God Almighty. Was Berenger not the serpent in the flesh? Was he actually an envoy of God's will sent to deliver Christendom from the corruption that had consumed the Roman Catholic Church? If not, then how could Berenger triumph against his enemies over and over again without suffering? Such thoughts plagued the mind of the new pope who had to inherit the mess his predecessor created. Damn you, Simeon! Damn you to the depths of hell! What kind of monster have you provoked against our faith? Julius could not help but curse the previous pope who was forced to vacate his position after the disaster he had caused in the German realm. While the Germans slaughtered one another for a meaningless title, Bohemia was in an even worse state. With each passing day, the Hussites gained further ground within Bohemia. Somehow, recently captured Hussite arms had made their way into the hands of murderers and thieves, causing the Bohemian people to lose faith in their king. Roddick, what the hell are you doing? King of Bohemia, and yet you can't prevent your soldiers from selling captured rebel arms to a bunch of brigands. Bah, you don't deserve your title. Despite being alone, Julius could not prevent himself from venting his frustrations in the darkness surrounding him. If one were to enter the chambers, they would see a lonely old pope sitting on his throne in the dark, cursing at people who were hundreds or even thousands of miles away. If there was one good thing that had happened during this time, it was the fact that the Emirate of Granada had recently been suffering setbacks in their war with the Iberian Union, and the fact that various designs of the so-called arquebus and musket had been captured by the papacy's allies and thus brought to them for reverse engineering. Indeed, God was testing his patience, but it would all be worth it when they finally managed to figure out how Berengar's weapons worked. Once they did, they could gather together a grand army of crusaders the likes the world had never seen before and march on Austria with the weapons that Berenger had created. It was not just matchlocks and flintlocks that the church had acquired, but falconets too. Compared to Berengar's defenses, such cannons were severely obsolete. It did not change the fact that they finally had access to more sophisticated artillery. Maybe they could even produce a gun based upon the one-pounder falconet that was scaled up in size? Undoubtedly, Berenger had received the visions of such designs from Satan himself. Despite the demonic origins of these devices, the church had no choice but to employ them against their greatest enemy, for if they continued to attack Austria in the same manner that they had been conducting warfare, there was only one outcome: utter defeat. Like it or not, Berenger was right when he said the era of knights and chivalry had come to an end. If only they could get their hands on one of Berengar's vessels, maybe they could figure out how such things functioned and then be able to reproduce it. Unfortunately, such an outcome was unlikely to occur. As the Pope was dwelling upon such possibilities, a cardinal entered the great hall, where he immediately approached Julius with a letter in his hand. "Your Holiness, we have received word from the Patriarch of Constantinople." When Julius heard this, he looked up from the ground where he had been staring at and into the eyes of the cardinal. As he did so, he scoffed before insulting his equal to the east. "So that coward finally responds to our demands. It took him long enough. Tell me, what exactly is the response that Petrus has given us?" The cardinal shifted his feet in anxiety while gazing down at the stone floor. After a few moments of silence, Julius raised his voice before giving him a command. "Speak." Upon hearing the anger in the Pope's voice, the cardinal instantly blurted out the words contained in the letter. "The Patriarch of Constantinople has declared that the Orthodox Church will not be sending us aid in our efforts to crush the Berenger heresy, and has openly declared the so-called German Reformation as a legitimate branch of Christianity. By decree of Emperor Vitranes, the Byzantine Empire expresses support for the Kingdom of Austria and recognizes its legitimacy." The moment the Holy Father heard this, he felt as if his brain were about to explode. He stood there in silence for a few moments as his face twitched with wrath. Never in a million years did he think that his allies in the East would stab him in the back like this. After well over a minute had passed, the Pope broke out into a fit of rage as he cursed the Patriarch of Constantinople. "Excommunicated. That damn bastard, and the entire Orthodox Church is henceforth excommunicated and damned to the depths of hell for all eternity. Fucking apostates. If you side with heretics, then you shall be treated as such." The cardinal was surprised by this response, and he quite honestly felt it was unjustifiable. However, he held his tongue. Knowing the stress that the Pope had been going through with the difficulties the Church was facing at the moment was enough to convince the cardinal from invoking the Holy Father's ire any further. As such, he bowed his head and responded obediently to the Vicar of Christ. "I will prepare a public announcement. If you are going through with this, then a schism between our two churches is unavoidable. I hope you have thought this through. With this said, the cardinal swiftly left the room fearing retaliation for his words, leaving the Pope alone in the dark, who once more sat upon his throne. After the cardinal had left and silence prevailed within the great hall of the Vatican, the Pope began to grind his teeth before cursing once more. Berenger von Kufstein, if you had known your place and submitted to the church, you may have been spared. However, for what you have done and what you will do, you can never be forgiven. Even if it is the death of me, I will bring you to your knees and restore the authority of the Vatican over Christendom. Chapter 335, Ghost Town. Nearly a month had passed since the swift victory in Milan, and Berengar's army had waited for reinforcement and resupply before marching on the city of Parma. At the moment, the Jaeger Corps had a few hundred men issued with the new Schmidt needle rifle, though the ratio of men armed with the needle rifle and the traditional muzzle-loading Jaeger rifle was roughly 1 to 3. As for the rest of Berengar's army, they were still outfitted with the 14-17/18 rifled muskets. However, compared to the enemy they were facing, such weapons were more than enough to massacre any army they would encounter. The Jaeger Corps had done their jobs and led the way to Parma. In doing so, they encountered little resistance. It became increasingly apparent that the Italian soldiers still in the field had begun to disobey their orders and flee from the lost cause that was their war with Austria. At the moment, the city of Parma could be seen in the distance. However, something was noticeably lacking in Berengar's mind as he gazed through his binoculars into the distance. Upon the city walls, as far as he could tell, there were no defenders stationed on the ramparts. This was quite shocking, as every city was supposed to have a garrison defending it, especially in times of war. Yet, the more he observed the walls, the more he found them vacant of any form of military presence. With this in mind, Berenger gave an order to his Colonel Dietrich of the Jaeger Corps. Send a few of your men to scale the walls and see what they can find out about the current situation within the city. Have your other men cover them from the tree line. With this said, Dietrich nodded his head before giving his most elite troops the orders. Some might consider this a suicide mission, but Berenger did not want to walk into a trap. As for the rest of his army, they immediately became alert and fixed their bayonets in preparation for the event of an ambush. Corporal Locke and his squad were the ones deployed to scale the wall. Despite having the assurance that they were being protected by the elite marksmen of the Jaeger Corps, they still felt a sense of gut-wrenching anxiety as they rapidly approached the walls. However, by the time they arrived at the base of the city's defenses, they had not been fired upon by the defenders or the lack thereof. Therefore, they quickly pulled out their grappling hooks tied to hemp rope and tossed them onto the ramparts above. After checking to see if the rope was secure, the men slung their rifles over their backs before climbing up the rope and onto the ramparts above. The moment they did so, they quickly equipped their weapons and searched for any sign of hostility. However, they were utterly and genuinely alone atop these walls, which greatly confused the small squad of Jaegers. As such, the squad leader immediately gave the order to his soldiers. Pull out your binoculars and survey the city, see what you can find. With this command given, the squad of Jaegers did as instructed. However, when they looked down at the city below, they were shocked at what they saw. There was not the slightest sight of occupation within the city. Throughout the entirety of Parma, there was not a living soul to be found. It was as if the residents of the city had just abandoned it overnight, which was shocking to the soldiers. After inspecting the town within the walls for some time, the squad leader issued another command. We will rappel down the walls and open the gates. Be cautious, this might be a trap. The various soldiers beneath the squad leader's command, including Corporal Locke, nodded their heads before doing as instructed. After reaching the ground, they unslung their rifles once more and performed a proper sweep of the street leading to the gate. Despite this, they indeed found nobody within the city's walls. As such, they suffered no resistance when they finally opened the gates. When the gates opened and the Jaeger soldiers within waved the flag of Austria, Berenger was deeply concerned. Not a single gunshot had echoed in the distance as the men entered the city. Despite this, the city gates were opened effortlessly and his Jaegers appeared utterly unharmed. Berenger could not fathom what game the Italians were playing, but considering this, he decided to investigate. With this in mind, he gave a command to his officers, who relayed his orders throughout his massive army. We will enter the city's gates, but be on alert, this may very well be a trap. After hearing their orders, the Austrian host advanced into the abandoned city in an attempt to thoroughly investigate just what was going on. After approaching the city gates, Berenger began to speak with his Jaegers, who were the first to enter the scene. Status report. Immediately, the squad leader saluted the king before reporting what he knew about the current situation. Your Majesty, we have observed the city for some time with our binoculars to find not a single trace of habitation. Either everyone is quietly hiding within the walls of the city, or it has been completely abandoned. Upon hearing this, Berenger was shocked. Even for a small city like this, it would take some time and effort to withdraw every living being from within and relocate them entirely. Though they had waited roughly a month for reinforcements to arrive, it still seemed unlikely that every citizen had fled the city in such a period of time. As such, Berenger gave his decree to the army. Tear the city apart. I want to find out what has happened here. Remember, this still might be a trap. With this in mind, the Austrian soldiers began to kick down every door in the city where they searched for people, wealth, or clues as to what had transpired. Because the city had been rapidly evacuated, many things of value were left behind, and as such, Berenger and his army could acquire some degree of wealth to bring back to Austria. However, the most crucial form of intelligence came from a letter left within a house. Berengar's spies occupied the small structure. In doing so, they were forced to vacate the city with the rest of the civilians. Before they did so, they left a letter to inform the Royal Austrian Army when they arrived as to what had transpired within the city and others like it across northern Italy. The emperor had made a decree that all cities and villages on the path to Florence must be evacuated, where its people would seek refuge within the capital's mighty walls. The reality behind this decree was that Emperor Balsamo Corsini intended to arm every citizen capable of bearing arms to fight against the Austrian invaders. A wicked smile curved itself upon Berengar's lips as he read the contents of the letter. He could not help but voice his thoughts aloud in a voice so low that only he could hear it. "So, you seek to follow the fate of Carthage? Do you desire for me to exhaust my army as I spend months or years at a time trying to force my way through every corner of your capital in an attempt to root you out and secure victory? Sadly, you have made a grave error. No, my dear Emperor. I have much grander plans in mind for the city of Florence. If God truly exists, then I do not doubt that he will judge me severely for what I am about to do. Unfortunately, you have left me no choice. I will not send my army into a meaningless death. However, I assure you, your city will be the grave of every soul contained within. You have brought this upon yourself." With that said, Berenger pulled out his lighter and lit the letter aflame. After doing so, he waited for his army to gather the wealth left within the city of Parma's walls. Once they were finished, he sent a small convoy to deliver the goods to Austria's treasury. As for the rest of his army, Berenger had chosen a course of action and decided to march directly onto Florence. The war was coming to an end, and Berenger chose to waste no further time sacking the cities within his path. After all, the fortune of the Medicis was far greater than anything he could gain from within the walls of Bologna. As for how he would choose to deal with the city of Florence, only time would tell. However, one thing was sure: he would not allow his soldiers to march into the capital of the empire and engage in a brutal struggle to take every corner of the city from the fierce resistance of the Italians. Chapter 336, Siege of Florence Part 1. Since Berenger and his army had departed from Parma, over a month had passed. Various siege camps were set up encircling the city of Florence where the emperor and the Medicis resided. The Austrians' encampment greatly resembled an elaborate trench line straight out of the pictures from the Great War during Berengar's previous life. During this time, nobody was allowed to enter the city. However, Berenger had successfully exfiltrated his agents trapped in the town. It took some effort, but they were retrieved from their position without incident before the Austrian bombardment had begun. After retrieving his agents, the Royal Austrian Army's cannons fired off shells at an arc, landing over the city walls and into the city, bombarding the inhabitants within. With the hundreds of thousands of people who had evacuated to the town of Florence, Berenger knew it was a matter of months before their food supply dwindled and the people began to starve. While the siege of Florence continued back in Kufstein, the war industry had spent day and night producing as many needle rifles and their paper cartridges as possible to supply the Austrian war effort. As such, thousands of these rifles were now in the hands of the frontline soldiers who rested in the mud as their extravagant blackened steel armor was coated with the substance covering their armor and attire in an earthy brown. For the past 3 days, it had been raining nonstop for the rear echelon soldiers who were still issued the flintlock rifles. They could only keep their weapons dry under the thatched coverings of the vast trench line. As for the men with needle rifles, they stayed in the front lines, ready to fire on any potential targets that might sally forth and attack their ranks. Despite the weeks of constant bombardment, the city still stood, resisting Berengar's armies until the bitter end. As such, Berenger had taken a relaxed approach and had begun writing letters back home to his loved ones. It was a way to entertain himself during this protracted siege. The echoes of hundreds of cannons continued to go off as Berenger wrote with his ink and quill to his beloved Adela, who he knew to be staying in Kufstein. The years had gone by since he was first engaged to the girl, and she was now of the proper age to marry. With this in mind, Berenger wrote to his little fiancée expressing his desire to return home from the field and finally take her hand in marriage. She was his fiancée, his queen, and the first among his wives, and nothing could change that fact. While he was writing a love letter to his woman, a knock on the roof of his in-ground quarters resounded throughout the room. Berenger looked over to see one of his officers, clad in the Renaissance-style attire, standing at attention. Berenger, dressed in an equally garish fashion, albeit covered in dried mud, stood from his seat and returned the salute to the soldier. The moment he did so, the officer began giving his report. "Your Majesty, the bombardments are continuing as planned. By now, half of the city should be in ruin. I believe it is only a matter of time before they surrender." Despite this report, Berenger did not seem optimistic. On 3 separate occasions, the enemy army had rushed their trench line over the past month. The result was a complete and utter slaughter of the Italian forces. With the relatively rapid-firing needle rifles capable of functioning even in adverse conditions, the one advantage that the Italians would typically have over the flintlock firearms was now moot. However, the number of needle rifles among his ranks was still significantly less than his entire infantry. As such, the Italians had at times inflicted casualties upon Berengar's ranks by the sheer volume of bodies they were able to field. Generally speaking, they would attack during days like this. Days where the weather prevented the bulk of Berengar's forces from firing their weapons. They would appear in the tens of thousands and overwhelm Berengar's ranks through reckless charges. While the man was giving his report, a bell rang throughout the trench line. This bell signaled the enemy attack. As such, Berenger quickly grabbed a hold of his helmet before placing it upon his head. After doing so, he grabbed his needle rifle and loaded a cartridge in its chamber. Once he was complete with his actions, he gave a smug look to the officer who had moments ago predicted the Italians' surrender before making a wise-ass remark. "You were saying, Colonel?" The expression on the man's face turned sour as he heard Berengar's words. He truly believed the Italians would realize that the cause was lost and would surrender. Unfortunately for him, that was not the case, and now they were being thrust headfirst into another battle. With this in mind, Berenger exited his quarters and climbed up into the muddy trench where he began to rush towards the area of conflict. For Berenger, this was most likely the last opportunity he had to fight a battle with relative safety. After all, the Austrian weapons were so advanced that Berenger could fight on the front lines with mitigated risk to his safety. As such, he decided to spend one last hurrah on the battlefield before becoming a commander who forever sat at the rear of battle. Having arrived at the front lines, Berenger and the soldiers around him lowered their weapons and aimed at the oncoming Italians. Like last time, there were well over 20,000 men and adolescent boys charging at the Austrian trench, utterly devoid of armor and at most held a spear in their hands. Berenger did not know what propaganda the emperor had filled in the heads of his people to have them fight without regard to their lives. However, it truly did not matter. At the end of the day, these men and boys alike were enemies and they had to be dealt with. The Italian attacks always came in the form of waves targeting specific trench lines. As such, the thousands of Austrians capable of firing in the raining weather were spread out and vastly outnumbered. The moment Berenger spotted an Italian man at a distance of roughly 1,000 yards, he squeezed the trigger on his needle rifle, sending a projectile downrange and into his bare chest, blasting it apart. The men gazed in horror as he was shot at such a distance before falling to the ground lifeless. Before the body had even hit the ground, Berenger reloaded his needle rifle by pulling the bolt up and back, where he instantly placed a paper cartridge within the chamber before slamming the bolt home. While he was doing this, several other of his soldiers fired their weapons into the ranks of the oncoming enemy. If it were not for the barbed wire in the field halting the Italian advance, they would have reached the front lines by now. Thousands of guns echoed at the front line as hundreds of Austrian soldiers from the other trench positions rushed towards Berenger and his troops for reinforcement. While reinforcements struggled to arrive, Berenger once more fired his rifle towards the enemy as the .451 caliber projectile pierced through the skull of a boy no older than 14. Berenger rapidly chambered his next round. However, when he pulled the trigger, all that could be heard was an audible click. With paper cartridges, the malfunction rate was roughly 1 out of every 14 rounds. As such, he pulled back the bolt before reaching for his clearing rod, which was attached beneath the bar. After getting a hold of the device, he stuck it down the bore of the rifle and knocked the faulty cartridge loose. Having done so, Berenger put the clearing rod back in its place before reaching into his web gear, where he retrieved another paper cartridge and chambered it into the rifle, where he pushed the bolt forward. After doing so, he aimed and fired another round, only to miss his target by a mere inch. The lead alloy projectile embedded itself in the man's shoulder rather than his torso. Though painful, it was not a mortal blow. Before long, the Italian army had suffered massive casualties as half of their forces were gunned down during their suicidal charge, but this did not deter their actions. Instead, they ran into the trench line where the Austrian soldiers unleashed their bayonets onto the enemy. Luckily for the Austrian soldiers, these enemies were mere peasant levies quickly drafted into combat at a moment's notice. They had no armor, and thus the Austrian blade-style bayonets easily pierced through their torsos, sending them to the afterlife. Berenger himself quickly caught an oncoming spear and redirected it with his rifle before lunging forward and piercing his bayonet through the man's heart. After seeing the life fade from the man's eyes, the young king ruthlessly ripped it out and attacked the next hostile. This battle continued until eventually the Italian army of nearly 20,000 men was repelled as the survivors ran back towards the relative safety of the city's walls. They were gunned down by Berengar's men who fired upon their retreat, claiming the lives of nearly all of the men who attempted the suicidal charge. Seeing that they were victorious, Berenger let out a sigh of relief before clearing his rifle and taking off his helmet, resting his slick-backed golden hair against the muddy wall of the trench. Combat was truly and utterly exhausting. Despite being victorious in this large skirmish, the siege of Florence was far from over. As Berenger rested against the wall of the trench line, with rain falling heavily upon his handsome face, he could not help but think of his plans for the future after this war was over. When he had finally defeated the Empire and gained his independence, he would usher in the early stages of the Age of Steam. He had honestly waited long enough. Chapter 337, Siege of Florence Part 2. After that day where Berenger and his army had fought off the Italian charge, things went back to their usual pacing. The rain finally dispersed and soon the muddied trenches dried up, allowing the Austrian soldiers still issued flintlock rifles to use their weapons properly. Rain was replaced with snow as winter soon fell upon the city of Florence, and thus the Austrian army was now dressed in its winter clothing, who were struggling with each day to endure the cold and harsh life of sustaining a large-term siege while living in a trench. Another month had passed, and during this time frame, the Italians had seldom made an advance. Despite this, the Austrian army continued to shell the city every day for several hours at a time. If not for Berengar's established supply routes and the empty cities behind him, he would have had a hard time maintaining the number of shells needed to bombard the town. The thunder of the guns echoed off as the hundreds of cannons alternated fire, ensuring that a battery was fired nearly every second during the time frame Berengar had set for bombardments. Seeing how the artillery pieces were elevated at varying degrees, the projectiles flew over the walls and into the city below. The citizens within Florence found their homes destroyed and their lives were taken during this process. In fact, by now, Berengar's army had fired hundreds of thousands of shells into the city. He was beginning to wonder if there was anyone left alive within Florence. After all, it had been some time since the Italians had rushed his position. If not for the roughly 3 years spent preparing for this war, Berengar likely would have run out of munitions ages ago. At the moment, Berengar was within the rearmost region of the trench line, where his quarters were built into the ground. He was shaving as it was now light enough out for him to do so. The straight razor cut at the hairs growing on his face and neck as he began to break out into laughter. If one were to observe him, it would appear as if he had gone mad. Still, Berengar was currently reminded of an incident from a particular science fiction franchise from his previous life where soldiers bombarded a city for years after everyone inside was long dead. Having nearly cut his throat while laughing at this prospect, Berengar quickly calmed himself and finished the task at hand. After doing so, he decided he would check to see if anyone was alive within Florence. As such, he cleaned himself up before grabbing a hold of his burgonet where he placed it upon his head. He then grabbed his needle rifle and exited his quarters, where he entered the trenches. Within the trenches, it became apparent that the men within had endured quite a bit of difficulty over this past 2 months of siege warfare. However, it was nothing compared to the poor souls who suffered through the Great War from his previous life. After all, Berengar's army was not subject to bombardment by the city's defenders. Eventually, Berengar made his way to the mess constructed for his general officers to dine in. Seeing them eating their morning supply of breakfast brought a smile to Berengar's face. The moment they saw the king arrive, they jumped up from their seats and saluted him, where Berengar immediately responded with the command, "At ease." After the men relaxed, Berengar approached the general tasked with leading his 5 artillery brigades and began to discuss his newest plan. "I think it is about time to bring down the walls. Have your brigade within our trench line focus their fire on the northern wall until it crumbles. I'd like to see if there is anyone left alive in the city." After hearing this order, the general nodded before responding, "Yes, your majesty. I will relay your orders immediately." With that said, Berengar nodded in approval, thus dismissing the man, where he ran off to inform the artillery units of their new orders. Shortly after that, the bombardment had begun once more as the shells whistled in the air and exploded onto the northern wall. While this barrage had begun, Berengar had given the infantry generals new orders as well. "Prepare our soldiers, we are entering the city. The time has come to conclude this war and secure our independence. For glory and fatherland. God with us." After hearing this, the infantry generals jumped up in response as they saluted Berengar. "For king and fatherland." Afterward, Berengar dismissed them, where they began to muster the army that had spent the last 2 months living in the trenches, waiting for this very moment. After roughly an hour, the northern wall had collapsed, and with it, the city of Florence, or what remained of it, was revealed. Berengar stood at the front of his army with his sword drawn as he gave a brief but rousing speech. "Let today forever be known as the day that Austria gained its independence from the empire. Whatever difficulties you may face, know that Austria stands behind you. God with us." Thousands of men instantly echoed the Austrian battle cry as they began to advance. The sight of tens of thousands of Austrian soldiers emerging from the trenches with their rifles in hand and their bayonets affixed as they charged towards the ruined city was indeed one to behold. Berengar allowed the army to pass him by as he took a rear position in the army. The days of him charging into the front lines of war had long since passed. Though he might take an offensive role in the trenches, he would no longer be the first to storm a city. Thus he followed the army from the rear as they breached through the gap between the northern walls, only to see a scale of death and destruction he had never witnessed before. After months of bombardment and hundreds of thousands of shells dropped into the city, few buildings were left standing. Most of Florence had been crumbled into debris, and the people within the city walls were either torn apart by the explosive shells or crushed to death by the collapsed buildings. Month-old corpses littered the streets as they festered and rotted. Berengar now understood why the Italians had not sent a force to attack his line in weeks. The reason was simple: there was no one left to send. Despite the utter destruction brought upon the city of Florence, Berengar's army was as always professional. As such, they cautiously cleared the streets while marching upon the imperial palace and, more importantly, the Medici Bank. Every so often, the soldiers of the Royal Austrian Army would clear through debris and find a few citizens hiding within their cellars, assuming their house had one. Many of them had long since died of starvation, others had managed to survive, potentially through drastic measures. However, these shell-shocked survivors offered no resistance to the army that had brought death upon their lands. Berenger personally led his troops into the now ravaged Medici Bank. Not a single soul was left alive within the structure, though it had been hit by shells and collapsed in some areas by the grace of God. It had mostly survived the massive bombardment that Berenger had unleashed upon the city. Berenger slowly walked through the halls of the bank with a calm and collected expression on his face. He was flanked by his grenadiers, who guarded him cautiously. Eventually, he reached the vault where the Medici fortune was contained, where his soldiers used TNT to breach the entrance. After entering the vault, Berenger gazed upon the massive hoard of gold and silver coins stacked as high as the ceiling. Berenger never imagined the Medici wealth to be so grand. Gazing upon such a vast stockpile of gold and silver flipped a switch in Berengar's brain. Gold was a substance like no other compared to the material strengths of steel. It was a far less practical metal. However, the effect it had on a man's mind was like no other. Seeing such a massive pile of gold coins gathered in one place that was potentially greater than his fortune made Berenger break out in mad laughter. After nearly a minute of laughter, Berenger began to cough heavily before calming himself down. After doing so, he uttered a few words. To think that the Medici wealth was so much more than I was led to believe. Truly, it is a fortune to rival that of Mansa Musa, and now it is all mine. With this wealth, I can transform the Austrian economy into the greatest the world has ever seen. Seeing the manic expression on Berengar's face and the words he had spoken filled his guard with a slight sense of trepidation. However, eventually, Berenger recovered before giving out his orders to the grenadiers. Guard this treasure trove. Once we have finished securing the city, we will haul it all back to Kufstein, where it will be melted down and reminted into our currency. With this said, the vast fortune of the Medici family had found its way into the hands of the von Kufstein dynasty and by extension, the Kingdom of Austria. With this wealth, Berenger would use it to stimulate his economy and break the stagnation that it had begun to suffer due to the limited quantities of the precious metals that he severely lacked until now. Though Berenger was unaware of what fate awaited the Medici family, whether they were killed off from the bombardment or fled the city, leaving their fortune behind, it did not matter. One thing was certain: the vast wealth of the Medici Bank that had once funded the Catholic Church was now acquired by their greatest enemy. Due to this fact, the Church's ability to wage war against Berenger was crippled for years to come, buying him several years of much-needed peace to industrialize his kingdom and its military. Chapter 338: The Holy Roman Empire Surrenders. After securing the Medici Bank and its vast fortune, Berenger personally led his troops to the crumbling imperial palace, which was Emperor Balsamo Corsini's personal home within the city of Florence. Much like the Medici Bank, only parts of the building were collapsed. However, it remained intact for the most part. The Austrian artillery was more trained than Berenger had initially thought. In contrast, he had given them instructions to spare the Medici Bank and the imperial palace. He never thought they would manage to achieve it. Nearly everything within the city had been completely obliterated, with few exceptions. Berenger was quite impressed with how effective his artillery was, despite its primitive nature. He could only imagine the destruction he could cause if he were equipped with more modern equipment like rifled breech-loading cannons. Berenger thought about this as he strolled through the ruins of Florence. The roads, the houses, the public baths, the cultural icons, everything within the city had been smashed into ruin by the overwhelming bombardment of artillery shells that Berenger had launched onto the city over the past couple of months. So much so that Berenger felt saddened, not for the loss of life, but the destruction of history that had occurred in such an ancient and magnificent city. Though he was not a historian by trade in his past life, he was highly knowledgeable on the subject and had a passion for it. To see his war cause such devastation to the city that was supposed to play a prominent role in the Renaissance nearly brought a tear to the young monarch's eye as he marched ever closer to the palace. Eventually, Berenger reached the crumbling steps of the dilapidated imperial palace. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be in a very fragile state, so much so that he felt it could collapse at any moment. With this in mind, he sent his soldiers in to investigate the building before he entered. If the emperor were wise, he would have fled to the wine cellar, as that was his best chance of survival. As such, Berengar's troops quickly advanced through the building, making sure each room was clear of potential hostiles. They did not find a single living soul within the upper levels, though there were a few corpses of guards and servants that the collapsed parts of the building had crushed. Yet, none resembled the description of the emperor. Eventually, Berengar's soldiers found the entrance to the cellar. It was a long staircase that led some ways underground. As such, the unit sent a soldier out to inform Berenger of their discovery. The young soldier was clad in the basic blackened plate armor with the flashy attire beneath it. However, it had been thoroughly stained with grime from the months of trench warfare that the man had endured, and as such, his uniform looked as if it would blend in with the mud. "Your Majesty, the building is clear, aside from the cellar. With your permission, we will breach its entrance and see if we can find any sign of the emperor and his family." Berenger silently nodded his head as he followed the soldier back inside, where he gave the order to the veteran grenadiers who made up his bodyguard. "If the emperor and his family are still breathing, I want them captured alive. As for any other survivors, do whatever you feel to be necessary." After saying this, an entire squad of grenadiers went down the staircase. Shortly after, Berenger began his descent, where along the way he heard gunshots resound from the cellar below. With this in mind, he quickly made his way into the basement where he found the emperor and his family cowered in the corner, their last bodyguards lying dead on the ground, bleeding from the bullet wounds that tore their chests apart. They were shot dead by the Austrian grenadiers. As such, Berenger quickly asked for a status report from the squad leader. What happened here? The Grandia instantly saluted Berenger before describing the events that had transpired mere moments before. We came into the room as we were ordered immediately upon entering. The guards rushed at us with their blades, so we gunned them down. Do not worry, Your Majesty, the Emperor and his family has been spared. Upon hearing this, Berenger remained silent as he nodded in affirmation of the grenadiers' actions. After doing so, he slowly approached the Emperor, who was kneeling while shivering in fright like a small child. Berenger proceeded to stand in front of the man with a wicked grin on his face. Every word uttered by Berenger came from a position of overwhelming strength, as if he were bullying the weak. Emperor Balsamo Corsini, I must say, this is the first time meeting you in person, and yet I am dreadfully underwhelmed. I thought for sure a man of your position would have the courage to stand before me, yet here you are kneeling like a cowardly child. Allow me to make things simple for you. Your armies are broken, your capital is in ruins, and your wealth now belongs to me. You have nothing left. This is the result of your actions and yours alone. My demands are simple. The Kingdom of Austria shall henceforth be an independent nation, and the Empire will recognize its legitimacy. You shall also recognize Austria's annexation of the Swiss Confederation. Everything north of Rome and Sardinia shall henceforth become the Kingdom of Lombardy and will be established as a protectorate beneath the suzerainty of Austria, where they will provide a tribute to their new masters in the form of currency and raw materials. They shall be allowed a standing army of no more than 10,000 soldiers to act solely as a means of defense. Malta will be ceded to Austria, where all current residents will be evacuated from the island and returned to the Italian mainland. As for the rest of Italy, it will remain in the hands of you and your dynasty, and you are free to do as you wish with it, under the stipulation that your empire refrains from attacking my kingdom for the next 5 years. You are to pay us reparations in the form of gold and silver worth a total of 1 million Austrian guldens. This, of course, is on top of the wealth we have seized from the Medici Bank and the cities we have since plundered. I expect this to be paid to Austria within 100 years. The demands that Berenger had made were excessive. For instance, the reparations alone would account for over 30 tons of gold. In Berengar's past life, that would be worth over $1 billion with a limited amount of gold in Europe in 1421. The sheer volume of payments Berenger was asking from the Holy Roman Empire was enough to ensure that the empire was in debt to Austria for 100 years or more. However, despite the insane demands that Berenger had forced upon him, the emperor was in no position to reject them. His army was utterly annihilated and his capital was in ruins. If he resisted, the only thing that would happen would be his death. One way or another, Berenger would get what he wanted. As such, the once mighty Holy Roman Emperor nodded his head in defeat, agreeing to the terms presented. At this moment, the Holy Roman Empire had officially surrendered to the Kingdom of Austria. The war for Austrian independence was over, and with it, significant changes were about to occur within Europe. However, at the moment, Berenger could not care about such matters. His attention was needed elsewhere. As such, he and his troops departed from the palace. In a few days, he would sign an official peace treaty with the emperor where all of his terms would be written in the contract. Berenger returned to the Medici Bank and watched as his troops began to haul the substantial amount of gold and silver out of the bank and into supply wagons. It would take weeks, possibly even months, to transport all of this wealth back to the Austrian National Treasury in Kufstein. As such, Berenger would leave behind an army of 25,000 men within the ruined city of Florence to ensure that the gold and silver were successfully transported back to Austria. While Berengar's soldiers spent the next few months ensuring the assets gained in the war completed their journey, the young monarch would depart for Kufstein immediately after the treaty was signed. With the war over, the young king had essential matters of state to attend to. Austria had gained a sizable amount of land and wealth from this conflict. Berenger had also crippled the financial backing of his greatest enemy and ensured that his southern rivals could not attack him for a period of 5 years. With these gains, Berenger fully intended to utilize the time and resources he had acquired in this war to bring forth the fires of industry. When he finally returned from Florence, a new age would await the young monarch. The era of steam and steel was about to descend upon the newly found Kingdom of Austria. Chapter 339, Reunited at last. The War of Austrian Independence finally ended, and to nobody's surprise, the Kingdom of Austria was overwhelmingly victorious. After the siege of Florence that left hundreds of thousands of Italians dead, Berenger successfully signed a peace treaty in the ruined city. Those few who were fortunate enough to survive the bombardment would have to deal with Austrian occupation until the total wealth of the Medici family was transferred back to the Austrian royal treasury. As for Berenger, he returned home immediately after the peace treaty was signed between himself and the Holy Roman Emperor. Today was the day he returned to the city of Kufstein, and when he and his soldiers entered the town, they were shocked to see that a large ceremony had been organized in the streets to welcome the heroes of Austria back to the capital. Berenger waved to the crowd on horseback as he stood at the front of the formation, leading them through the city's gates and into the walls. Women from all walks of life had gathered to toss flowers at the feet of the returning veterans who had given their all for a free and independent Austria. Eventually, Berengar's army, or at least those souls who came from Kufstein, reached the city's center where they broke ranks and returned to their homes. As for Berenger, he approached the walls of the newly constructed royal palace of Austria. After several years of construction and several iterations in designs, the new home for Berenger and his family was finally finished. The result was a massive palace based upon the creation of the Schönbrunn Palace from Berengar's previous life. Over the past few years, Berengar's grand architectural designs had shifted from the style of the Renaissance in nature to that of Baroque. This included not only his palace but also the grand cathedral that was nearly complete. In Berengar's past life, Baroque architecture was created in the early 17th century by the Catholic Church in an attempt to combat the growing Reformation. Berenger thus decided that in this life he would use the Catholic Church's tactics against them. Thus all of his major architectural feats, such as his palace and the Grand Cathedral of Kufstein, and Adela's efforts to introduce cultural centers such as concert halls and art galleries, were now being constructed in the Baroque style. After gazing upon his finished mighty palace, a smile appeared on Berengar's lips as he passed through the gates handled by a unit of his grenadiers and pressed onwards into the palace grounds. After arriving at the fountain in the front of the yard, Berenger noticed Honoria was sitting upon its edge, skimming the surface with her hands. She was not dressed in her usual practical attire. Instead, she was clothed in a mint green and gold dress. She was dolled up in a decent amount of makeup which highlighted her natural beauty. Heraclius, her pet eagle, was perched upon the princess's shoulder and glared at Berenger as he entered the scene. When Berenger saw one of his women who he had not been with for some time, he hopped down from his mount and approached the girl who had not yet noticed his presence. It was only after Heraclius caught at Berenger that Honoria shifted her attention from the magnificent fountain to that of her lover, who was standing a few feet away from her. She was well aware that Berenger would be arriving home today and thus had waited for him in the palace gardens for well over an hour. After seeing her man, clad in his armor, returning home from the war as a conquering hero, Honoria could not contain her pent-up desire and rushed into Berengar's arms, where she immediately planted a kiss upon his lips. Unlike Linda and Adela, Berenger had worried about Honoria's safety while she was away. However, she was unaware he had spies embedded on her ship who constantly watched over her, and as such, Berenger was always aware of the battles she had fought and the effect she had on the war effort. Despite her immense success in the art of privateering, Berenger never stopped worrying about Honoria's safety. With this in mind, he eagerly accepted her embrace as he began groping at her chest, shoving his hand through the exposed portion of her dress and wrapping it around her substantial bosom. Honoria did not resist in the slightest. Meanwhile, Heraclius hopped off Honoria's shoulder and perched himself upon the fountain, where he shifted his gaze from the passionate display that the couple was engaging in. At this moment, Berenger noticed Honoria's breasts were bigger than they used to be, and as such, he whispered in her ears the following words. "You have grown since our last encounter. I can't wait to see what you look like under that dress." Though Honoria was eager to show off her improved figure, she was unfortunately not able to do so, as after Berenger had said these words, the couple who were immersed in each other's presence heard a sound from a mere few feet away. Ahem. This immediately caused Berenger and Honoria to break up their intimate gestures and search for the origins of the sound. Adela and Linda were standing nearby, where Berengar's little fiancée was pouting with her arms crossed, while his other lover smiled with a sultry expression. She too wanted to join in on Berenger and Honoria's fun. Unfortunately, Adela was present, so she would not have the ability to do so. Noticing his two other women standing nearby, Berenger shamelessly walked over to Adela and picked her up in the air, swinging her around before planting a kiss on her luscious pink lips. After placing her down, he said the words he knew she wanted to hear the most. "Adela, I missed you so much." Though Adela was still furious that Honoria was the first to greet Berenger upon his arrival, she was no longer mad at him for allowing himself to be taken advantage of. After seeing the cute expression on Adela's face, he patted her head before walking over to Linda, who was biting her lip in jealousy. He immediately grabbed a hold of her and tucked her into his embrace. However, it was far from comfortable due to the massive amount of steel that covered his upper body. Still, Linda enjoyed the hug, where Berenger planted one hand on her plump bottom before kissing her as well. It was only after this that Berenger noticed Henrietta was standing nearby. She was dressed in a pastel pink dress with gold accents and was staring at Berenger with a sheepish expression. Despite being nearly 14 at the moment, the girl was still shy, even around her brother. As such, Berenger let go of Linda and patted Henrietta's head before hugging her. As he did so, Henrietta flushed with embarrassment before whispering in a voice so low Berenger almost didn't hear it. "Welcome home, big brother." After releasing Henrietta, a broad smile spread upon Berengar's lips as he gazed off into the distance at the massive palace that had been constructed for himself and his family. As such, he made a suggestion to the four young women around him. "Shall we head inside? I very much wish to get out of this clunky attire and witness my new home for myself." The four girls all nodded their heads silently before they followed Berenger into the house. Heraclius stayed out in the garden as he watched the small party depart for the building. He shook his head as he did so before taking off in flight. Where he would go and what he would do while his master socialized with her lover and rivals would remain unknown. When Berenger and the girls finally entered the palace, they reacted with different expressions. However, the girls had been living in the exquisite palace for a few weeks now. It was Berengar's first time witnessing such a grand display of luxury in person. He had seen pictures on the internet of various European palaces in his past life, but never had he stepped foot inside one of the magnificent abodes himself. Now he had one of his own, and it was indeed everything he expected it to be. The level of detail that went into its construction did not go unnoticed. As such, he spent some time searching every corner of the megastructure before finally making his way to his room, where he stripped out of his armor and put on some more comfortable attire. After months of brutal warfare, he was finally reunited with his loved ones, and he fully intended to enjoy the moment. After dressing in some comfortable clothing, he spent the rest of the day with his lovers and his sister. As for what occurred in the night, that was left between Honoria, Linda, and Berenger. Despite being of age, Adela chose to wait for her wedding night until she gave her chastity to the man she loved. To a religious girl like her, some things were sacred. Chapter 340, Coronation of a King Part 1. Nearly a fortnight had passed since Berenger had returned home from the war for Austrian independence. After securing a complete and total victory over the empire, Berenger and his armies had completely shocked the European world with their brutal efficiency during the conflict. Not only did Berenger secure a flawless victory on land, but he even managed to annihilate the massive armada that belonged to the Kingdom of Italy and its vassal states on the sea. However, Berenger did not care about the reputation of cruelty he had gained after his immense success during the war. Instead, he spent the last few weeks preparing for a significant occasion, one that would mark the beginning of a new age in Austria and its vassal state. The coronation ceremony of King Berenger von Kufstein was finally at hand, and Berenger had invited every prominent nobleman in the Kingdom of Austria and his allies from the east and west. As the weeks passed, his visitors had arrived in the hundreds, and now the day for his ceremony had come. At the moment, Berenger was entertaining his guests in the great hall of his new royal palace. The degree of luxury within Berengar's new abode put every other monarch's home in the Western world to shame. Berenger drank from a chalice filled with fortified wine to entertain his friend and ally Sultan Hassan al-Fadl. They had traveled from Granada to attend the coronation ceremony of his partner to the east. At the two monarchs' sides were a string of beautiful young women. Berenger was flanked by his lovers and younger sister. On Hassan's peripheral were his two wives and his older sister Yasmin. Hassan was the first to speak as he introduced his gorgeous older sister to Berenger. "My friend, it is good to see that you are finally a monarch in your own right. You are truly deserving of such a position. Allow me to introduce my beautiful older sister, Princess Yasmin al-Fadl. I believe I have mentioned her to you in the past, yes?" Berenger was stunned when he saw the woman standing before him. She was dressed in a Tyrian purple caftan embellished with gold embroidery. She also wore a matching face veil that was translucent. As such, Berenger could roughly see the outlines of the woman's pretty face. While enamored with the foreign beauty, Berenger did not notice Adela and Linda glaring at him with murderous intent. As such, he grabbed a hold of the woman's hand and kissed it before speaking to the woman. "Princess, it is an honor to make your acquaintance." The foreign beauty smiled beneath her veil before Berenger released his grip over her hand. She, too, was quite attracted to the Austrian king. She had heard much from Hassan about his ally to the east, and until now she had hardly believed her brother's words. While Adela and Linda were glaring daggers at Berenger from behind, Honoria observed the color of the woman's dress. The young princess from Byzantium was quite enamored with the Tyrian purple caftan. After all, she had acquired and sold an ample supply of the expensive dye for a small fortune. For some time, she had some difficulties with the hair powder treatment that she had been using to disguise her appearance. To put it simply, it was not the most resilient form of masking when it came to water. However, seeing the beautiful color in front of her, Honoria suddenly got a brilliant idea about dyeing her hair with such a luxurious substance. After all, she was in actuality royalty and had garnered the nickname of Pirate Queen by the enemies of Austria during her tenure as a privateer. Would it not make sense for her to dye her naturally chocolate hair to a deep Tyrian purple? Unlike the other girls, she honestly did not care that Berengar's eye had been gazing upon the massive bosom of the foreign beauty who was in their presence. However, the awkward scene of Berengar's first meeting with the Princess of Granada abruptly came to an end as Emperor Vitranes of the Byzantine Empire made his way through the Great Hall to greet the soon-to-be-crowned King of Austria. After stepping into the fray, the Emperor of Byzantium boldly approached Berenger as a fellow monarch, but more importantly as a man whose realm was deeply in debt to Berenger. Thus he put on a respectful appearance as he greeted Berenger. "King Berenger von Kufstein, I have wanted to meet your acquaintance for some time now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Emperor Vitranes Palaeologos of the Byzantine." However, the man's words were instantly cut short as he gazed upon the white-haired beauty standing next to Berenger. Though the young woman's hair color was different and she was more physically mature, there was no mistaking it. This woman was his long-lost daughter who had until now been believed to be dead. As such, the proud Emperor of the East began to break out into tears as his voice cracked. "Honoria? Is that you?" This sudden revelation shocked the court as they gazed over at the white-haired beauty from Byzantium who they all knew by the moniker of Valeria Zanara, the Pirate Queen of Austria. Honoria's angelic face seemed shocked as she saw her father standing before her. The man did not appear to be vengeful in the slightest as he gazed upon his runaway daughter. Instead, he seemed to be filled with disbelief. As such, she struggled to find the words, fearful that her father would drag her back to Constantinople. Berenger, of course, feigned ignorance to this fact. It was best not to reveal that he knew of Honoria's identity this entire time. As such, he stood by silently with a shocked expression, despite being the architect behind this father-daughter reunion. Berenger had specifically invited the Byzantine emperor for two reasons. One was that the appearance of the Eastern emperor at Berengar's coronation spoke volumes about the legitimacy of his title. Secondly, it was now time to advance his plans with the Byzantine Empire as a long-term ally. After all, Berenger had become aware of Lindy's agreement with Andronikos and his mysterious backers. Thus he was not afraid of making his play. After several moments of silence, Honoria rushed over to her father and gave him a big hug. "Father, I did not expect to see you here." The entire Great Hall was silent as they heard this news straight from the pirate queen's mouth. She had admitted to the fact that she was the runaway Byzantine princess. Vetrani struggled to cope with this news as he grasped a hold of his errant daughter. It took him a few moments to come to his senses before he asked the flurry of questions on his mind. "Are you all right? Why are you here in Kufstein? Did anything happen to you?" After hearing this, Honoria broke away from her father's grasp, where she put on a friendly smile before assuring him that she was okay. "I'm all right, father. Without King Berengar's kindness, I would be dead, or worse by now." Hearing this news snapped Vetrani's back to reality, and he instantly made his way over to the Austrian king with a look of fury on his face. "You bastard! You kept my daughter here this entire time, and you did not once notify me that she was alive. Just what are you planning?" However, before Vetranis could take a swing at Berenger, his arm was dragged away by a pleading Honoria. She could instantly tell by the shocked facade that Berenger and the others were putting on that they planned to deny knowing her true identity. As such, she quickly played the part. "You're wrong, Father. King Berenger was ignorant of my true identity. I told him I was a noblewoman from Antioch. All he has done is show me kindness." While Honoria played the part well, only one man in the crowd was unconvinced of her charade, and that was a particularly powerful nobleman from the Byzantine Empire. Though Berenger had no way of knowing it, this man was one of the backers of Andronikos. He had journeyed with the emperor to Kufstein to assure that the scheme to place Berenger and Honoria's son on the Byzantine throne went smoothly. As such, he quickly came to Honoria's defense as he approached the enraged emperor. "Your Majesty, I know you are currently conflicted, but think about this rationally. I mean, just look at King Berenger. He seems just as baffled as you are about this whole situation. I suggest we discuss these matters in private after the coronation has ended. After all, you are making a scene." After hearing the advice from his council, Vetranis looked around, where he saw that the entire attention of the Great Hall had been shifted to him and his outburst. As such, the emperor coughed before speaking to Honoria in a more friendly tone. "I expect a proper response from you about what has happened since you foolishly decided to run away and what exactly the nature of the relationship is between you and this man." With that said, the emperor withdrew from Berengar's presence and left the Great Hall. For now, he needed some time to think things through, and the advice of his council would play a role in how he treated this new information. The mysterious nobleman who calmed the emperor's wrath approached Berenger before bowing respectfully. "I apologize for the emperor's behavior since Aretha's untimely death. He has been a bit on edge. I hope you can forgive him for his violent outburst on this special day of yours." With that said, Berenger nodded his head in silence while observing the man closely. After seeing the King of Austria's reaction, the mysterious nobleman raised his head before departing. "If you will excuse me, I believe it is my job to counsel the emperor when he is distressed. I assure you, whatever is the nature of your relationship with our princess, I will ensure that the emperor accepts it." After saying this, the man followed after the enraged emperor of Byzantium, leaving Berenger and Honoria in a confused state. Honoria gazed at Berenger with tears forming in her eyes that began to stream down her perfect ivory cheeks. It was at this moment Berenger realized that he had not informed her of Aretha's demise. With this in mind, the girl choked on her words as she attempted to find out for certain. Aretha's is dead?" In response to this, Berenger grabbed a hold of Honoria and tucked her head into his chest while stroking her silky white hair. As he did so, he apologized to her profusely. "I am so sorry, I thought you knew." As such, Honoria spent the next 30 minutes staining Berengar's luxurious attire with her tears. Throughout this entire time, Berenger comforted the princess on the loss of her godfather. The beginning of the day of his coronation had not gone as planned. Chapter 341, Coronation of a King Part 2. While Emperor Vetranis was calming his nerves in the courtyard of the royal palace of Austria, Berenger was comforting Honoria after she had learned the troubling news of Aretha's death. He latched onto the beautiful young woman like a lamprey as he stroked her silky white hair. While he did so, he whispered into the prince's ear, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. I promise that I will convince your father to allow us to be together." Honoria looked up at Berenger with an appreciative glance. Without Berenger here to comfort her, she had no idea how she would handle the news of Aretha's death. Aside from Heraclius, her godfather was her only friend growing up. Hearing that he had passed away while still being so young shook the girl to her core. It was only after Berenger had helped calm the princess' nerves that the young king addressed the crowd of nobility who had gathered to witness his coronation with a calm and confident tone. I apologize for the scene just now. We will be moving on to the coronation shortly, so I suggest you take your fill of food and wine before it is no longer being distributed. After saying this, Berenger returned his attention to the people who were gathered by his side. Marquis Otto von Graz, who was the father of Adela, had also approached Berenger during this time and began to speak to him. Your Majesty, I have to ask, will everything be all right between you and our allies to the east? It appears that Princess Honoria's presence has now become known to everyone present. Berenger smiled in response to this and nodded his head before addressing his chancellor's concerns. Everything will be fine, Otto. After my coronation, I intend to have a long discussion with the Byzantine emperor about the future of our two realms. For now, you should enjoy yourself. The ceremony will begin soon enough. After seeing the confident expression on Berengar's face, Otto felt somewhat relieved. The king knew what he was doing, even if it may not have seemed that way from the initial encounter. As such, he nodded his head and smiled before responding to Berengar's remarks. I will do as you suggested. With that said, Marquis Otto took his leave and began to mingle with the other guests. Before long, the emperor returned to the event after some thorough convincing from the mysterious nobleman from the east. After doing so, Berenger instructed the food and wine to be taken back to the kitchen, and the ceremony had begun. Ludolf, who was the head of the Reformist Church, held onto a purple pillow with golden embroidery. Upon this pillow was a crown fit for a king. This crown was gold with black garnet gemstones embedded within its surface and contained a black velvet lining. As such, Berenger spoke towards the crowd that had gathered to witness this occasion with an authoritative voice as he said the words that would be etched into history. I, King Berenger von Kufstein, first of my name, hereby declare that I am crowned by God, not by the Church, as my power is divine in nature. It is under his will that no man alive or dead commands me on this great earth, for I answer solely to the Lord God Almighty. After saying this short but precise speech, Berenger grabbed a hold of the gilded crown and placed it on his head. The moment he did so, Marquis Otto von Graz, the Chancellor of Austria, ordered every Austrian man, woman, and child present, kneel before your king. The moment he said this, the entire crowd gathered, aside from the diplomats of foreign kingdoms, kneeled before Berenger and bowed their heads in respect to the man that would one day lead Austria to boundless glory. When Berenger saw this, a smug smile carved itself upon his flawless face. He had waited years for this day, and it had finally come true. Though the road to the crown was complete, the road to power had only just begun. His ambitions were far more significant than simply being king of Austria and Switzerland. He planned many conquests in the years to come and had already begun to draft the documents necessary to fund expeditions across the world in search of lands with valuable resources ripe for colonization. However, for now, such things were still unachievable. As a matter of principle, he had several tasks at hand that prevented such actions. Firstly, Berenger had to take care of his relations with the empire to the east. Then he would have to marry his darling fiancée and sire some offspring. After that, he would have to begin the process of industrialization. It was not until Berenger had achieved the results he desired that he would fund an expedition to the New World and start his wars of unification. Berenger kept this fact in mind as he spent the rest of the day entertaining his guests, many of which had traveled across Austria and Europe itself to witness the monumental occasion. After spending several hours mingling with the noblemen and women of the Western world, Berenger finally ended the coronation ceremony. After the hundreds of guests had dispersed from his palace, the young monarch took his first steps on his long journey towards unification. As such, Berenger approached the emperor and his council with a pleasant smile on his face. The two men had waited silently until this moment, knowing that there were important matters that needed to be discussed between their two realms. Now that the coronation ceremony was completed, Berenger was required to mend the temporary rift between himself and the Byzantines. As such, he approached the Emperor of the East with a friendly smile before expressing his thoughts. I apologize for the wait, Emperor Vitranes. I believe that you and I have some important matters to discuss. If you and your friend would follow me to someplace more private, I would very much like to have a conversation with you. The Byzantine Emperor eyed Berenger with suspicion. However, the mysterious Byzantine nobleman by his side nodded his head in approval, signaling to the Emperor that it would be acceptable to do so as such. Emperor Vitranes and his council followed Berenger to his study, where Honoria was already waiting for their discussion. She had a nervous smile on her otherwise perfect face as she witnessed her lover and father enter the room together. She knew this discussion would seal her fate. Either she could continue to live with Berenger and enjoy the life of a privateer, or she would be dragged back to Constantinople and be forced to marry some prince where she would live her life in servitude. Regardless of the risks, she trusted Berenger with every fiber of his being to properly negotiate with her father about a potential marriage between herself and her lover. It was with this in mind that she greeted her estranged father with a pleasant but forced smile. Father, it is good to see that you are still in exceptional health. Vitranes did not respond to this and merely snubbed his daughter. Only after the doors were sealed and absolute privacy was ensured did Emperor Vitranes speak his mind about the whole ordeal. Tell me, King Berenger, how long has my daughter been living with you? Berenger saw no reason to lie about such a thing, and as such he quickly revealed the information. I suppose it has been roughly 2 years now? Maybe longer. Emperor Vitranes nodded his head before speaking his thoughts on the matter. I must thank you for keeping her safe during this time. However, I am still confused about the nature of your relationship with my daughter. I understand that you already have a fiancé and your wedding is set not long from now. So tell me, what intentions do you have for my daughter now that you know she is the princess of the Byzantine Empire? Berenger smiled when he heard this question. For years now, he had been trying to think of a way to convince the emperor to allow him to marry Honoria as his third wife, and now that the time had come, he refused to let the chance slip from his grasp. As such, he quickly grabbed a hold of Honoria's hand before bringing it to his lips, where he kissed it in an intimate display. After doing so, he revealed his thoughts to the emperor, who was standing in shock. The fact that Valeria is the missing Princess Honoria does not change how I feel about her. The truth is, we are in love and have been for some time. If anything, this presents an opportunity, one that could guarantee the prosperity of our two realms for years to come. Vitranes instantly frowned when he heard this. His worst fears had been realized. Berenger was nothing more than a womanizer who had taken his only daughter as a member of his harem. He had heard rumors that Berenger kept several mistresses by his side, but he never suspected that his daughter was one of them until now. As such, he was naturally inclined to reject any offer that Berenger was about to present. However, before he could refuse to listen to such absurdity, the mysterious nobleman accompanying the Byzantine emperor immediately spoke out with a friendly tone. "Do tell, King Berenger, what kind of arrangement did you have in mind?" After hearing this, a smug smile etched itself upon Berengar's immaculate features as he revealed the plot he had in mind ever since Honoria's arrival in Kufstein. "Well, that is quite simple. I intend to marry Honoria as my third wife. In doing so, I will absolve your empire of all debts that you currently hold to the Austrian crown and establish an alliance between our two realms for the foreseeable future. So tell me, Emperor Vitranes, are you willing to marry your daughter to a German king?" The room was utterly silent as the young monarch spoke these words to the emperor from the east. Berengar's offer was simply outrageous. As such, it took some time for the man to calm his nerves. What came next would be an intense negotiation that would alter the course of the world's history for the foreseeable future. Chapter 342, Aggressive Negotiations with the Byzantine Emperor. Berenger stared down Vitranes with a gaze of utter confidence. The Byzantine emperor was visibly shaking from the rage building up within himself. This minor nobleman from the west who had risen to the status of a king had won his only daughter's heart and most likely taken her virtue with it. This was a massive blow to the prestige of the Byzantine imperial family. After all, Berenger may be the most powerful man in Europe at the moment, but he was still of a lesser pedigree. As such, those who had come from dynasties that had ruled over kingdoms and empires for centuries still tended to look down upon him as nothing more than an upstart. Vitranes was one of these men. Austria may be exceptionally wealthy and hold supreme martial power compared to its neighbors, but it was a rising star. Meanwhile, Constantinople had been the gem of the East since the days of Rome. Such past glories blinded Vitranes with hubris when dealing with this upstart king of the West. Especially when considering this young monarch had just blatantly stated he wanted to take Honoria as his third wife. Vitranes gazed at his errant daughter's flushed appearance as the girl heard Berengar's words and noticed that Honoria was utterly entranced with the Austrian king. To think that his daughter would fall head over heels for a filthy German was an insult to the emperor's allegedly pure Roman heritage. The German states had come a long way in terms of advancement and civilization since the days of their barbarian ancestors. Despite this, the stigma surrounding the Germans as savage and brutal people never entirely faded from the perspective of the Byzantines. After all, the Greco-Roman population of the Eastern Empire still claimed a lineage to the ancient Romans, or at the very least, the nobility did so. With all of this in mind, the emperor nearly erupted at Berenger and his claims. However, Vitranes choked back his anger and behaved with semi-civil conduct as he addressed Berengar's conditions. "Bah, you think you can marry my daughter as your third wife? I know you may not be Catholic, but surely the German Reformation does not allow polygamy?" In response to this, the smug grin on Berengar's face failed to vanish as he boldly addressed the emperor's first point of contention. "The German Reformation and its adherents believe what I tell them to believe. If you were to actually study the Word of God and go back to the Old Testament, then you would see proof of polygamy as a common practice among the Heavenly Father's most favored children. As for the New Testament, only a few verses mention polygamy, and it is strictly regarding members of the clergy. As for whether or not it is culturally compatible with the German way of life, the ancestors of my people practiced polygamy in a limited capacity. Usually, it was only men of great status who took multiple wives, but we live in different times and I see no reason a common man cannot take up more than one bride if he can provide for them and his children with them." Vitranes did not know how to refute Berengar's claims. When it came to his arguments, he was neither a biblical scholar nor a historian capable of presenting counter-evidence. As such, he merely resorted to childish insults in regards to Berengar's heritage. "Your ancestors were nothing more than filthy barbarians." When Honoria heard this, she frowned before commenting on her father's rude remarks. "Father? How?" However, before she could finish her statement, Berenger smiled cruelly and responded with a witty retort. "And your ancestors were a bunch of wicked degenerates, but I suppose both of our people have come a long way in terms of civilization. I would ask you to refrain from insulting my heritage. After all, soon enough, your grandchildren will share it." Vitranes nearly snapped when he heard the last part of Berengar's remark. However, the mysterious nobleman nearby attempted to calm the emperor's nerves as he whispered in his ear some words that only the two men could hear. After hearing the advice of his minister, Vitranes calmly responded to Berengar's claims with a forced smile on his face. You truly believe that, don't you? The smug grin spread across Berengar's face never faded as it only increased in size every time he heard the Emperor speak. This did not go unnoticed by his guests, and it only acted as a means to stoke the fire in Vetrani's heart. Berenger did not respond to this question, at least not verbally. He merely nodded his head in silence, knowing that such an action would further provoke the Emperor. His assumptions proved correct as Vetrani's practically had steam coming out of his ears as he continued to press Berenger on his claims. Tell me, King Berenger, why are you so positive that I will agree to allow you to marry my daughter? In response to this, Berenger raised 4 of his fingers before calmly responding to the Emperor's question. There are 4 reasons why I know for a fact that you will wed your daughter to me. Firstly, now that your alliance with France has faltered due to Honoria's disappearance, you need a powerful ally to the west. I can provide a far more stable alliance than my pathetic neighbor to the west. Secondly, I have already taken your daughter's chastity, which means finding an alternative option for her to marry will be nigh impossible, especially when your other options hear that it is the mighty King Berenger who has taken the girl's first time. Thirdly, you do not have the power to compel me to give her up, and I am more than willing to wage war for her hand in marriage, but of course, that would be my last option, and I would greatly prefer a peacefully alternative. After saying this, silence prevailed in the room. The only sound that could be heard was the grinding of the Emperor's teeth as he struggled to come to terms with Berengar's words. It was only after a few moments where the minister who had accompanied Vetrani spoke up on the matter. You mentioned 4 reasons for why the Emperor will give in to your demands. What is the final one? In response to this, Berengar's smile finally disappeared as a grave expression appeared across his pristine face. As he did so, an oppressive aura filled the room as Berenger spoke with the authority of a tyrant. Lastly, you owe me a substantial debt, one that would be difficult to pay even with your newly acquired territory. I would be more than happy to forgive a sizable portion of that account in return for the prince's hand in marriage. You can consider it the bride price. When the minister heard this last remark, he knew that Berenger had negotiated his terms masterfully. The young monarch had started with 3 solid, albeit harsh justifications for why he would get his way, only to end with an option that greatly favored the other party. As such, the mysterious minister began to whisper his counsel into the Emperor's ear. A marriage with Honoria greatly favored the minister's faction and was one of their most important goals. He could consider it the fortune of heaven for himself being picked to accompany the Emperor on this journey to Kufstein. As such, he did everything he could to convince the Emperor to accept Berengar's terms, especially since Berenger was using debt-wrapped diplomacy to seal the deal. The Emperor and his minister conversed in hushed tones for several minutes until they finally returned to the negotiating table where Berenger and Honoria sat in silence. The Emperor made one final demand before ending the negotiations. It would appear that you have made a convincing argument. My minister seems to support your decision. However, I have a single point of contention that I think needs to be addressed. My daughter is an imperial princess, while your other brides are far lower ranked in the noble hierarchy. Make my daughter your first wife and the lawful queen of Austria, and I will accept your demands. The Emperor saw this as a reasonable request and did not expect Berenger to refuse. However, as Berenger had stated, he held all the cards in this negotiation and he would not relent on the issue. I refuse. Honoria will be my 3rd wife, and that is final. Vetrani's nearly jumped out of his seat as he heard such a brash remark. However, he looked over at his minister's gaze before gritting his teeth and asking politely why Berenger would refuse such a demand. Why? It is a perfectly reasonable request. Berenger merely chuckled as he allowed Honoria to speak for the first time in the negotiation. Ask your daughter how she feels about ruling as the primary queen of Austria. When Vetranis looked over at Honoria, he was surprised to see she was completely unfazed by Berengar's remarks. As such, Honoria expressed her desires to her father openly and clearly. I have no intention to rule as the High Queen beside Berenger. It is a task I am not suited to. Adela is a far better candidate for such a position. Berenger has given me the freedom to live my life as I see fit, and the affairs of the court are dreadful, to say the least. Before Vetranis could respond, Berenger opted to inform Vetranis of the format he had decided to make for his polygamous structure. Your daughter will have the official title of queen, which means she is a secondary wife. There will only be one High Queen of Austria who rules by my side, and that is my fiancée Adela von Graz. In exchange for this, I offer a matrilineal marriage so that Honoria's children are members of your dynasty. An alliance will be established between our 2 realms, one that I am sure will last the test of time, and I am willing to absolve you and your empire of 75% of its debt. As for the payment of the remainder 25%, it can be negotiated at a later date. So what do you say? Do you agree to my terms? Vetranis asked Honoria one last question to his only daughter before coming to a decision. Is this really what you want, Honoria? In response to this, Honoria nodded her head with a beautiful smile on her face before answering her father's inquiry. More than anything. The Emperor sighed heavily before nodding his head. Very well. I agree to betroth my daughter to you, King Berenger. You have truly left me with no other option. I must say, you truly know how to get what you want. Berenger responded to the Emperor's words with a genuine smile on his face. Thank you, Emperor Vetranis, or should I call you father-in-law? However, Vetranis shook his head and stood up when he heard this. He said one final word before departing the room. That wasn't meant to be a compliment. After saying this, Vitranes left his daughter and her new fiancée alone in the room. He had a massive headache after the aggressive negotiations he had just dealt with. As for Berenger, he immediately began to make out with Honoria after her father left. What the two would get up to while alone in the royal palace's study only they would know. Chapter 343, discussing military intervention in Granada. After successfully negotiating his future marriage to Honoria, Berenger returned to the great hall of his royal palace where another guest was sitting and drinking, surrounded by his two wives and his beautiful sister. This guest was none other than Sultan Hassan al-Fadl. Though nearly all of the guests had long since vanished from the scene, Hassan had stayed behind to ask a favor of Berenger. When Berenger saw the man sitting next to the three beauties, he decided to sit alongside them. As he did so, Hassan made a toast in Berengar's honor. To King Berenger, long may he reign. Berenger smiled as he heard this and took a sip from the chalice filled with the fortified wine. After doing so, he gazed over at Yasmin, who he could tell was an astounding beauty. Berenger decided to check out the young woman and was highly impressed with the Moorish princess' divine physique. However, before Berenger could finish inspecting the woman, he heard Hassan's voice call out to him. "So, you were interested in my sister after all?" Berenger snapped back to attention after hearing this and sighed before responding. "I'd be lying if I said she was not beautiful. However, I have enough women at the moment, and I'm pretty sure they will castrate me in my sleep if I were to take in another." When Berenger said this, Yasmin looked at him with a sad glance. She had grown quite fond of Berenger during her brief stay in Kufstein, even though they had rarely communicated. Berengar's exquisite appearance and natural charisma had taken a hold of the girl's affections. Despite Berengar's words, Hassan remained undeterred and made one final remark. "I am certain you will come around to the idea sooner or later." After saying this, he glanced over at his sister and his wives before commenting. "Girls, if you will excuse us, I have some important matters to discuss with my friend." After saying this, Yasmin nodded and led her little brother's wives from the scene. After the women disappeared, Hassan looked around to ensure that he and Berenger were truly alone. It was only after he confirmed such a thing did his confident facade begin to crack. "Berenger, I need your help. The war with the Iberian Union is not going as planned. They have defeated my armies on multiple occasions and captured many of the weapons you have sold me. They have already retaken the land I have seized in this conflict and have begun to push into the heart of my kingdom. You said in our alliance that you would guarantee our independence. I have come to ask for you to honor your words." Berenger took a sip from his chalice before sighing heavily. He had just finished a war and did not want to engage in another. Though he did not desire to go to war so quickly after returning home, certain events were unavoidable. Thus Berenger began to hatch a plan, one where he could utilize General Arnulf to oversee the war effort in his stead. If things still did not turn out well, only then would he take up the mantle. With this in mind, Berenger tapped the armrest on the sofa thrice before responding to Hassan's remarks. "How the hell did you manage to fuck up this badly? I gave you arms, training, and advisors, and you still could not lead your men to victory?" Hassan had a downcast expression as he stared at the ground, too afraid to look Berenger in the eye. Noticing his ally's behavior, Berenger sighed once more before speaking up on the matter. "I suppose I should not be too hard on you." As soon as Berenger said this, Hassan looked up at him with surprise on his face. However, Berenger ignored this and continued his train of thought. "Truthfully, even with the advantages I have given you, I did not believe you would win this conflict by yourself. There are too many factors working against you. You are vastly outnumbered by your enemies and surrounded by the south. You lack the means to produce the arms and munitions that your army is equipped with and thus rely heavily on imports to sustain your military. You also lack the means to conscript a large number of forces without it adversely affecting your economy. I knew this day would come. I just did not expect it to be so soon. All right, I will send 10,000 men from my army to intervene on your behalf. However, I will need a few months to field them. We have just gotten out of our war for independence and my army needs time to lick their wounds. I assume you can hold out for half a year. After all, it takes the Iberians a couple of months to successfully siege a single castle, let alone a city. If you can last 6 months, I promise you my armies will ensure your victory in this conflict. Who knows, we might even see a restoration of Al-Andalus." Hassan knew it would take some time for Berenger to deploy his forces, but he did not expect half a year. Nevertheless, the young sultan knew there was no chance of convincing Berenger to send his troops early. After all, the reputation of the Austrian king was one of overwhelming dominance. With this in mind, he sighed once more before responding to Berengar's remarks. "Very well, I will hold the line until your forces can appear. I hope your army does not arrive too late." When Berenger heard this remark, he smiled and grasped a hold of Hassan's shoulder before comforting the man. "Do not worry, my friend, by the time my forces arrive in Granada, not even an army of 100,000 men will be able to defeat our alliance." Hassan had little faith in Berengar's bold claims, but he knew that Berengar's army tended to annihilate any hostile force they came across. As such, he was not entirely without hope. Little did he know of Berengar's newest weapons nor the weapons he planned to build during the allotted time frame. The age of industry would soon be upon Austria, and Berenger planned to upgrade his artillery within the next few months. The needle rifle itself was a massive advantage over his enemies, but Berenger needed rifled breechloaders. As such, Berenger planned to use the next 6 months to industrialize as much of his kingdom as he could while mass equipping his army with the new weapons and tactics needed to annihilate his enemies. With this in mind, Berenger finished his wine before placing the chalice on the table. As he did so, he gave the Moorish Sultan a bit of friendly advice before departing. Have faith, my friend, you have chosen your friends wisely. Now is the time to put some trust into our alliance. Before long, the Catholic Church and its minions will crumble beneath our feet. Their days of supremacy are coming to an end. A new world awaits on the horizon, and we will stand at the top of it. After saying this, Berenger departed from the room, leaving Hassan to drink by himself. He had much to think about. If what Berenger said was true, he may be a powerful monarch within the Iberian Peninsula one day, not just a minor player. The very idea that Al-Andalus could see a resurgence brought a bitter smile to the man's face as he drank from his cup of wine. After a while, his sister returned, where she began to inquire about the contents of his meeting with the King of Austria. She noticed the complicated expression on her brother's face and dragged his head into her mighty bust, where she proceeded to stroke Hassan's chocolate hair while comforting him. That bad, huh? Hassan continued to drink from his chalice before responding to his older sister. He wants us to hold on for 6 more months. After that, he will send an army to intervene on our behalf. I don't know if he wants us to be desperate and sink more money into his weapons trade, thus increasing our debt to him, or if he genuinely needs the 6 months to prepare his forces. Yasmin thought about the complexity of the topic for several moments before responding to her little brother. He just got out of a war for independence. His troops are likely weary of battle and need time to rest. He also needs to manufacture new munitions for his army. I heard about what he did to Florence. They say he bombarded the city for 2 months, launching hundreds of thousands of shells onto the town, leaving it entirely in ruin. I don't know about you, but that requires a lot of firepower. His artillery is probably drained of resources and needs to recover. He is only asking for 6 months to prepare for intervention into our conflict, which means he must be confident in his manufacturing capabilities. Have faith, brother, we will win this war. After hearing his sister's words of wisdom, Hassan thanked her. Before departing, he and his family were provided rooms within the royal palace during their stay in Kufstein. As such, he dusted himself off and returned to his room, where he began to sleep. Chapter 344, Industry and Conspiracy. Days passed, and with it all of Berengar's guests returned to their homes. Berenger had successfully crowned himself king, pledged his support to Granada in their ongoing conflict with their neighbors, and negotiated with the Byzantine emperor for Honoria's hand in marriage. With those things out of the way, Berenger now had a long list of tasks that needed to be taken care of. First and foremost, Berenger was required to prepare for his wedding with Adela. Now that he was home from war and she was of age, it was time for such a merry occasion. However, not much preparation was needed on Berengar's part, as he had already planned the wedding years in advance. As such, he left the remaining plans to Adela and her underlings. While the preparations were being completed, Berenger quickly set himself to task with an important objective. Now that he had bought himself a few years of peace, he would make sure to take full advantage of the situation. The time had come. The era of steam and steel awaited him. While Berenger had no plans to change his methods of steel production for the time being, it was becoming increasingly clear that he had advanced to the pinnacle of what a pre-industrial society could muster. With this in mind, Berenger had a single thought in his head as he began to scribble out blueprints for an important tool that could be used to increase production by a wide margin. Though Berenger desired to create steam engines, he realized he would first need a more efficient means of riveting if he were to begin the mass implementation of steam-based machinery. The first item he intended to invent for his new industrial age was essential to Austria's industrialization. The pneumatic rivet gun was a device that utilized compressed air to propel a rivet into the targeted area after the operators pressed the trigger. Without something like welding coming into existence, Berenger would need rivets to manufacture his machinery. As such, he figured the most efficient means would be the simple but effective tool. Thus, he began to draft plans to set up a facility to make compressed air cans so that the rivet guns could always be functional. After spending many hours drafting up the necessary plans for producing these tools, Berenger had finally finished his task. As he reclined in his office chair and sighed, he noticed a warm ceramic mug touch his cheek. Looking over towards the origins of the strange phenomenon, Berenger saw his future wife, Adela, staring at him with a gorgeous smile on her doll-like face. In her hands was a cup of coffee brewed for Berengar's consumption. Seeing that Adela was in a good mood, the young monarch smiled before accepting the gift. After taking a sip from the mug, Berenger complimented the pretty young woman who had instantly sat in his lap. "Well, Adela, I must say, you do know how to brew a cup of coffee." Adela nodded silently while staring at the various plans Berenger had drafted on the table. It was not just pneumatic rivet guns and their production facilities. There were also designs for more advanced lathes that used pedal-driven power to operate. The precision needed to create steam engines, advanced artillery, and superior rifles could be achieved with this invention. When the young woman noticed these plans, she could not contain her curiosity and immediately inquired about their uses. "Berenger? What are these blueprints for?" The young monarch wrapped his arm around his loving fiancée and placed his mug of coffee down upon his desk. After doing so, he fidgeted through the papers and began to explain their uses to Adela. "I have decided to begin the process of industrialization, which means we will be manufacturing more advanced machines and the means to power them. This will increase productivity and lead to the rapid development of technology. To do this, I am creating a few tools that will be extremely helpful in the early stages. Though Adela did not have the faintest idea of how these tools functioned, the summary Berenger had given her was enough for her to understand their intended purpose. As such, she smiled before sipping from her cup of coffee. As she did so, Berenger stroked her silky golden hair while drinking from his mug. The couple stayed in silence for some time before Adela finally lifted herself from Berengar's lap. After doing so, she departed with the empty cups of coffee in her hands, where she would proceed to bring them back to the kitchen for cleaning. As for Berenger, he decided that he had done enough work for the day and followed Adela out of his study with his plans in hand. After reaching a certain point in his palace, he noticed one of his servants and handed the man the papers with strict instructions. Bring these to Ludwig in the industrial district, he will know what to do with them. If he has any questions, he can visit the palace personally. After saying this, the servant bowed respectfully before disappearing from Berengar's sight. With the servant gone, Berenger entered the dining room where he began to drink beer. As he sat in silence for some time, Linda approached him with a dossier in her hands. The information contained inside of it was classified intelligence that her field agents within France had received. After tossing the folder to Berenger, she sat down next to him with a sultry smile on her face. As she did so, she leaned towards Berenger and whispered in his ear, "There's some important information about the Crown Prince of France in there, you might want to take a look." After saying that, Linda ordered a glass of wine for herself, where she began to drink while Berenger researched the document. His spies had retrieved some valuable intel. The illicit relationship between Prince Aubrey of France and his various lovers was contained within the dossier. When Berenger saw this, he immediately halted his attempt to drink his beer and placed it down on the counter. After doing so, he looked over at Linda, who was still smiling at him, before asking the question on his mind. "Is this confirmed?" Linda did not respond vocally. Instead, she silently nodded her head. As she did so, Berenger flipped through the pages once more before a smile spread across his face. As he did so, a curious thought crossed his mind. So the Joan of Arc of this world is nothing more than a slutty twink, and the French prince at that? So much for a feminist icon. After thinking this, Berenger began to contemplate the best way to use this information. After all, a united France that lay upon his eventual western border was not something Berenger desired. As such, he instantly began to scheme a way to balkanize the region into smaller, weaker, independent duchies and kingdoms. When Linda saw the devious smile on her lover's lips, she immediately questioned him about his intentions. "So tell me? What's the plan? You seem to have thought of something." When Berenger heard this, he handed the dossier back to Linda. As he did so, he took a sip from his beer. Only after he finished did he begin to speak about the conspiracy he had started to hatch within his mind. "I think it is about time we get involved in France's little war. I want our agents to contact the French and English crowns. Supply both sides with firearms and the munitions necessary to use them. As for the Duke of Burgundy, supply his uprising as well. With this, I will ensure that their war wages on for decades to come. In the end, there will no longer be a unified France sitting on my future borders." When Linda heard this, she was pretty shocked and asked for clarification on the issue at hand. "You want to dismantle the Kingdom of France?" After hearing this, Berenger took a sip from his beer once more before answering his lover's question. A wicked grin etched itself upon his immaculate visage as he did so. "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Linda smiled before approaching Berenger. As she did so, she began to kiss him passionately. It was only after a few minutes of making out did the couple part ways in silence. Linda would relay the king's orders to her field agents, and Berenger would continue to drink by his lonesome. The conspiracy to undermine the authority of the French crown had just begun. Chapter 345, Declaration of a Crusade. Pope Julius was standing upon the balcony of his palace within the Vatican. Tens of thousands of his supporters were gathered in the holy city to listen to the Vicar of Christ's decree. For many of the rulers of Christendom, what he was about to say came as no surprise. Yet to the common people, his words were shocking, to say the least. The Holy Father gazed at the massive crowd gathered before him as he uttered the words from his mouth. The speech he gave would not be expected of God's representative on earth. Instead, his tone was filled with vitriol and hatred. "Berenger the Accursed. I am confident this is a name that every one of you gathered here today is familiar with. If I am the Vicar of Christ, then this man, the self-proclaimed King of Austria, is the avatar of Satan. Through vile sorcery, he has conjured technology that has been destructive not only to the warriors of Christ but the citizens of Christendom. I am sure you are all familiar with the fate of Florence, for Berenger and his army of apostates have thoroughly destroyed the city. In the process, they mercilessly slaughtered everyone gathered within it by conjuring the fires of hell upon the faithful. This was no simple act of war but a criminal act against all of God's children on this earth. Thus, in response to this crime against humanity, I hereby declare a crusade against the Kingdom of Austria and the Berenger heresy as a whole. I call upon every faithful Christian to take arms against this demonic scion and his heretical followers. For so long as Berenger the Accursed is allowed to remain in a position of power, the souls of every Christian are at the risk of damnation. God wills it." The moment the Pope said these words, the crowd of tens of thousands of Catholics began to chant the final words in unison. "God wills it. God wills it. God wills it." The sight of which brought a wicked grin to Pope Julius' aging face. After witnessing the mob gathered before him, he knew that he would have an army capable of invading Austria within a few years. As such, he gave one final decree to the gathered crowd before departing towards the interior of his palace. Go now and make your preparations. It will be some time before the armies of Christ are capable of waging war against the hellspawn that is the army of Austria, but make no mistake, we will muster the entire might of the Christian world against our foes. Having said this, Julius returned to the interior of his palace, where he was immediately confronted by a variety of cardinals who had watched his speech from inside. Among them was a man known for being against Julius' predecessor's harsh actions against Berenger. Your Holiness, declaring a crusade against King Berenger is unwise. You know as well as I that the Austrian army has seized the assets of the Medici Bank and in doing so left us destitute. We don't have the funds to build an army capable of such a thing. In response to this, Pope Julius spat on the ground before lecturing the cardinal for his remarks. King Berenger, is it? Funny, I don't remember placing a crown on the man's head. If I were you, I would be cautious about the words I choose, for legitimizing the avatar of Satan is in itself an act of heresy. When the cardinal heard this, his mouth dropped agape before questioning the Pope's sanity. You don't honestly believe the words from your speech, do you? Berenger can't possibly be the incarnation of Satan. I will admit he is a powerful adversary of the Church, but to think that he is some hellspawn is truly insanity. Upon hearing his sanity questioned, Julius backhanded the cardinal with his ring hand, leaving a bloody lip on the man who had so brazenly rebuked his words. You think it is such an impossibility? Then explain to me where he gets the technology he has created. The man is either the greatest genius in history or he has struck an accord with the devil. There is no other conceivable explanation. He is a lowly baron's son, and yet he has advanced Austria in agriculture, industry, weaponry, maritime technology, and every other metric I can think of beyond the scopes of what we know to be reality. The cardinal wiped his bloody lip and hung his head in silence. He had no retort to the Pope's words. Certainly, there was something strange about the man known as Berenger the Accursed. Despite his humble origins, he had single-handedly led Austria to be the most advanced kingdom on the planet. Berenger also seemed to be profoundly knowledgeable about scripture despite having no background with the clergy. He was so educated on the Word of God that it was enough to translate the entire Bible into German and distribute it across his realm. This had proven to be a great point of contention for the Catholic Church, as many of their traditions and teachings had no biblical basis. Ultimately, the cardinal switched the topic. It was clear that Julius was enraged by the outcome of the Austrian War of Independence. As such, the cardinal attempted to inquire about how the Pope intended to fund the crusade. Your Holiness, with all due respect, you have called this crusade too early. We have lost our most essential financial supporters. Without the backing of the Medici Bank, it will take years to gather the funds to create an army capable of storming Austria. How do you even plan to do this? Julius gazed at the cardinal with contempt in his eyes. This man was not suited towards matters of the state. As such, the Pope outlined his plan perfectly so that even a simpleton could understand his reasoning. There are two reasons for calling this crusade, years in advance of the actual invasion. First and most importantly, it gives us a reason to sell indulgences to the people en masse. Catholics from all walks of life will be lining up to provide us with their gold and silver in exchange for a few years off purgatory. We can quickly gather the necessary funds in at most 2 years by doing this. Secondly, by declaring a crusade against Austria and the Berenger heresy, we are making it known that they are enemies of Christendom, as many such kingdoms will be hesitant to trade with Berenger in the future. Though he will still have trade with the Muslims and the Orthodox, the overwhelming majority of his trade networks throughout Europe will come to a grinding halt. However, the cardinal was not convinced by the Pope's plans. He knew that by now, the Austrian thaler and gulden had become a common currency in international trade. It would not be easy to persuade Austria's neighbors to halt their transactions with Berenger simply because he was an enemy of the Vatican. Despite his reservations, the cardinal chose to keep silent on the issue. He was starting to realize that it was highly likely that the Crusaders would lose this war and in doing so, end the days of papal supremacy in Europe. After all, Berenger remained undefeated in battle, and it was only a matter of time before he unleashed some ungodly weapon that would render their numbers completely useless. As such, he sighed heavily before nodding his head. In doing so, he accepted his fate and that of the Catholic Church. With leadership like Simeon and Julius, it was only a matter of time before the era of papal power came to an end. With this in mind, he put on an agreeable facade and spoke to Julius as if everything the man had said was inevitable. Thank you for explaining your reasoning to me. Your Holiness is, as always, well informed on these matters, and I look forward to the day we bring God's wrath upon this heretic and his followers. If you will excuse me, I have things I must attend to. Julius nodded his head. Finally, he managed to talk some sense into this naysayer who had always spoken out against any direct action against Berenger and his heresy. Little did he know that the cardinal had utterly lost faith in the papacy's ability to win this war and planned to defect to the German Reformation at the first opportunity. As such, Julius had a malicious smile upon his lips as he thought about what he would do to Berenger after he got his hands on the young monarch. Berenger had caused too much trouble for the papacy. Because of this, the punishment would be severe. Of course, such a fate could only be achieved if he and his crusaders were victorious in their future attempt to dethrone Berenger. Whether the Catholic Church and all its might were capable of such a feat remained to be seen. While the Catholic Church began its attempt to gain the funds necessary to raise a feudal army with a size capable of invading Austria, Berenger had started the process of industrialization. By the time the Catholic armies and their allies invaded his realm, they would be fighting against a far more modern force than the world had previously seen. Chapter 346, Double Proposal. While the papacy had openly declared its intent to wage a crusade against the Kingdom of Austria and the regions affected by the German Reformation, Berenger was relaxing in his new royal palace. Even though the palace was primarily based on Schönbrunn Palace from his previous life, there were a few changes. For example, in the center of the massive complex, an additional floor was added to the structure. This small story was a penthouse that acted as Berengar's harem room. This harem room had all of the luxuries needed for Berenger and his women to enjoy themselves in their usual hedonist behavior. An opulent bedroom was the main area, where it held a large mattress capable of fitting up to 5 people. This mattress had a silk canopy to hide its inhabitants' amorous activities from the outside world. Outside of the bedroom was a small bar area filled with all kinds of alcohol for Berenger and his women to enjoy. This was the region of Berengar's palace that he spent the most significant amount of his time in outside of his study. Aside from the bar, there was a common area where a round table lay in the center. Atop this table was an exquisitely crafted hookah that sat in the middle. This hookah had 4 hoses so that multiple people could smoke from the device at the same time. Berenger usually smoked a mix of herbal shisha and locally cultivated hash from the device after a long day's work to help him relax. Finally, there was a substantial private bathhouse built within the penthouse suite. This bathhouse was practically the size of a small swimming pool and was capable of containing multiple people. More often than not, Berenger would bathe with his beauties inside this bathhouse. For security reasons, this area did not act as the royal bedchamber. Instead, it was just a luxurious area for Berenger and his future wives to enjoy themselves in debauchery. Of course, Adela refused to step foot in the room, at least for the time being. At the moment, Berenger, Linda, and Anuria were gathered around the hookah, smoking cannabis from the device. Berenger himself took a long hit where he inhaled the smoke for some time before letting out a puff into the air. Anuria looked quite different from her usual appearance. After revealing her identity to the Austrian court during Berengar's coronation. She had decided to dye her hair Tyrian purple, which matched her pale skin and mint eyes perfectly. She was dressed in a luxurious Tyrian purple and gold silk dress in the style of the Byzantine nobility. She had an intoxicated expression on her face, much like Berenger. She had been partaking of the drug for over an hour now. As such, she had begun to space out completely. In doing so, she tilted her head and rested it on Berengar's shoulder. As she entered an entirely different realm within her mind, she asked the question that had been bugging her for some time. What do you plan to do about this crusade? You just got out of a war and now the Catholics want to drag you into another. Berenger began to chuckle when he heard this. As he did so, he wrapped his arm around Anuria and kissed her on the forehead. After doing so, he began to lie back upon the plushy pillows that surrounded the hookah area. As Berenger enjoyed the comfort he found himself in, he revealed his innermost thoughts on the subject without realizing how honest he was being. They'll sit back and wait. After seizing the Medici's fortune, the Vatican is beyond destitute. It will take years for them to gather the funds from their followers to afford an army capable of marching into Austria. By then, my army will be equipped with weapons that will completely negate their numerical advantages. It will be a slaughter the likes this world has never seen before. In the end, I will be victorious and will finally be able to explore the new world. Linda and Anuria looked over at Berenger with confused expressions. In his stoned state, Berenger had accidentally revealed the existence of the new world to his 2 lovers. Linda, not taking Berengar's words seriously, began to make fun of him. What new world? How high are you? In response to this, Berenger began to chuckle as he laughed off his mistake as if it was symbolic in nature. Not as high as I could be. Clearly, I was referring to the new world I will usher in, one free of the Chich's influence, where science and reason prevail instead of faith and superstition. Obviously, I was not talking about a vast landmass on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. How could I possibly know such a thing exists? With this said, Linda put her luscious lips against the hookah hose and took a long draw. After a while, she puffed out the smoke contained within her lungs and began to giggle at Berengar's comment. If such a thing truly existed, wouldn't we know it by now? After saying this, the trio began to break out into laughter. Berenger, of course, was laughing more fervently than his 2 women. After all, he knew that such a place existed, and the ignorance of the old world was truly laughable compared to his modern knowledge. Anuria began to take a significant hit from the hookah. While she did so, Berenger moved close to Linda and began to make out with her, the sight of which made Anuria dreadfully jealous. As such, she completed her hit before grasping hold of Berenger and shifting his attention to her gem-like mint green eyes. She then began to kiss Berenger passionately while Linda took a puff from the smoking device sitting on the table. After a passionate display, Anuria released her grip over Berenger and said the words on her mind. I love you. Berenger grasped a hold of the girl's cheeks as he looked into her eyes and responded to her proclamation with his innermost feelings with a snarky grin on his face. I know. This response immediately made Anuria puff her cheeks as she pouted in silence. Seeing the adorable look on his lover's face reminded Berenger of something important that he had completely forgotten about. As such, he got up from his seat and swayed across the room towards the bar area. As he did so, he called out to the two girls sitting in the common area. I just remembered that I have something special for the two of you. After rummaging through the bar for some time, Berenger found two small cases where he brought them over to his two women. After sitting between them, he grabbed a hold of Lindy's hand before placing a white gold and sky blue topaz ring on her finger. As he did so, he stared into Lindy's sky blue eyes before asking the question on his mind. I've been meaning to ask for some time now, but Linda von Habsburg, will you marry me? Linda was stunned when she heard these words. She knew Berenger had mentioned polygamy in the past, but she did not think he would go through with it. After all, the cultural backlash from such a thing would by no means be slight. However, she did not care about any of that at the moment and merely stared at the luxurious ring on her finger as tears flowed from her eyes. The beautiful young woman who had grown up as a count's daughter nodded her head as she struggled to find the words to accept. After a while, she latched onto Berenger and kissed him passionately before answering with a sultry smile. I thought you would never ask. Honoria, who had witnessed the entire display, merely stared at Berenger and Linda while pouting. Even though Berenger had negotiated with her father for her hand in marriage, she had not received such a heartwarming proposal. However, her disappointment soon ended as Berenger opened up another container that contained an equally luxurious golden ring fitted with a mint green gemstone known in the modern era as tourmaline. Berenger quickly placed it upon Honoria's finger, where he smiled at her and revealed the difficulty he had gone through to source the gemstone. I want you two to know just how difficult it was for me to acquire these gemstones. I had to establish trading ties to the Timurid Empire in the east. These stones are very precious and cost me a considerable amount of coin to get my hands on. If not for Honoria's old friend Ignelis, I would not have managed to acquire them. Having heard the lengths Berenger went to acquire the stones for their engagement rings, the two girls nearly broke out into tears as they grasped a hold of Berenger and began taking turns kissing him. After a while, Berenger and the girls began to strip off their clothes, where they proceeded to enter the large canopy bed that existed within the penthouse. It did not take long for the trio to begin their amorous activities. They would spend the next 2 hours enjoying the warmth of each other's bodies. Berenger had successfully managed to propose to two women shortly before his marriage to Adela took place. While his enemies were beginning the many preparations necessary to invade Austria, Berenger was enjoying the moment of peace to the best of his abilities. Chapter 347, An Awkward Family Dinner. Having spent the evening getting high and drunk with two of his women and then engaging in intercourse, Berenger found the fatigue he felt from months of endless battle slowly wash away. To Berenger, war was an exhilarating activity, but if it went on for too long, it was capable of causing great anxiety and anguish. After having fun with two of his women, Berenger rose from his bed and entered the bath, where they joined shortly after. Immediately he threw off his towel and entered into the steaming water. As he did so, Honoria and Linda grabbed a hold of him and began to wash every part of his body with their own. While this was ongoing, Berenger was drinking from a glass filled with beer. Any semblance of his previously heightened nerves vanished under the exceptional service his girls provided to him. After a while, Linda, Honoria, and himself got out of the bath and dressed in nothing more than silk robes, where they proceeded to head down from the harem room and into the dining room where Adela, Henrietta, Hans, and Helga were currently sitting. When Linda saw her two children sitting in their high seats, she walked over to them and picked them up, where she placed them on her lap. After doing so, she lowered her robe and began to breastfeed the two small children. The sight of which greatly unnerved Adela, who gazed at the sight with a look of disgust on her face. She could not help herself from commenting on the issue. Ahem. Linda, we are at the dinner table. Can you please cover yourself up? Linda, wearing a pleasant smile, did not give in to Adela's provocation and merely responded with a snarky tone. What? Can't I feed my babies? What would you suggest they eat? Berenger, who was sitting in between the two women and their argument, refused to comment on the situation at hand. Though Hans was already 3 years old, he was still breastfeeding, which Berenger thought to be unusual but not entirely uncommon from his modern sensibilities. However, sooner or later, he would need to talk with Linda about weaning the kid and introducing cow milk into his diet. However, at the moment, he simply did not want to get involved in this conversation and, as such, began to shift his attention to his son, who was growing more by the day. After finishing his session with Linda, Hans was placed back into his seat by Berenger, where he began to dine on schnitzel and ka unspecified currency cespa unspecified currency. As the boy happily dined on his meal, Berenger began to speak with his son. After all, it had been some time since he had a conversation with the little tyke. So Hans, I understand you have already begun your elementary education, and at such a young age too. Truly, one day you will be an inspiration for the Austrian people. Are there any questions you might have that I might be able to help with? Upon hearing this, Hans looked up from his plate and at the multiple women surrounding Berenger before asking the question bothering him for some time now. Tell me the truth, father, am I a bastard? When Berenger heard this, he dropped his fork onto his plate, sending a clanging sound resounding throughout the dining hall. Everyone present at the table looked at Hans with shocked expressions. Being the birth mother of Hans, Linda had her maternal instincts kick into overdrive and was the first to inquire about the origin of Hans' question. Hans, where did you hear such a thing? The boy refused to look his mother in the eye as he admitted to how he had heard the term. I read about it in one of the books in a library. If a child is born to parents that are not married, then he is a bastard and is not able to inherit his father's position. Does that mean that despite being the firstborn, I won't be able to follow in father's footsteps? Linda looked at Hans with a gaze of overwhelming compassion. She felt terrible for Hans having such questions on his mind at his young age. After feeling bad for her son, she threw Adela a wicked glance while thinking to herself, if it weren't for this woman, my son would not have to think so lowly of himself. Berenger, on the other hand, drank from his skull chalice filled with beer before answering the question to the best of his ability. Due to his son's hyperintelligence, he was able to converse more generally with the child. However, he still left out specific information to avoid creating an awkward scene. Well, you see, my son, technically you are a bastard as your mother and I are not yet married. However, the book you are reading is old and outdated. The laws of succession are no longer as such. I have made it so the most competent of my children can take my position after my death. One day soon I will marry your mother and you will be a legitimate member of my dynasty. When that happens, you will be eligible to succeed in my throne if you meet the criteria as an efficient leader. Of course, if you desire such a thing, then you must work hard because I will have many children and only the fittest to rule shall become king. When Hans heard this answer, he was further confused. He inquired further about the issue at hand with an innocent expression on his face. I thought you were going to marry Miss Adela? How are you also going to marry Mommy? Berenger could feel the leering gazes of all three of his women set upon him as he struggled to come up with an answer to satisfy them all. As for Henrietta, she was silently eating her meal, trying to avoid getting involved in her brother's affairs. In her eyes, he had made his bed and now had to lie in it. Adela was not precisely in the best of moods. She was entirely aware of the degree of hedonism that Berenger was engaging in with his two lovers upstairs for the past few hours. Though she disapproved of excessive drinking, drug use, and group sex, she also knew that Berenger had just come home from the horrors of war and needed a way to relax. Of course, the real issue bothering her was that Anuria and Linda were now wearing their engagement rings, a tradition that Berenger had started with herself. She felt it was wildly inappropriate for Berenger to propose to the two women before she was married. Thus Adela was staring at Berenger with a gaze filled with fury. However, she had forced herself to remain calm and wait for Berengar's explanation for such things. Now that her fiancé's son, who she also thought of as her own, broached such a question, she was more than curious to find out about the answer. Berenger, of course, shrugged off the vicious gazes he was getting from his girls and began to explain the complexity of his relationship with them to his young son. You see, Hans, in the days of our ancestors it was not uncommon for men of great wealth and power to have multiple wives. Though with the introduction of Catholicism we accepted many foreign practices. One of these changes was the law that men could only have one wife. It is my intention as King of Austria to bring back the ways of our forefathers. So you can think of Adela and Anuria as your other mommies. The expressions on the girls' faces differed. For Linda and Anuria, they were happy with the result and as such they gazed lovingly at Berenger. However, Adela reacted far more poorly. She was greatly displeased that Berenger had neglected to mention her position as the first wife. She was also upset that her children would have to compete with Hans to succeed their father in the future. As such, she glared intensely at Berenger with the fury of a woman scorned. While this silent battle between Berengar's harem was ongoing, Hans thought about his father's answer for a few moments before he blurted out the first thought that came to his mind. Does that mean I get to have milk from my other mommies too? When Adela heard this, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning and quickly flushed in embarrassment, looking away from Hans' innocently excited expression. Berenger, on the other hand, nearly choked on his food as he struggled to maintain his composure. Linda broke out in laughter. She had never even thought of the idea that her son would be as big as a playboy as his father until now. As for Anuria, she gazed at the kid as if he were the cutest child in the world. Thus, she hatched a devilish plot as she began to tease Hans. Sure, kiddo, come over to mommy, Anuria. When Hans heard this, he nearly jumped out of his seat at the opportunity he was presented, but Berenger stopped him before he was able to reach Anuria's open embrace. Hans, you've already eaten. We can talk about this later. The young boy began to frown as he heard this and was about to object to his father. However, Berenger raised his hand, signaling the boy to be silent, and thus he began to pout in his chair at the cruelty of it all. Henrietta was gazing at the whole scenario with an amused expression as she continued to eat in silence. She knew for a fact that this was a conversation she did not want to get involved in, and as such, she drank from her wine glass while watching Berenger slowly navigate through the minefield he had created. The family ate in awkward silence for the rest of the dinner. However, Hans had many more questions about Berenger and his three mothers. Despite this, his father had seemed to become uncomfortable and unwilling to discuss it further. As such, he would have to wait for a later date before he could inquire further about the complex nature of Berengar's harem. Chapter 348, Industrial Innovations. At the moment, Berenger was standing in Ludwig's workshop looking at what is arguably the most important invention that he had introduced thus far. Sitting in front of Berenger was a piece of technology that was critical to the industrial age. This essential feat of engineering was the steam engine. The steam engine was a machine that operated using water and coal to produce steam. The steam created was then used to push a piston back and forth. This pushing force could then be used for work by attaching a connecting rod and flywheel. With this piece of engineering, trains could be built, oil could be pumped, workshops could be powered, canals could be easily dredged, fields could be plowed without beasts of burden, etc. The limitations for such technology were far fewer than what he currently used to power his kingdom's industry. When Berenger saw the device standing in front of him, he clasped Ludwig on the shoulder and gave the man a thumbs up while smiling from ear to ear. Ludwig, my friend, you have truly outdone yourself this time. With this invention and all those that follow its principles, we will rule this world. Ludwig chuckled when he heard this exaggerated remark and shook off Berengar's grip before commenting on Berengar's words. My friend, without your designs, this never would have been possible. So what will you use this for? In response to this, Berenger walked over to the machine and activated it. Before long, it began to power up, and as it did, exhaust began to fill the air. After a few moments, Berenger deactivated the device before expressing his immediate plans for the future. Well, for starters, we are going to be upgrading all of our factories to operate with machines powered by these devices. After we do this, the amount of labor we will need will vastly decrease. We will be able to produce all of our products with increased precision and efficiency. I want to upgrade the arms factories first. I will be giving you a list of designs for weapons production equipment that operate under steam power. When you have upgraded your facilities, let me know and I will give you some new blueprints to work with. We have a few years before the Crusaders invade and I want my armies prepared for it. Ludwig nodded his head in agreement with Berengar's vision for the future. Though he was proud of his needle rifle, it would appear that Berenger was one step ahead of him. However, Berengar's following words caught him by surprise. Continue to manufacture the needle rifles to the best of your ability during this transition. We will likely be going to war again within the next 6 months. So I want all of our troops fielded with those weapons. You have no idea how much they helped in the final days of our war for independence. Ludwig immediately began to salute Berenger before responding in the affirmative. Yes, Your Majesty. After saying this, Berenger laid out a series of blueprints for use in his arms factories. He had been working on these designs in his spare time for many years. Among these plans were advanced lathes, steam hammers, cold hammer forging machines, among many other designs needed to make the arms and munitions for Austria's army. Ludwig looked over all these plans in shock. He honestly did not know how Berenger continued to produce new technology every year, each one more advanced than the last. Despite his natural curiosity, he knew not to ask such a question and instead nodded his head as he studied the blueprints. While doing so, he commented on the ability to renovate their weapons and munitions factories. Give me a few months and I will have all of Kufstein's military factories outfitted with such machinery. By the time you send your armies to war, they will be equipped with whatever new equipment you instruct me to produce. Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled and patted the older man on his back. After doing so, he changed the subject to something more casual. So, how about we go get a drink to celebrate? It has been a while since I have had the time to discuss matters of life with you. In response to this, Ludwig chuckled before sighing heavily. After doing so, he shook his head. This action caught Berenger off guard. However, after hearing the words that followed, Berenger felt bitter. Apologies, Your Majesty, but I have way too much work to handle. I am getting on in years and I need to make sure my son can replace me when I decide to retire. After all, you need someone competent to manage your arms industry after I am long dead, and unfortunately most of my management team is not up to the task. When Berenger heard this, he smiled bitterly. Too many of his friends were substantially older than himself. Not only was Ludwig considerably older than the young monarch, but his field marshal Eckhard was also starting to age. Out of all of his friends, they were two of the closest. When they finally retired or passed away, Berenger would be left without the support of the two capable men by his side. However, Berenger did not want to dwell on such a future and smiled before responding to Ludwig's comments. All right, we will have to drink together some other time. I look forward to your progress. If you have any questions, please send word to the palace. I will try to make time out of my busy schedule to aid you in your endeavors. After hearing this, Ludwig nodded before responding to the young monarch. I wish you all the best, Your Majesty. With this said, Berenger departed from the industrial district of Kufstein and headed back to his palace. Now that the steam engine was created, there were many other areas of industry that needed upgrading. Thus he immediately entered his study and began to search through the various blueprints he had developed over the years in his spare time. After delving through his studies files as if it were a labyrinth, Berenger finally came across two critical blueprints that he had drafted some time ago. The steam-powered loom was the first essential component of his soon-to-be-established mechanized textile industry. When combined with the self-facting mule, Berenger would vastly reduce the number of workers needed to manufacture textiles of all kinds. These employees could then be used in other required jobs within his newly industrialized society. Berenger gazed upon these plans with a wide smile on his face. For now, he simply needed to know where they were located. He had no intentions to immediately hand these blueprints over to his garment district. After all, it would be some time before his arms factories were modernized and the number of steam engines he could field in the near future was small. Thus he had to prioritize which sectors would be mechanized first. Berenger knew it would take months before Kufstein's weapons factories were fully mechanized and years before all of Austria followed its path. It was only after the former had been achieved that he intended to introduce these blueprints to his textile sector. With this in mind, Berenger put his designs away in a safe and memorable place before departing from his study. The moment he did so, he saw Adela standing outside the door with a tray of cookies and milk in her hands. Berenger was surprised to see the young maiden at his study so late into the evening. Despite his concerns, he immediately allowed her inside. It was clear that she had something on her mind to discuss. After sitting back down at his desk, Berenger made space for the tray of the dessert, where he instantly began to snack on a ginger snap. As he did so, he commented on Adela's arrival. "What brings you to my study at this hour?" Adela sat down next to Berenger and stared him in the eyes before uttering the words, "We need to talk." Berenger swallowed the bit of cookie he had bitten into and drained it down with a gulp of milk before asking the question on his mind. "What about?" As Adela heard this, she instantly became fidgety as she played with her fingers. After doing so for several moments, she decided it would be best to blurt out her concerns and get it over with. "Did you buy engagement rings for Linda and Anuria?" When Berenger heard this, he instantly became aware of what Adela was afraid of and as such grasped a hold of her dainty hands and looked into her deep sapphire eyes before nodding his head silently. After a few moments of silence, he began to explain his reasoning. "The truth is, during the night of my coronation, I negotiated my marriage to Anuria with her father. Seeing that she and I are now officially engaged, I thought it was inappropriate for her to walk around without a symbol of our union." Adela bit her lip ever so slightly as she heard this before nodding her head. She understood the reasons for doing so, though she wasn't happy about it. In her mind, the Byzantine emperor discovering Anuria's presence forced Berenger to negotiate for their engagement. However, she still had her doubts about the situation at hand and as such asked the second thought she had on her mind. "What about Linda? You gave her one too?" In response to this, Berenger scratched the back of his neck and told Adela the truth of the matter behind his decision to do so. "Since I had decided that I was going to give Anuria a ring, I knew that I added to give Linda one as well. After all, she is my second wife and the mother of my children. It would break her heart if I only got Anuria an engagement ring." After saying this, Berenger grabbed a hold of Adela and shoved her into his embrace. While doing so, he stroked her golden hair gently before reassuring her of the position she held in his heart. "You don't need to worry so much, my little Adela. You will always be my main wife. In a matter of days, we will be married and you will be the High Queen of Austria, and when we do, I promise to spend our entire wedding night with you alone. By the time I marry Linda and Anuria as my second and third wives, we will already be man and wife for several months." After hearing this, Adela began to smile. She liked the idea of lording this fact over her rivals' heads for a few months. As such, she wrapped her arms around Berengar's neck and began to kiss him passionately. It was only after several moments did Adela break apart from Berengar's loving embrace, where she spoke in a playful tone. "Okay. Since you said it, I am going to hold you to your words." Berenger smiled in response to his fiancée's determination before responding in an equally spirited tone. "I wouldn't have it any other way." After saying that, Adela picked up the tray she had arrived with and left Berenger by his lonesome. Though she wanted to spend the night with him, she had made a promise to herself that she would only do so after they had gotten married. Besides, she had gotten the reassurance that she had needed. Though Berenger had no way of knowing it, his words on this night would inspire Adela to take a more assertive approach to his other wives. As Berenger had said, Adela would be his primary wife, and she decided it was about time to act like it. Chapter 349, Redesigning the Fashion of Austria. Berenger sat at his desk within his study at the moment. He was drawing designs for a new era of fashion for his people. With his nation advancing into the industrial age, Berenger wanted an appropriate sense of style for not only his civilians and the nobility but his military as well. The puffy and superfluous attire of the Renaissance, while aesthetically pleasing, was not nearly as functional as the designs he was hard at work at creating. Most importantly, he wanted a more modern attire for his upcoming wedding to his loving bride Aube. With this in mind, Berenger chose the late Victorian and the Edwardian eras of fashion as a basis for his new clothing style. Thus he was bringing a type of clothing and culture to Germany that was centuries more advanced than it currently had. Suits, ties, dress shirts, and shoes would become the norm within his society for men. At the same time, the women would wear far more modern dresses than what was currently available. As for the nobility, they would wear a clothing style similar to that of the European nobility from the 1870s to 1918. For the military uniforms, he had decided to base them off the uniforms used by the Prussians in the Franco-Prussian War of his previous life, with a few minor adjustments. The tunic was cut in the form of an M35 Waffenrock, where its colors were changed to black, with a dark gray collar and matching sleeve cuffs. If one was a high enough rank, white rectangles would appear on the dark gray collars and cuffs that would contain a golden rank insignia. Secondly, the uniforms utilized a standard-issue high-carbon, quenched, and hardened steel cuirass based upon those used by 19th-century cuirassiers from Berengar's previous life. These cuirasses were also painted black with a superior lacquer. The only soldiers not issued these cuirasses were the ones in artillery or support roles. Seeing as how Berengar's new artillery he planned to create and implement once his industry had reached the capability had such an exceptional range that his enemies could never harm them, it was a waste of resources to equip them with such unnecessary protective gear. Thirdly, the pickelhaube-style helmets that his soldiers would be wearing were made of high-carbon quenched and hardened steel, painted black, and had brass accents. On the front of the helmet beneath the brass spike was a brass double-head eagle. The material it was made of ensured superior protection of his soldiers' heads against the style of weapons they would be going up against. As for the Navy, they would be issued uniforms based upon those used by the Imperial German Navy in the years leading up to the Great War. The primary difference was that they would follow the same color scheme as the Royal Austrian Army. Now that he had established new military uniforms, Berenger began to create a series of medals and orders of merit for the men who served in his military to earn through exemplary means of service to the state, particularly in the field of combat. The first medal on his list would be the Iron Cross, a medal from his previous life, the German equivalent of the U.S. Medal of Honor. Berenger planned to establish several grades: the Second Class, the First Class, the Knight's Cross, the Grand Cross, and the Star of the Grand Cross. Other medals he began to design included what he would refer to as the Austrian Wound Medal, an award based upon the idea behind the American Purple Heart. It was awarded for courageously shedding blood on the field of battle in the name of the fatherland. In other words, any member of the Austrian armed forces who were wounded or killed in combat would receive this medal. This medal was in the form of a golden medallion, with Berengar's personage imprinted upon the center of it. The ribbon itself was rectangular and black, with multiple gold stripes that had white edges. He also intended to design two other awards that were similar in purpose but awarded differently based upon whether one was a commissioned officer or an NCO/enlisted soldier. This would be the Austrian Military Merit Cross and the Austrian Military Merit Order. These awards would be awarded to soldiers who proved their bravery and merit in the field of battle. The Military Merit Cross was based upon the Prussian Military Merit Cross from Berengar's previous life. It was the highest award of bravery for non-commissioned officers and enlisted soldiers. It was also known as the Golden Military Merit Cross to distinguish it from the Military Honor Medal, which was an inferior medal awarded for bravery and valor. The order was based upon the Pour le Mérite, more commonly known as the Blue Max, from Berengar's past life. In essence, it was the highest military honor awarded to commissioned officers within the Austrian Royal Military. As for the physical award, there were some differences from the Blue Max. For example, the ribbon was black with gold stripes instead of black with silver stripes. At the top of the medal was a golden oak leaf with crossed swords. Below that was the Maltese cross, which was white instead of blue, and it lacked the golden engraving of the words Pour le Mérite upon it. In between the golden edges of the white Maltese cross were a series of golden double-head eagles rather than the single-headed ones on the Blue Max from his past life. Berenger also intended to establish a new chivalric order for his kingdom based upon one that the Habsburgs had created in his previous life. This chivalric order would become known as the Order of St. George and would be awarded to outstanding soldiers who have proven their loyalty and valor on the field of battle. Other military honors were established based upon various achievements in battle or support roles. However, Berengar's criteria for being awarded these medals and orders were relatively strict compared to many of the awards from his previous life. It was considered a great honor to be awarded a medal rather than something given out for a particular chore fulfilled in the barracks, and only those who truly earned them would receive such a thing. After spending nearly half a day designing various clothing, uniforms, and accessories, Berenger dispatched the plans to his garment district and his armory to begin production as soon as possible. Before his wedding, Berenger wanted these clothing designs made for him and his bride. As for what followed afterward, he planned to begin a massive military parade where he would award the veterans of his army with the decorations they had earned in his various campaigns over the years. After completing this task, Berenger returned to his palace, where Linda immediately greeted him. Berenger walked over to his lover and hugged her, and she immediately began to kiss him passionately. After several moments, Berenger released himself from her grip, where he started to ask the question on his mind. "Where are the kids?" Linda had a sly smile on her face as she revealed what she had done. "I sent them to bed early." Berenger was astonished by this and immediately followed up with an interrogation. "Why? Did the boy do something?" Linda shook her head in response to this question. As she wrapped her arms around Berengar's neck, she whispered in his ear with a seductive voice, "No, I just didn't want them to interrupt us." After saying this, she began to kiss him once more. As things progressed, Berenger found himself pulling up Lindy's dress and rubbing her thigh with his hand, moving his hand to her nether regions. It was not until the couple heard a distinctive sound from behind them that they broke apart. It was the sound of a young woman coughing. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Berenger turned around to see Adela staring at the two of them with a murderous gaze. As she did so, she immediately began to interrupt Berenger and Lindy's session with an assertive voice. "Linda, if you don't mind, I have important matters to discuss with my fiancé." Linda stared curiously at the young woman, who was not behaving like her usual self. In fact, there was not a hint of hesitation in her voice. Instead, she was staring at her with a cold and domineering gaze. Linda decided to tease the girl by grabbing a hold of Berengar's lower region and retorting to her. "I do mind, Berenger and I were in the middle of something equally important. Why don't you run along and play with your dolls, little girl?" However, to Lindy's surprise, Adela did not budge in the slightest. Instead, she stared at Berenger with a chilling gaze and began to address him instead. Darling, would you please inform your mistress that your wife is speaking and that she should hold her venomous tongue? Berenger realized he was put in an awkward situation. He had told Adela the night before that she was his primary wife and would always be the most important of his women. She was most likely testing him to see if that were true. As such, he was forced to let go of Linda, where he sighed heavily before addressing his lover. Linda, I'm sorry, it appears that it must be something rather important. We can have our fun later. Linda stared at Berenger with a questionable gaze. He had never been one to back down just because Adela was upset, yet now he was so quickly abiding by her wishes. Just what had happened between the two for him to give in so easily? Ultimately, she knew it was unwise to push the issue further. As such, she kissed Berenger on the cheek before departing. As she did so, she left him with a parting phrase. I will be waiting for you in the bedroom tonight. After Lindy's departure, Berenger immediately switched his attention to Adela, glaring at him with an oppressive stare while having her arms crossed. It was only after Adela was confident that Linda was out of earshot that she dropped her tough facade and jumped into Berengar's embrace before kissing him intensely. This wasn't one of her previous childish pecks on the lips, but a far more adult kiss. After some time had passed, she broke apart from Berenger before recovering her elegant demeanor. As she did so, her cheeks flushed red. Berenger knew she wanted more but was holding herself back. As such, he changed the topic by asking the question on his mind. So, what did you need me for? Adela immediately recognized why she had first set out to find him and recovered from her lustful trance before asking the question on her mind. I was wondering when my wedding dress will be ready. Our wedding is only a few days from now. In response to this, Berenger smiled before revealing the changes he had just made. Do not worry, my dear, I have just sent new designs to the garment district and I will have custom-made attire for the occasion. I promise you that you will be the most beautiful woman in the entire cathedral on the day of our wedding. After hearing this, a broad smile appeared on Adela's face before she kissed Berenger on the cheek where Linda had left her mark. After doing so, she hugged him fervently before revealing the thoughts on her mind. I look forward to it. Chapter 350, The Royal Wedding Part 1. Days had passed since Berenger began to draft up new designs for fashion, and as they passed, his wedding rapidly approached. Eventually, the day of his marriage to Adela had arrived. This was a day he had been looking forward to for close to 5 years now. It just so happened to be the day of Christmas Eve. Snow was falling outside of the grand cathedral where Berenger now stood within. All eyes were gazing upon him as he was dressed in far more exquisite attire than that of anyone else. He was equipped with a luxurious new style of fashion that made every man in the room seethe with envy. Berenger was dressed in a white tunic based upon his military uniforms, the difference being the colors being reversed. The tunic was white with gold embroidery on the collar and cuffs. This took the form of oak leaves. The trimming of the tunic was golden, with golden buttons in a single line down the middle. Atop his shoulders were a pair of golden epaulets with a golden shoulder cord on his right side. He also wore a golden sash. The sash was the symbol of the Grand Cross of the Order of St. George, a chivalric order of Austria that he had recently established. It was considered one of the highest military honors, one that he had awarded himself for his various means of valor on the battlefield. The sash had a medal tied to the end in the form of a white Maltese cross with golden edges. In the center of this cross was a black circle. In the circle was a golden symbol of St. George slaying the dragon from horseback. 2 breast stars on the left side of his tunic were pinned vertically to the jacket. The top star belonged to the Star of the Grand Cross of the Iron Cross, while the bottom star belonged to the first class of the Order of St. George. It looked nearly identical to the Star of the Grand Cross of the Iron Cross, but instead of the Iron Cross in the center, there was the Maltese Cross of the Order of St. George. Above these 2 breast stars were 2 horizontal medals. These medals were awarded for some of Berengar's other feats in the battle. For example, on the right side was the Austrian Wound Medal, on the left side was the medal that accompanied the sash for the first class of the Order of St. George. Hanging from his collar were 2 exceptional medals. One was the Austrian Military Merit Order, which was the single highest honor of bravery a commissioned officer could receive. The other was a Grand Cross of the Iron Cross. Both of their ribbons were concealed beneath the collar itself. Over his right eye was a new eye patch. It was black with a golden lining, much like the last one. However, in the center was an iron cross, unlike the previous filigree. He felt that this new eye patch gave him a more militaristic appearance. He wore a golden sash belt across his waist, followed by a pair of white trousers that were perfectly straight in design. These trousers had a golden stripe on the sides of the pant legs. At the same time, he wore a pair of knee-high, polished black leather officer boots. His hair, as usual, was slicked back with pomade and glistened under the light of day shining through the stained glass windows of the cathedral. In a way, Berenger was the physical incarnation of regal authority as he stood at the altar waiting for his bride to arrive with a pleasant smile on his face. At the head of the altar was Ludolf, the German Reformist Church. He was dressed in white and gold vestments that were almost as embellished as Berengar's attire. Ludolf was a modest man and felt slightly out of place wearing such luxurious clothing. Beside these 2 men was the best man of Berenger, who Berenger had a difficult time choosing. Because Eckhard was off at war in Bohemia, Arnulf was also at war in Granada. Berenger had slim picking in terms of friends to choose from. Usually, he would choose one of the comrades he had shed blood and tears with on the battlefield to accompany him on this day. Yet, he was severely lacking in that regard at the moment. As such, the man standing next to him was none other than Ludwig Schmidt, a man who had helped Berenger usher in all of his technological reforms and had earned himself a rank of minor nobility. The man was dressed in Victorian-style civilian formal wear. He had also groomed his hair and beard so much so that Berenger could hardly contain his laughter. It was not that Ludwig looked goofy, on quite the contrary, he looked exceptional for his age. He was Kaiser Franz Joseph, his spitting image from Berengar's previous life. It was just that Berenger could never picture the older man so well-groomed and looking like a proper member of the aristocracy. To avoid laughing at Ludwig's appearance, Berenger began to gaze around the magnificent Baroque-style cathedral created within Kufstein. After several years of development, the Grand Cathedral of Kufstein was finally completed, and it was beautiful beyond comprehension. It truly put any Catholic place of worship to shame. It was also the perfect place to host Berenger and Adela's wedding. In the crowd within the front row seats were Adela's and Berengar's families and the other significant noblemen of the Kingdom of Austria and the various monarchs of other kingdoms who had come to visit. Due to the recent crusade declared against Berenger by the Pope, the only diplomats who had bothered to visit were either Reformist, Muslim, or Orthodox. After some time, the doors to the cathedral opened and Adela von Graz and her father, Chancellor Otto von Graz, he was holding onto her arm as he walked the young bride down the aisle to give away her husband. The sound of the traditional music that Berenger had introduced into his society played in the background. A veil covered Adela's face, but one look at her exquisite dress made Berengar's heart pump rapidly. It was an ivory silk dress with a floral pattern on it. The sleeves went from the top of the wrist until the bottom of the shoulder. The young woman's neckline was visible through a thin layer of gossamer which ended at the neck where a choker-like collar of floral patterned silk wrapped around her graceful neck. The bodice itself was cut in a neck pattern which had an exceptionally frilly layer that extended to the sleeves. Below the torso was an extravagant pleated skirt embroidered in the same floral pattern as the rest of the dress. Though Berenger could not see it due to the length of the dress, Adela was wearing white leather slippers and of course her bridal lingerie underneath. After arriving at the altar, Adela noticed that her bridesmaids were none other than Linda, Honoria, and her two sisters who, though stunning, paled in comparison to the beauty Adela herself was exuding on this day. As such, she smirked beneath her veil as she thought about how she had beaten Berengar's lovers on the day of her wedding. After stepping up at the altar, Ludolf began his speech. After some time, Ludolf finally got to the vows where Berenger was the first to speak the traditional Catholic vows from his previous life. He felt it was best to steal from Catholics when he could to add further insult to injury. Not that the Catholics of this world would know what he was doing. Still, it was a moral victory for himself. As such, Berenger smiled as he grasped a hold of Adela's dainty hands before speaking the words from his memory. I, Berenger von Kufstein, take you, Adela von Graz, to be my lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death do us part. After Berenger had said his vows, Adela said her own, virtually identical aside from a few minor differences. I, Adela von Graz, take you, Berenger von Kufstein, to be my lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death do us part. Having said this, Ludolf looked at Berenger with a smile on his face before saying the words that would seal Berenger and Adela in marriage for life. You may now kiss the bride. With this said, Berenger lifted Adela's veil and grabbed a hold of her before kissing her passionately. As he did so, the crowd that had gathered erupted into cheers. While Berenger was kissing Adela, a single train of thought crossed his mind. I did it, Mom and Dad. Your son has finally gotten married, if only you were here to see it. Berenger referred to his parents from his previous life back when he was known as Julian Weber. Luckily for him, the parents of his current life were here to witness the event and they were gazing at him with proud smiles on their faces. Adela herself had a pretty smile on her exquisite face as her heat thumped spectacularly. She clutched onto Berengar's hand tightly as she asked the question on her mind in a timid voice. So what now? Berenger gazed down at his loving wife with a cheery smile as he replied to her question with great anticipation in his heart. Now we host the reception. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.